The story starts with the narrator identifying witches as scary figures who use magic to do mysterious things. Tales describe witches controlling the weather to destroy nations in a single night and wash away villages with floods. Far away, a soldier realizes they are on a witch hunt and notes that having this many people for one job feels like overkill. The soldier tells a large man to watch where he is going but stops talking as soon as he sees the size of the stranger. The soldier sits on the ground and stares up in total confusion at the person he just bumped into. At this point you already know something is seriously off, so subscribe now because what happens next is insane. A nearby man looks at the giant sword and wonders what kind of weapon it is supposed to be. The man asks if the stranger is the dual-bladed mercenary and if he is there for the hunt. The mercenary says yes and asks for more details about witches. The mercenary stands among the crowd of soldiers with his massive blade resting casually on his shoulder. The mercenary explains that he has heard witches use something called magic to form balls of fire and create gusts of wind without using any tools. He even read several fairy tales to try and come up with a plan but found that the stories were not very helpful. The nearby soldier bursts into laughter and tells the mercenary that he looks tough but says the funniest things. He thinks the idea of using fairy tales for a professional plan is ridiculous. Wiping away a tear from laughing, the soldier tells the mercenary not to worry about magic because the target is likely just a fake. He suggests the woman is probably just a regular person being called a witch. The soldier remains confident as he walks with the group and states that they will kill the woman and finish the job in no time. The mercenary feels the job is not going to be easy. He knows that several squads already failed to catch this specific witch in the past. The mercenary understands that one person should not be able to stop entire groups of hunters. He believes the target is just as dangerous as the stories say, whether it is one person or a whole group. The mercenary plans to chop the target into bits and take his money. He views the upcoming fight as just another normal day of work. The lead soldier raises his hand and tells his entire army to stop and stay completely still. A small building sits alone in the woods with plants growing all over the walls. One soldier stares at the building and thinks that the entire house might just be made of mud. The armored men talk about how strange it is to find a home this far away from town. They mention that there are no reports of anyone living in this forest. The leader pulls out his sword and warns his men to be careful. He tells the first squad to go inside and search the entire building. The commander tells the second group of soldiers to stand ready in case the first group needs help. The leader tells everyone to secure the area but stops talking when he feels a sudden chill. The soldiers stand around confused by his awkward silence. The army spots a tiny hooded figure standing right in front of the mud house like a lawn ornament. The woman stands her ground while the massive group of men stares her down. The commander points his sword at her and yells about how they are there to kill a witch. One soldier wonders why she is hanging out in the middle of nowhere. The mercenary stares at her and realizes that something about this lady feels very strange. He tries to figure out what she is doing. The leader continues his threats by telling her she will be eliminated on the spot if she messes with their job. The woman just stares back and says nothing. The leader tells the archer to fire an arrow near the woman's feet to give her a little scare and make her move. The woman lets out a long sigh as if she is tired of dealing with these men. She begins mumbling magical words and points her hand directly at the intruders. The mercenary suddenly realizes that something invisible is moving through the air. He can feel a dark magical energy coming from the ground. The mercenary understands that he is in a very bad situation. The mercenary is yanked backward and jumps on a supply wagon. He is launched high into the sky and grabs a branch of a big tree, soaring over the heads of the confused soldiers and their horses. The army stops in its tracks as heavy thuds shake the ground, and one soldier tries to understand what is occurring. A man stubs his toe just as massive mud spikes explode from the earth to skewer the entire army. The mercenary looks at the sudden graveyard of stone pillars and wonders what has happened as the ground continues to rumble. He surveys the long rows of impaled soldiers and concludes that the entire situation is completely unbelievable. The witch stands in silence while a nearby soldier shouts in frustration and asks what is happening to the group. The mercenary stares at the scene with a shocked expression and considers who the woman is. He continues to wonder if she is truly the witch. The soldiers scream in panic and shout about their injuries as they try to figure out what kind of attack is hitting them. The survivors push each other aside and yell for their comrades to get out of the way while they attempt to escape. The mercenary thinks about running away but realizes he does not know how far the magic can reach and doubts that distance will provide any real safety. The mercenary reflects on the strange feeling he just experienced. While sitting safely on a branch, the mercenary notes that he already anticipated the high level of danger. Looking down at the massacre around the house, the mercenary concludes that he has found the primary field of battle. The mercenary jumps down from his perch and begins moving quickly through the field of stone spikes. He runs past the remaining soldiers who are still trying to escape the sudden attack. The mercenary stops at the edge of the spikes and looks across the empty clearing at the witch standing by her home. The lead soldier spots the woman and confirms she is indeed the target standing right in front of them. He shouts for the entire group to begin shooting their weapons immediately. The archers follow the command by pulling back their bowstrings and launching a volley of arrows into the air. The hooded figure remains perfectly still as the projectiles begin their descent toward her position. A massive slab of earth erupts from the ground to serve as a giant shield for the woman. Every arrow makes a dull thudding sound as it strikes the solid surface of the shield. The witch brings her hands together and claps 2 times. Small bumps appear in the dirt before a massive figure made of stone and earth rises from the ground. A soldier stares upward and lets his sword fall to the ground as the giant looms over him. Other soldiers nearby freeze in place and watch the creature with wide eyes. The stone giant swings its heavy arm across the battlefield. The men scream and scramble to get away from the reach of the massive limb. The witch remains calm and sweeps her hand through the air in a single motion. The force of the magic launches the entire squad backward through the air. The witch lets out a long yawn. The lead soldier watches from a distance and concludes that the woman is a complete monster. He reflects on how it was a total mistake for humanity to ever think they could challenge the witch. A single tear falls as the soldier understands that no person has any chance of winning against a magical being. The mercenary ignores the carnage and sprints forward through the woods with his massive blade held ready. One of the survivors spots the figure running past and realizes that it is that mercenary he talked with before. The dual-bladed mercenary jumps onto the back of the stone giant and uses the creature as a platform to boost himself upward. He spins through the air and aims his weapon directly at the hooded figure while she watches him from below. The witch holds up her hand and makes a small sound to activate her shield. The mercenary strikes the massive stone 1 time to break it. The solid barrier begins to crack under the force of the giant blade. The warrior realizes that the rock wall is far too thick for him to destroy easily. He spots a movement on the ground and understands that another strike is about to happen. A fresh wall of stone erupts from the dirt to separate the mercenary from the witch. The mercenary takes a position behind the sharp stone spikes and looks back at the tall slab. The mercenary places a hand to his face and confirms that his first thoughts about the battle were correct. The witch stares at the warrior with a confused look. New stone blocks emerge from the grass while the witch continues to move away from her original spot. The mercenary tightens his grip on the hilt of his weapon. A giant explosion of earth and rock occurs as the mercenary sprints toward the house. The witch looks on with total shock as the warrior suddenly appears in front of her. The mercenary swings his massive weapon through the empty air to prepare for his next strike while the witch remains behind her stone barrier. The warrior lets out a loud shout as he smashes through a block of earth to reach his target. The mercenary acknowledges that the magic he is facing is a serious threat. He concludes that the woman lacks the proper training to defend herself at a close distance. The mercenary decides that maintaining a close position is his only chance for victory. He lunges forward with a heavy thud and continues his advance toward the witch. The mercenary shouts in surprise as a massive mud pointer of energy nearly deletes him from the forest. The warrior continues to sprint between stone pillars to avoid getting skewered. The mercenary concludes that he can win the fight if he keeps dodging until he finds a single opening to land a blow. The witch maintains her focus while the mercenary feels something. A new forest of stone spikes rises from the earth to surround the mercenary on all sides. The entire field begins to bubble with small bumps. The mercenary struggles to stay upright as a forest of sharp stone spikes erupts from the ground all around him. One of the jagged points grazes the side of the warrior's face. The mercenary grunts in pain as the strike draws blood and narrowly misses his head. Another stone pillar catches the edge of his cloak and rips through the fabric. A massive burst of magic surges forward with incredible speed. The mercenary understands that he has no way to dodge the upcoming impact. The clearing transforms into a graveyard where long rows of stone pillars hold the impaled bodies of the entire army. Only silence remains in the forest as the battle comes to an abrupt end. The witch's heart beats loudly in her chest while she gasps for air. She lets out a long breath and notices that her hands are trembling uncontrollably. The woman clenches her fingers together to stop the shaking. She turns her back on the field of stone and begins walking toward her mud house. A massive explosion suddenly booms from behind her. The field of stone spikes shatters into pieces as something powerful clears a path. The mercenary bursts through the cloud of dust with a loud shout. He raises his massive blade and closes the distance while the witch attempts to cast another spell. The warrior smashes through the lingering stone fragments. The witch watches in total disbelief as the mercenary sprints past the floating debris. The mercenary slams the handle of his giant sword directly into the woman's stomach. The witch flies backward from the impact and tumbles along the ground until she hits the dirt. The witch rolls across the grass and comes to a stop near the mud house. The sharp tip of a massive blade appears right in front of the woman's face. The mercenary looms over his target with a calm expression. He waits for the defeated woman to speak. Looking at the warrior, the witch notes her surprise that he managed to avoid every single one of her magical attacks. The woman states her curiosity about whether the mercenary plans to end her life right now. The mercenary ignores her and asks for her reasons for killing people. The witch smiles and claims that his inquiry is useless because she does not believe a person needs a specific reason to take a life. The mercenary keeps his blade steady and tells her to provide a real answer to the question. The witch explains that she killed the men because they were going to kill her first and that there is no other reason for her actions. The lives or deaths of the soldiers make no difference to her and concludes that she has provided a full answer to the question. The mercenary confirms the statement while the woman identifies herself as the victim in the situation. She admits to the deaths she caused but suggests that the warrior should feel a little pity for her. The woman tells the man to proceed with her execution since the outcome no longer matters. The mercenary observes how quickly the target has accepted her fate. The mercenary reflects on memories where soldiers treated his kind as expendable tools and demanded that he serve as a human shield because they believed a mercenary was worth nothing more than a paycheck. The witch recalls a similar past where people hunted her with arrows and shouted for her destruction because she was viewed as nothing more than a scary figure of dread. The narrator observes the mercenary resting among the fallen. The mercenary and the witch share a look of understanding regarding their place in the world. The mercenary realized a hired killer and a magic user who only fights to stay alive. They both know that no one else in the world will care if they eventually lose their lives. The duo must rely only on themselves for protection and support. This solitary way of living is the only reason they have managed to survive for so long. He acknowledged that they have traded a huge number of other lives just to keep themselves breathing. The mercenary finally understands the reality of their situation. The mercenary looks at the woman and states that they are exactly the same. The witch repeats the sentiment and notes that she is a magic user while he is a hired fighter. He thinks that their lives have very little value and that they must defend themselves because no one else will. They have both taken lives to ensure their own survival since that is the only way they know how to exist. The mercenary begins walking away and explains that his decision to let her live comes from a place of mutual understanding rather than simple pity. The witch watches him leave with a look of surprise. The witch stares at the warrior and expresses her confusion regarding why he refuses to end her life. The woman asks if he has genuinely developed feelings of sympathy for her. The mercenary stops moving and points toward the ground to tell the witch to look at the scene right in front of them. The witch looks at a specific impaled soldier and asks about the significance of that person. The mercenary explains that the deceased man was his employer and the son of the domain lord. The witch expresses her condolences for the loss. The mercenary observes that a dead employer cannot provide a reward and concludes that he does not perform any work for free. The witch suggests that the warrior could still get paid by presenting her head to the grieving lord. The mercenary tells her to picture a specific outcome when he returns home. He describes the lord receiving the news that his son and army are gone while a random stranger is the only person to come back alive. The mercenary considers a scenario where he returns to the lord with the witch's head and tells him that the entire army is gone with no witnesses left to back up his story. He describes the likely result of that plan. She explains that he would be lucky to just end up at the gallows instead of facing torture and having his own head put on display for the town to see. The witch asks if the warrior is truly at peace with this reality. The mercenary confirms that he is. The mercenary states that his personal feelings are irrelevant. He maintains a code of taking any job offered and never doing anything to betray the people who hire him. He clarifies that his professional loyalty has a limit. The mercenary believes he is not required to report back to a client if doing so results in his own certain death. Looking over the rows of impaled soldiers, the mercenary concludes that the mission was an absolute failure because the entire squad was wiped out during the hunt. The mercenary stands with his back. The woman says no. She describes the report he should plan to give the Lord. He will say the hunt was a success and that the witch was defeated because of the brave sacrifice of the soldiers. The official story will be that she vanished and will never be seen again. The witch lets out a small laugh and suggests that the story should end with everyone living happily ever after. The mercenary looks back toward the woman and asks for more details about her sudden change in attitude. The witch removes her hood and smiles while she tells the mercenary that she wants him to protect her from now on. The mercenary asks if the woman is being serious about her proposal. The witch confirms her intention immediately. The warrior wants to know what exactly he would be protecting her from. The woman looks down and explains that she is just tired of everything happening around her. She notes that people always come back to hunt her no matter how many times she drives them away or tries to find a new home. The witch stares at the spikes and decides that she has finally had enough of the cycle. The woman requests that the mercenary take her to a place where no one will ever bother her again. The mercenary observes the witch and realizes he is familiar with the expression on her face. The mercenary recognizes the look of her young self standing on the edge of a cliff. He identifies the expression of him nearly ready to give up on his own life. The mercenary knows that pulling someone back from the edge requires being fully prepared. He notes that it is much easier to just stay back and watch the tragedy happen. The mercenary turns away and states that he is not concerned with the reasons behind the woman's request. The witch stares at him with a look of total confusion. She agrees that he is right. The witch apologizes and admits that she should not have brought the subject up in the first place. The witch laughs and explains that it has been a very long time since she last spoke to another person. She says that she got ahead of herself by asking for help. The witch stares at the mercenary with sorrow eyes. The witch tells the mercenary to forget her previous request as she walks away. The mercenary looks back and states that he only has one specific concern. His only concern is whether or not the woman can pay him for the work. The witch reacts with total surprise. The mercenary asks once more if the woman can provide payment. The witch shouts with excitement and confirms that she can indeed pay for his services. The mercenary maintains a calm expression. The mercenary confirms his identity as a hired fighter. He explains that he is willing to accept even the worst jobs as long as the price is right. The witch reaches into her cloak and pulls out a massive, sparkling jewel. The woman offers the large stone as an advance payment for the escort mission. She explains that she has 3 more identical gems to provide for the rest of his fee. The mercenary stares at the object in his hand with a blank expression. The witch smiles and asks for his opinion on such a generous offer. The warrior looks away and admits that he has no idea if the gift is valuable or not. The witch reacts with total shock. The mercenary explains that he would not be working as a hired killer if he actually had the skills to value expensive jewelry. The woman admits that his logic is hard to argue with. The witch slumps her shoulders in disappointment at the unexpected hurdle. The mercenary stares at the gem and asks if the object is truly valuable. He wonders about the specific price he might receive for selling it. The witch admits that she does not know the answer. The woman explains that her identity as a witch prevents her from knowing the prices of items in the human world. The mercenary acknowledges that her statement makes sense. The witch lets out a bright laugh. The mercenary observes the woman and notes that she looks like a normal girl when she is laughing. The mercenary reflects on his new situation. He realizes that a hired killer who usually takes lives is now going to work to keep a witch alive. The mercenary clarifies that nowhere on the continent provides safety for a witch. The woman confirms that she already realized this fact. The warrior suggests that leaving the area is her best choice. The witch begins to speak but remains quiet. The goal is to cross the ocean and reach another continent entirely. The witch stares at the ground and considers the gravity of the decision. The mercenary acknowledges that her hesitation makes sense. He reflects on how there is no guarantee of safety for her kind over there and notes that they have no information about the far-off land. The mercenary understands that the voyage might be more dangerous than her life on the run. The witch decides that a new journey is better than being constantly hated and hunted by everyone. The witch decides that taking her chances with the unknown is the better option. The woman expresses her hope that their agreement settles the matter between the two of them. The witch begins to speak again but stops briefly. The mercenary introduces himself simply as Zig. The warrior provides his full name as Zig Crane. The witch smiles and offers her thanks to him. The woman identifies herself as Siasha. She states that her name is just Siasha as the new duo prepares for their long travel toward the distant mountains. The continent has dealt with conflict for a long time. These struggles stem from differences in skin color, language, and culture. Zig states that the people in this land feel compelled to destroy anything that shows even the slightest difference from themselves. He points out that this tendency is especially true when it comes to mysterious witches. Zig and Siasha decide to leave the area behind and cross over to the other continent. The pair reaches the port town of Estina where many buildings line the curved shoreline. They pass through the marketplace and arrive at a building to find a place to stay. Zig expresses shock at the cost of 130,000 for a single night in a shared room. Siasha tells him to calm down. Zig states they are heading to the exchange. Siasha agrees to the idea. The duo stands before a massive structure. Siasha observes that the building is very large while Zig stares at it. Zig begins glancing around the area with a suspicious look. Siasha watches him and wonders what is on his mind. Siasha turns around and asks the warrior what is bothering him. Zig looks at the woman and tells her that she is the one who will go in and perform the exchange of gems. Siasha shouts in shock and explains that she has no experience with such a task. Zig notes that as a mercenary, people would likely assume he stole the gems and put him in chains. Zig tells Siasha not to worry because the exchange appraisers look at the customers as much as the jewels. Siasha wonders why the customers matter. Zig explains that mannerisms reveal status and class. He notes that the staff tends to provide special treatment to people who show these traits. Zig admits this is just something he heard. Siasha shouts that he should have left that detail out. Zig recalls hearing the information while drinking and says he thinks it is probably true. Siasha is surprised that he is only guessing. A bell rings as the duo opens the doors and enters the exchange. The people inside stop what they are doing and stare at the pair. Siasha flinches under the collective gaze of the room while Zig stands calmly beside her. Siasha lets out a breath of relief while Zig watches from behind. Siasha places a small bag and 3 large gems on the counter and states that she would like to exchange them. The appraiser examines the stones and identifies them as excellent quality before offering to take all of them. The staff member asks if 3 million orth is an acceptable price. Zig reacts with shock at the high amount while Siasha agrees to the offer. The pair leaves the exchange and walks back through the town street. Siasha smiles at the warrior and asks for his opinion on how she handled her first exchange. Zig praises Siasha for her success and mentions that the final price far exceeded his expectations for the gems. Siasha wonders about the value of the coins. Zig clarifies that the bag contains as much money as he would normally save in 5 years of hard work. Siasha is happy to hear the news and asks if this amount covers the first part of their deal. Zig explains that the payment is so large he could treat her like royalty. He notes that the current sum is more than enough for the job. Zig freezes in place as he reflects on the debt and the specific terms of their agreement. Zig experiences a moment of uncertainty while Siasha notices the change in his behavior. Siasha tugs on the warrior's sleeve and points toward a food stall. She calls out to him and says she wants to eat one of the items on display. The pair stands before a grill filled with sizzling meat skewers. Siasha encourages the mercenary to hurry up while he stares at the food in silence. Siasha expresses her delight at holding the warm snack while Zig takes a large bite of his own skewer. The witch begins eating her portion and enjoys the flavor of the grilled meat. Siasha notes that the food is delicious. Zig watches her and says he is happy she likes it even though he still seems a bit surprised. Siasha reflects on how much of the world remains a mystery to her. She realizes she does not even know the names of the different foods people eat. Siasha mentions that she did not even know the proper way to buy food. Siasha looks at Zig and states her plan to hire him as both a guide and a bodyguard once they reach the other continent. The woman explains that she wants the warrior to teach her about the world until she is capable of living independently. Siasha notes that she trusts the mercenary specifically because she provides him with a steady source of income. Zig acknowledges his love for money and promises to give the witch her money's worth while she expresses her reliance on him. A man at a table greets Zig and observes that the warrior has managed to stay alive. Zig notes that the man has not changed at all. Zig introduces the man as an informant named Cossack. The informant and the witch exchange polite greetings. Cossack asks about the identity of the woman and wonders if she is the warrior's partner. Zig dismisses the idea and explains that she is simply his client. Zig asks the informant if the items he requested have been arranged. Cossack confirms that he has already secured the passes for the research vessel heading to the other continent. The informant explains that the pair will be recorded as a young researcher and her bodyguard. He hands over 2 bands to serve as official passes and tells them to wear the items on their left wrists. Zig accepts the passes and asks how much money he owes for the transaction. Cossack pours a drink and mentions hearing some specific rumors about Zig recently. Zig asks for more details regarding the nature of the information. Cossack explains that the rumors suggest the warrior has died. Zig states that his own death is news to him. Cossack recalls how the son of a nearby domain lord organized a witch hunt and notes that Zig was part of that group. Zig acknowledges Cossack's ability to gather information. The informant shouts that tracking a man who carries such a large and unique weapon is a simple task for anyone. Cossack mentions hearing that the hunt succeeded despite heavy losses. He notes that no bodies were recovered in one piece and concludes that the group went through an ordeal. Cossack explains that his reports show no survivors except for possible deserters. He remarks that defeating the Silent Witch was a major task. Zig and Siasha hear the title of the Silent Witch and realize they do not recognize the name. Cossack expresses his surprise that the warrior would join a mission without knowing any details about the target. Cossack notes that while there are exceptions, witches are usually known for their love of fighting. He describes how a witch will attack anyone who enters their territory. They are known to pursue their enemies until every last person is dead. Cossack explains that this specific witch is different from the others. The woman has destroyed several squads before but never bothers to hunt down survivors. She warns people for entering her land and only fights if they show clear hostility. Cossack points out that her behavior is exactly how she earned her nickname. Cossack identifies the woman as the Silent Witch. Cossack wants to know how the mercenary managed to survive the encounter and escape with his life. Zig mentions that Cossack already provided the answer by saying the only survivors were mercenaries who abandoned the fight. Cossack tells Zig to stop the act. He explains that Zig is not the type of person to flee from a fight, especially against a witch. He notes that the mercenary is clearly hiding something. Zig states that he does not have a single clue. Cossack looks at him with doubt. Cossack turns his attention toward the hooded figure sitting at the table and remains silent. The informant realizes that the body of the Silent Witch was never found. He begins to shake as the connection becomes clear. Cossack jumps to his feet and points at Siasha. He begins to ask if she is the witch everyone was looking for. Zig throw a coin at him and Cossack defend it with his wine cup. Zig flicks a single coin across the table. It splashes into a drink and makes a dull clunk against the bottom of the glass. Cossack looks down at his drink. He recognizes the object as a silver coin while liquid drips onto the table. Cossack decides that the mercenary is an unbelievable person. Zig warns the man to leave the matter alone and stop asking questions. Cossack considers the immense power required to flick a coin with that much force. Zig tells the informant that he will have to cut him down if he pushes the issue any further. Cossack panics and wonders if the warrior has completely lost his mind. Siasha sits quietly and watches the two men. Zig looks away and repeats that his answer is always the same. He states that he is prepared to do anything as long as he receives the right price. Cossack looks at the silver coin in his glass and acknowledges the situation. The informant states that the total price for his services is 2 million orth. Zig confirms that the arrangement is settled while Cossack remarks that the warrior now owes him a favor. Zig agrees and thanks the man for his help as the duo prepares to leave. Siasha bows politely to Cossack while she follows the mercenary toward the exit. Cossack watches the pair leave and asks if the warrior actually managed to win his battle. Zig notes that his physical presence is proof enough of the outcome of his battle. After going out, Siasha observes that they can now use a ship to reach the other continent. Siasha mentions hearing that current ships are not strong enough to cross the ocean. Zig asks when she heard this information and recalls that the announcement about crossing was made 20 years ago when he was just a child. Siasha begins counting on her fingers to figure out exactly how much time has passed. Zig decides to stop the conversation and move forward. The duo stands before a massive ship while Zig explains that a group of researchers is heading to the other continent. He states his plan for the two of them to hide among the crowd. Zig points out a smaller boat and explains that they will be hiding on it. He mentions that this vessel is designed to follow the much larger main ship. The mercenary identifies a massive research vessel nearby and notes that the most important people for the mission will be staying on that larger deck. Siasha remains quiet while she stares at the two ships and processes the plan. Zig wants to know if the witch has any issues with traveling on the smaller boat. Siasha reacts with annoyance and tells the warrior to stop treating her like a little kid. Siasha looks at the vessels moving through the water and considers how these ships have the potential to accomplish many great things. The interior of the ship begins to wobble and shake as it sets sail. Siasha shouts in surprise and struggles to maintain her balance in the moving hallway. An eagle suddenly swoops down, and sinks its talons into Siasha as Zig's block it with his hand. Zig notices blood oozing from his hand and realizes he has been wounded. Siasha immediately uses her magic to heal the warrior. Zig observes that his hand is fully restored and notes that the pass is still in place. The pair enters their living quarters on the ship. Zig begins to summarize what they know about the other continent. Zig concludes that their collective knowledge of the destination is practically non-existent. Siasha expresses her confusion from her bed. She mentions the groups that traveled there before them and states that it makes no sense to have zero information. Zig notes that all contact with the ship that arrived before them has apparently been lost. The mercenary mentions his failed attempt to gather as much information as possible about their destination. Siasha suggests they must simply accept the lack of information and decides to change the subject to ask the warrior a question. The woman explains that mana is the energy source for her magic spells and notes that several steps are required to use them properly. Zig observes that she seems to be enjoying the explanation. Siasha uses the analogy of scooping water from a lake to describe the process. She states that the first step is to gather enough mana and identifies the second step as giving that energy a specific direction. Zig expresses his confusion regarding the concept of giving energy a direction. Siasha clarifies that giving a direction means assigning properties to the mana based on its intended purpose such as defense or offense. Siasha demonstrates that mana can be directed toward an attack or used for defense. Siasha identifies the third step as shaping the mana and notes that this specific stage is called casting the spell. Siasha explains that various methods for casting exist such as making hand gestures or reciting incantations. Siasha tells Zig that the scent he noticed earlier is likely the result of a reaction that occurs when mana is assigned its properties. Zig acknowledges the explanation and states that he understands the process. Zig turns towards Siasha and indicates that he has a question for her. Siasha leaves her sit and gets close to him as he prepares to ask his question. Siasha enthusiastically confirms that the warrior is allowed to ask her whatever he wants. Zig notes that the witch did not use fire or water against him during their battle and states his desire to know why she limited her attacks. Siasha explains that fairy tales are exaggerated and clarifies that a single witch does not have the power to control everything. She states that her magic depends on a specific affinity. The woman describes how mana is compatible with certain elements for each individual. She identifies earth and rock as her primary specialty and mentions that using other elements is too draining to be useful. Siasha leans in with a smile and invites the mercenary to continue his inquiries about any subject he chooses. Zig observes Siasha and asks for the reason behind her positive mood. Siasha states that this is the first time anyone has ever asked about her and notes that the experience makes her very happy while Zig lets out a small laugh. Zig thanks the woman for her interesting explanation while Siasha kicks her feet and expresses her own happiness at being able to answer his questions. 20 days have passed as the fleet continues its journey across the open sea. Siasha looks toward the distant shoreline and asks if the land in front of them is the other continent while Zig uses a spyglass to get a better view. The spyglass reveals the smaller ship approaching a coastline covered in thick green trees. Zig looks at the empty forest and states that it does not look like anyone lives nearby. Siasha concludes that she and Zig are meant to be the scouts for the group. The duo joins the line of researchers and guards as they begin walking inland through the tall grass. Zig notices a sudden gleam of light coming from the thick bushes and wonders about the source of the reflection. Zig reaches down and picks up a small silver pin shaped like a pair of wings. Zig examines the metal object and experiences a sudden rumble from the ground that leads him to conclude an earthquake is starting. Zig watches as Siasha crouches down to inspect the dirt and asks her to explain what is bothering her. Siasha touches the soil with her fingertips and states that the ground is soft. The witch observes a large fissure in the earth and notes that cracks usually disappear quickly unless the soil is dry. Siasha points out that the area is very wet and says it is strange for these cracks to remain visible. Zig suggests that the marks must be recent and were probably caused by an earthquake, but Siasha states that his explanation does not quite fit the facts. A low rumble begins to shake the area once more. Siasha hears the sound and concludes that another earthquake is happening as the ground continues to vibrate. Zig stares at something in front of him and wonders about its nature. A researcher shouts for Zig and Siasha to regroup with the squad to prepare the official report. Zig remains silent while he ponders the current circumstances. Zig reflects on the previous expedition and wonders about the current location of the squad that arrived before them. The warrior observes that it is strange for the previous group to leave no traces behind even if they had a valid reason to move. Zig notes the total absence of even a single footprint just as the earth begins to shake with a loud rumbling sound. A massive, dark limb covered in coarse hair moves through a fissure in the ground with a faint scraping noise. Zig grabs Siasha and warns everyone that the threat is directly beneath them as the earth shatters. A massive, toothed creature erupts from the ground while Zig carries the witch to a safe distance. Zig wonders what the monster is and realizes it must be the thing that destroyed the first squad. Zig tells Siasha to stay alert because he doubts this is the only creature nearby. Siasha responds with a small laugh. Siasha notes that the beast dared to use a surprise attack from under the ground. Siasha states that the creature will regret its decision while dark magic begins to flow around her. Siasha notes that the beast dared to use a surprise attack from under the ground and states that it will regret that decision. Zig tells the witch to stop her magic because too many people are nearby and can see her. Zig asks her to consider the reason they traveled such a long distance. Siasha remembers how the guards tried to kill her. Zig reminds the witch that his role is to act as her bodyguard. Zig waits for a response and Siasha smiles while stating that she understands. Siasha kneels and places her hands against the dirt to send a pulse of energy through the earth. Siasha explains that she channeled her mana through the ground to locate the hidden threats for Zig. Zig acknowledges that her assistance will be helpful as he prepares to strike a lunging creature with his sword. The warrior swings his twin blade with enough force to tear through the massive beast and send dark fluid into the air. Siasha spots a new danger and shouts for Zig to watch his front and back. The earth shatters as two more monsters emerge from the ground to surround the mercenary. Zig stands between two monsters and prepares to swing his twin blade. Zig spins his body and cuts both creatures into several pieces. Siasha points ahead and says the next monster is approaching. A beast rises from the dirt and Siasha states that the enemy is directly beneath her feet. Zig rushes over and kills the creature before it can harm the witch. A loud scream sounds from a distance and Zig turns his head to find the source. Several massive creatures move quickly through the tall grass toward the path. Siasha watches the movement and joins Zig in crouching behind a thick bush. The monsters erupt from the ground and begin tossing researchers and guards into the air. A man tells the others to stay together and call for help while a monster catches another person who begs for release. Zig watches the scene from his hiding spot and observes that the situation is total chaos. Siasha grabs the warrior's clothing and tells him to be quiet and not move. Zig and Siasha stay hidden in the bushes while they wait for the danger to pass. The monsters rise from the ground and look around the clearing to search for more victims. A giant mouth filled with teeth looms over the hiding spot while Zig remains perfectly still. The massive worms slither away through the trees until the area returns to total silence. Siasha whispers that the warrior can move now but warns him to keep his voice very low. Zig understands that the creatures must use sound to locate their prey. Siasha agrees and explains that she first thought the monsters tracked heat but noticed they only went after the people who were running and shouting. Zig notes that their home continent did not have these creatures and observes that the environment is nothing like what he is used to, while Siasha remarks that they have come to a very wild place. Zig suggests they head back to the ship for now because he doubts any creatures can attack them from the water. A massive sea monster immediately shatters the ship into pieces as it erupts from the ocean waves. Zig and Siasha stand on the shore and watch as wreckage from the vessel flies through the air. Debris splashes into the sea while scaly creatures climb out of the water to board the remaining parts of the ship near the guards. Zig and Siasha stand in silence and process the fact that their only way home has just been destroyed by a sea monster. Zig suggests they make the best of the situation and Siasha shares a small smile while agreeing with him. Zig states that it is time to move forward and she confirms that they should start their journey inland. The pair find a small town and Zig observes that it looks like a normal village for their first encounter with the locals. Siasha mentions her surprise that humans can survive in a place filled with so many dangerous creatures. Zig looks back at his partner and speaks her name to remind her of the danger they face. Siasha pulls her hood tight and acknowledges that their entire plan will fail if anyone discovers she is a witch. Zig and Siasha walk toward a local who is working in a small field. A woman looks up and notes that Zig is a new face, which causes the warrior to freeze in place. The villager stares at the man and asks about his home. Zig pauses before stating they came from the sea and explains their boat sank after they reached the shore. The woman shouts in surprise that they managed to cross the demon sea on a ship. The local asks if the pair is hurt after such a rough trip while Zig considers the name of the demon sea. The woman realizes the travelers are truly outsiders because they lack basic knowledge about the region. She informs Zig that he is very lucky to be alive after his travels. The local describes how the ocean is full of mean demon beasts and mentions that almost nobody survives an encounter with them. Zig and Siasha consider the term demon beasts while they look at the villager. Zig realizes that calling the monsters demon beasts is the most accurate way to describe them. The woman offers them a place to go while Zig thinks about how he never expected creatures from old stories to actually exist. The woman explains that Zig and Siasha can find work and lodging in Halian, the largest city in the region, by traveling east from the village. Zig acknowledges the directions and states that they will make their way toward that city. The villager pauses and turns her attention to the girl standing behind the warrior. Zig clenches his hand around the handle of his sword and watches the woman closely. The woman remains silent while she continues to look at the travelers. The villager suddenly hands a heavy basket of bread to Siasha and observes that the girl is far too thin. The local woman laughs and tells the girl to eat well so she can put some meat on her bones and avoid starving to death. Siasha blushes and stammers out her thanks while she balances the heavy basket of food in her arms. Zig observes the scene and concludes that his companion is simply not used to people showing her any hospitality. The warrior reflects on his own behavior and thinks that he might have been acting too cautious about their surroundings. A sharp smell rings out and Zig senses something. Zig remains focused as he identifies a faint but distinct odor that reveals the presence of a new threat. Siasha observes that she is not the person currently being discussed. Zig draws his sword and prepares to fight. A tiny flame appears on the tip of a finger of the child. A young boy's finger is lit up with fire. He squats in the dirt and uses magical fire to help with the chores. Zig watches the boy and asks if the child is a witch, but Siasha denies. Siasha watches the boy walk away and concludes that the locals are definitely human. Siasha observes the villagers working in the fields and realizes that every single person has mana despite the differences between them. A smile spreads across Siasha's face as she notes how magic thrives in this new world. The duo walks further into the village where they see common people using magic to perform their ordinary tasks. Zig looks at his companion and realizes that she finally found a place where she does not need to hide her magical powers. The warrior lets out a quiet laugh and decides that this might be the perfect location for the witch to live her life. Zig narrows his eyes and focuses on the world around him. The warrior stays silent while he touches his chin and thinks about what he has seen. Zig notes that it is only natural for people here to use magic since dangerous demons roam the land. He realizes that magic is their best way to stay alive. Zig concludes that he will definitely face battles against other magic users in the future. He leads the way while Siasha walks behind him with her heavy basket of bread. A basket sits filled with bread and other food as Siasha declares her new goal to discover the good side of humanity. The pair rests in the forest to share a meal. Siasha breaks off a piece of bread while explaining that her past experiences were limited only to the negative aspects of people. She never looked for the positive traits in others. Zig listens to her and states that he understands her perspective. Siasha suddenly stops and instructs Zig that this is the moment where he is required to ask for the reason behind her change of heart. Zig follows her lead and asks for the reason. Siasha beams with joy and tells him she is very happy he finally brought it up. As Siasha prepares to start her long explanation, a massive armored creature rustles through the bushes and emerges directly behind her. They look at the animal and Siasha asks if the creature is a boar. The mercenary confirms it is a boar but notes that he has never seen one wearing armor before. Siasha reacts to the sudden interruption. The witch sends a mud attack out of the ground and states that she was just reaching the best part of her explanation. The spikes hit the animal and shatter with a loud metallic ring. Siasha is surprised that the magic did not pierce the armor as the monster lets out a loud roar. Zig decides to distract the creature and tells Siasha to deliver the final blow. The warrior jumps into the air and swings his giant sword at the armored boar. The blade hits the metal plates with a loud noise while the monster screams in the middle of the path. A close look at the armor shows that the sword did not leave a single scratch. Zig clicks his tongue and notes that he is unable to cut through the tough plating. The mercenary stays in a defensive stance as the boar stomps on the ground. Zig strikes the armored beast multiple times while the sounds of metal clashing fill the air. Siasha observes the battle and realizes that Zig is talented for hitting the exposed parts of the animal despite the intense fight. Siasha believes that the warrior will soon create a perfect chance for her magic to get past the metal plates. The witch focuses her gaze and reminds herself to stay prepared for the coming opening. The monster begins to bleed from its many small wounds and struggles to stay standing. Zig moves out of the way as the weakened creature stumbles past him. The boar turns around to face its opponent as Zig prepares his twin blade for the next move. The beast lunges forward with its sharp tusks but fails to strike the mercenary. Zig quickly ducks under the animal as it charges over him to exploit its unprotected underside. The warrior swings his twin blade upward and slices through the straps holding the metal plates together. Zig makes eye contact with his partner that it is time to strike while Siasha focuses her mana and extends her hand. Giant earth spikes erupt through the broken section of armor and impale the roaring beast. Siasha lowers her hand as the defeated armored boar remains impaled on the large mud pillar. The dead creature lies on the ground while Zig observes that the monster was a very difficult opponent to face. Siasha admits her own shock and states that she had no idea demon beasts possessed such high levels of strength. Zig kneels beside the carcass and inspects a fragment of the plating. Siasha asks about his actions as the warrior explains that the high-quality armor could be sold and notes his desire to also harvest the meat. A small white object drops from the cut meat and lands on the grass with a soft sound. Zig stares at the discovery and asks for its identity while the tiny worm begins to wiggle and squirm against the fur. Zig looks at the parasites and states he only wanted some meat but concludes he will not want to eat any for a long time while Siasha watches in disgust. The travelers eventually arrive at the large city of Halion. A large piece of meat sizzles on a hot plate inside a building. Zig eats a large steak while Siasha expresses her surprise that he still has an appetite after seeing the parasites earlier. Zig instructs her to spend their earnings on gear, food, and information to ensure their survival. He tells her that earning money must become a regular routine for them to stay alive. The mercenary concludes that completing jobs and managing resources is the only way for people like them to survive. Zig explains that eating meat is necessary for survival on the battlefield while Siasha repeatedly calls out his name to interrupt him. Zig turns to listen as Siasha points to an interesting item on the menu and asks for more information. Siasha wears a wide smile while she holds up a tall glass filled with ice cream and various fruits. Siasha tastes the dessert and notes the freezing temperature of the food. The woman experiences the sugary flavor and adds that the dish is very sweet. Siasha laughs and declares that she loves the new food while Zig watches her and observes that her positive reaction is good. Siasha addresses the warrior and prepares to share a thought. The woman tells Zig that she has decided to find a job. Zig asks if her sudden motivation is due to the ice cream she is eating, but Siasha quickly states that he is wrong. She looks down at the table and explains that she wants to try fitting into the human world. Siasha considers her past and notes that she can no longer imagine living a life without the constant use of magic. Zig reacts with surprise when the witch reveals she has been using magic for over 2 centuries. Siasha looks through the window at the busy street and concludes that fitting into society is a better choice than living in isolation. She believes that since magic is accepted in this land, she should attempt to integrate with the local people. Zig listens to her plan and considers the potential dangers that might come with her decision. The warrior decides to support his companion and tells her that her plan is a good idea. Siasha reacts with a start at his unexpected approval. A gentle smile appears on Siasha's face as she accepts the warrior's encouragement. Zig asks what specific type of work she intends to find while Siasha pauses to consider her options. 2 men at the bar discuss a new reward as the pair continues their conversation in the background. Zig reacts with surprise to the beast man at the bar and wonders if the person is an animal while Siasha asks if the men mentioned a reward. The wolf-like man explains that it is currently very difficult to find adventurers at the 4th class level who are willing to provide assistance. Zig repeats the term in confusion while Siasha states that she has never heard of that specific line of work before. A waiter holding a tray stops at their table and asks if the travelers are interested in learning about adventurers. Siasha confirms their interest and explains that they are from a very distant land where everything is unfamiliar. She then asks the man to explain the details of the job. The waiter gives a friendly smile in response to her request for information. The waiter explains that adventurers belong to a guild and earn their living by hunting demon beasts. He notes that their pay depends on the type of creature they defeat and adds that selling extra materials is a common way to gain more money. Zig observes that the long explanation provides a clear summary but thinks to himself that the man speaks quite a bit. The warrior asks if the group is essentially a collection of mercenaries who focus on killing monsters. The waiter reacts with intense shock and shouts for him to be quiet. The man leans in and whispers that Zig must never make such a comparison while in the presence of actual adventurers. Siasha asks the waiter to explain the reason for his warning while Zig waits in silence. The beast man at the bar laughs while the waiter clarifies that these fighters strongly dislike being compared to mercenaries. He warns that they must never group adventurers with people who prey on others. Siasha is about to say something but Zig stops her. Siasha looks at the warrior and says his name. The waiter clarifies that his words are simply how the adventurers choose to describe the situation. The man explains that the title of mercenary does not mean much anymore and calls them unimportant people who only talk big. Siasha asks why he views them that way. The waiter says that war is now a thing of the past and explains that no one needs mercenaries like they used to. Zig shouts that the man's statement cannot be the truth. The waiter explains that minor differences in appearance or culture used to trigger centuries of conflict and notes that society would never have accepted someone like the Wolfman back then. The man identifies demon beasts as the primary cause for the shift in the world. He describes how these monsters would unfailingly appear whenever an all-out war began. The waiter states that the creatures would ignore borders to attack the military forces of every side involved in the conflict. Zig wonders that wars ended not because people lost the will to fight but because the monsters made large-scale combat physically impossible. The waiter explains that this constant threat is what forced everyone to start seeking employment as adventurers. An older man drags the waiter away and orders him to return to his duties. Zig reflects on the nature of humanity and thinks about how conflict always follows people even when peace seems to exist for a short time. Zig remembers his life on the previous continent where his skills as a mercenary were in high demand and provided constant employment. He begins to worry about his future and wonders what his purpose will be if his specialty as a mercenary is no longer needed in this new land. Siasha notices his distress and calls out his name. Zig tries to hide his anxiety and tells the woman that he is doing fine. Siasha turns toward the warrior and makes a sudden announcement that her new goal is to become an adventurer. Zig looks at his companion with total confusion. Siasha remembers how Zig told her about how mercenaries survive and smiles. She reminds him that he is supposed to ask for the reason behind her current thoughts. Siasha completed her earlier conversation before the bull attacked. She wanted to find the positive side of humans by following the lead of a person she already knows. Zig and Siasha stand in a crowded square at the start of their first job. Siasha starts to speak but stops abruptly. Siasha turns quickly and wonders about the requirements for registering as an adventurer. Zig states that the process involves handing in a form. Siasha reacts to the mention of a document with a sharp gasp. Siasha experiences a moment of panic regarding the proper things to say during the meeting. A nearby person observes her with confusion. Siasha clutches her head while her mind spins. She considers if she needs a planned speech and contemplates the correct walking speed for entering the office. Siasha feels woozy and asks Zig for his thoughts on her next move. Zig looks at her and tells her to calm down. Zig observes that the staff will not take Siasha seriously if she continues to act in a suspicious manner. Siasha declares that she cannot let that happen. Siasha resolves to assert her dominance and show everyone that she is the boss. Siasha wonders which magic spell she should use to give the workers a taste of her power. Zig lets out a sigh and notes that he has never seen his companion this flustered before. Zig suddenly lifts the witch into the air and carries her away. Siasha expresses her total confusion at the sudden change in her position. Siasha remains speechless while she processes the fact that the warrior is currently holding her. Siasha kicks her feet and strikes the man with her hands while she pleads for him to put her back down on the ground. Zig holds Siasha as she makes a sound of frustration. He maintains a neutral expression while the witch hangs from his arm. Siasha dangles in the air while asking about the reason for his recent behavior. Zig asks if she is calm now and Siasha admits that she believes she is. She expresses her regret that Zig had to witness the current situation. Zig observes that Siasha is new to these experiences and states he does not blame her. He explains that she must overcome these obstacles to live among humans and Siasha acknowledges the truth of his statement. Zig places his hand on the witch's head and states that he will not tell her to avoid the fear of failure. He tells her to simply make sure of her resolve. Zig explains that Siasha will eventually be able to look back at today and laugh about her experience. Siasha looks up at the warrior and states she will do her best. Zig responds that her answer is good. Siasha touches the top of her head while she watches the warrior turn and walk away. Siasha stands in front of the large double doors and states that it is time to go inside. A creaking sound fills the air as the witch opens the door and walks into the office. A staff member begins to speak but Siasha interrupts as she presents her document and announces that it is her registration. The guild employee flips through the paperwork and notes that Siasha is a mage. Zig stands behind the witch while the registration process continues at the counter. The staff member indicates 2 sections of the document that were not filled out and Siasha reacts with a sharp gasp. The worker asks if there is a plan to join a party with someone in the future while Siasha prepares to write her answer. Zig remains silent with his arms crossed while he watches his companion complete the forms. Siasha looks at the woman and states that she is currently unsure about her plans. The guild employee states that she understands but strongly recommends that Siasha finds a partner to act as a front guard. The woman explains that mages are very vulnerable when fighting in close combat. Siasha says she will think about the suggestion as she returns the completed form to the clerk. A silver tag is handed over as proof of the registration. Siasha shows off her new adventurer tag and declares that she is now an adventurer as well. Zig notes that the process was faster than he thought and observes that it is like her earlier panic never even happened. He tells his companion that he is happy for her success. Zig observes that the hour is growing late and suggests that they should return home. Siasha requests a moment to visit one final location. Later, Siasha looks at the tall bookshelves and reacts with amazement at the sight before her. Siasha smiles as she notices the large collection of magical grimoires stored on the shelves. Siasha picks up a specific book and announces her plan to borrow the volume. She walks through the room while Zig follows behind her. Siasha stands at the desk and discovers that borrowing the book requires a fee. Zig reflects on the unexpected cost of the transaction. Siasha explains that the library staff required the money as collateral for the book. Zig holds a bag of coins and concludes that the payment is a necessary expense. Siasha holds her new book with a slight tremble while Zig asks for the total cost of the volume. A significant pile of silver coins rests on the counter to cover the expensive library fee. Siasha beams with gratitude as she thanks her companion, but Zig tells her not to worry as he reminds her that their money is for essential items. On the following day, Zig asks if a mission has been chosen and Siasha holds up a flyer while stating her plan to hunt creatures known as pouch wolves. A group of rough men at the bar stops to listen while two specific individuals stare at the duo with serious expressions. The pouch wolf is revealed as a creature that surprisingly lays eggs and carries the brood inside its stomach pouch until the offspring are ready to hatch. Zig acknowledges that the information is useful but states he wants to know more about the risks and how the animals act. Siasha agrees that his point is correct. A voice interrupts and states that new adventurers should avoid this specific task. Zig and Siasha turn toward the speaker. The information explains that pouch wolves have strong reproductive instincts and travel in packs. The existence of a hunting mission implies the group left the forest to find more food for their growing numbers. The armored man identifies Siasha as a beginner who just started her career the previous day. He tells her not to rush into dangerous jobs right away. Siasha holds her paper and asks the two men for their names. The man introduces himself as Bates and says his partner is named Grow. He offers an apology and explains that they happened to overhear the conversation. Bates tells the pair they can rely on him if any problems or concerns ever occur. Bates laughs while stating that he and Grow have worked as adventurers for many years. Siasha expresses her thanks and asks if the men mind answering a question about magic. Bates tells her to go ahead and ask whatever she likes. Zig observes the situation and thinks to himself that the conversation might take a long time. The sounds of constant chatter fill the room as Siasha and Bates continue to talk while Zig and Grow wait beside them. Zig offers an apology to the men for the behavior of his friend. Grow tells Zig not to worry about the situation. He explains that looking after the rookies is simply part of their job as experienced adventurers. Bates laughs and tells Siasha to return the favor to other rookies once she becomes successful. Siasha observes that everyone here likes to look after one another and promises to follow that example. Bates points towards Zig and advises Siasha to ensure her companion keeps a safe distance if he is not a registered adventurer. Zig states that they should begin their journey and asks about the distance to the target location. Siasha notes that the trip takes 7 days on foot. Siasha explains that a specific method exists to reach the destination instantly. Zig expresses his confusion at the possibility of such a fast trip. Zig looks around the interior of a new building and asks for an explanation of the location. Siasha directs the warrior to follow her further inside. An attendant wearing a hood instructs the pair to stand in the center of the room. Zig and Siasha stand on stone panels that start to glow as an attendant operates a machine. A bright flash of light covers the area and causes Zig to react to the sudden brightness. The pair appears in a forest clearing as the magical light disappears from the air. Zig looks at his surroundings and notes that they reached the forest instantly. He expresses his confusion about the event that just took place. Siasha identifies the stone archway as an ancient magical device called a waystone. Siasha explains that a magic circle on the stone allows for teleportation between different locations. Zig stays quiet while he processes the explanation. Zig observes that the magic is unbelievable while Siasha states that their destination is to the west and tells him it is time to go. The two companions walk through the thick forest grass. Zig hears a rustling sound coming from the nearby vegetation. Zig speaks Siasha's name to alert her and she replies that she is already aware of the situation. 5 pouch wolves emerge from the rustling bushes and surround the duo. Zig notes the presence of 5 creatures and asks for the next part of their plan. The deep shadows of the trees reveal many more pairs of glowing eyes watching from the darkness of the forest. Siasha prepares her magic and tells Zig that she will handle the current situation herself. She declares that this is her first official job as she prepares to strike the lunging animals. Sharp stone pillars erupt from the earth and impale several of the attacking creatures with loud thuds. Zig observes the battlefield and notes that 2 of the monsters manage to slip through the initial attack. More stone spikes burst through the tall grass to strike down the remaining wolves as they jump through the air. Zig observes the creature and surprised that it successfully avoided the attack. Zig considers the speed of the wolf and observes that it is difficult to hit a target that can dodge his partner's magical spikes. Siasha remains focused while she watches the animal leap through the air toward her. The witch performs a quick movement as the creature continues its flight past her position. Siasha prepares another spell as the wolf lands in the grass and turns to face her again. Zig identifies a new threat and realizes that Siasha must watch her back as well. The warrior draws his twin blade to protect the witch as wolves approach from both sides. Suddenly, the paws of the wolves sink deep into the mud with a soft sound as the ground changes beneath them. Zig observes the sinking animals and concludes that Siasha softened the soil to trap them. Siasha extends her hand to summon multiple mud pillars that impale the trapped creatures from below. Siasha smiles and declares that her current task is complete. Zig identifies her actions as a good strategy while Siasha expresses her happiness at his approval. Siasha reflects on how she remembered the soft earth from their arrival and used it to stop the wolves. She notes her satisfaction with the successful outcome of her plan. Zig observes that his companion possesses impressive skills in combat. Zig notes that the mission was far too difficult for a beginner and asks if Siasha is trying to raise her rank as an adventurer. Siasha admits to her plan and explains that a higher class rank allows her access to more magical books, which remains her primary goal for now. Zig considers the situation and wonders if books written by humans are even useful for a powerful witch despite the odd nature of the thought. Siasha tells the warrior not to be silly and explains that humans are much more efficient at using their magic than she is. Zig reacts with total shock and asks if she is telling the truth. Siasha describes how humans found many ways to use their small amount of power to the fullest over hundreds of years of study and improvement. Siasha observes that she only studied on her own for 200 years and can hardly compete with current human knowledge. She adds that they have items to make magic usable by anyone along with many other things that are completely new to her. Siasha looks ahead and states that there is so much more she wants to learn. Zig considers her path as an adventurer and tells her that he is glad she found a goal. Siasha happily suggests they start skinning the wolves now. Zig watches her and concludes that this could be the perfect job for her. Zig asks which part of the animal is needed for the mission and Siasha identifies the pouch as the intended item. Siasha draws a knife and explains her reading shows the pouch is very light and durable. She notes that the material is often used to make knapsacks or water skins. Zig asks Siasha what she is doing, and she tells him she is going to help him skin the wolves. Siasha holds up her knife and tells Zig that even if he thinks otherwise, she is actually very good at skinning. Siasha reels back from a terrible smell coming from the pouch and screams that the stench is unbearable. Siasha looks at the warrior and says she is surprised that the smell does not bother him, and Zig simply agrees. Siasha notices the objects in the warrior's nostrils and shouts that Zig has actually plugged his nose. Siasha waves her arms and says it is not fair that Zig knew about the smell the whole time. Zig claims he had no idea while thinking to himself that he just assumed the inside of the pouch would be dirty. Siasha scrubs her hands in the water while complaining that the terrible smell refuses to come off. Zig remains alert as the distant sound of clashing metal reaches his ears. Zig notes that someone is currently fighting something nearby. Siasha realizes it is another group of adventurers who accepted the same hunting mission. Siasha wants to witness humans using magic at a close distance, and Zig is interested in seeing how adventurers manage a real battle. Siasha suggests that they head toward the noise to check on the situation, and Zig agrees to follow her. Siasha warns that they must be careful not to let the other group notice their presence, and Zig confirms that he understands. A swordsman slashes a leaping wolf while a knight uses his shield to block another beast. More wolves jump from the side to attack the archer and the mage waiting in the back. Arrows fly through the air to strike the targets while spells flare to stop the remaining animals. Zig stays hidden in the bushes and treats the standard fight like a study session on adventure formations. He observes that the front guard keeps the enemies busy with a sword while the rear guard uses magic and arrows to finish them. Zig watches the group and concludes that their coordination is excellent during the heat of battle. Zig notices a sudden smell in the air and reacts to the change. Zig detects a grassy scent nearby and considers the possibility that a person used magic. Zig looks at his companion and realizes that Siasha is not responsible for the current change in the environment. Distant light ripples through the air as a strange presence begins to appear in the clearing. A giant invisible shark monster with multiple fins materializes behind the other adventurers while Zig watches in surprise. Zig screams for the group to look behind them because the monster is about to strike with its mouth wide open. Light shines through the tall trees of the forest. The group of adventurers stands together in the clearing after finishing their battle. The mage from the party turns her head as she feels a sudden change in the air. Zig takes a sharp breath and shouts a warning for the adventurers to look behind them. A massive shark monster lunges forward with its teeth bared toward the party's mage. A guy reacts instantly and pulls the mage away from the path of the attack. He holds the rescued woman in his arms while the giant beast misses its target and slams into the ground with a loud thump. The massive specter shark rips into a dead wolf as blood drips onto the grass. One of the fighters recognizes the monster as a specter shark. An armored man wonders why the beast appeared in the forest. The guy replies that the scent of blood pulled the predator toward them. The female mage struggles to hold her staff steady as her hand shakes from the sight of the beast. He kneels beside his companion and states that the group is not yet strong enough to win a battle against the shark. The guy shouts for the adventurers to abandon their prize and let the monster have the dead wolves. The party leader commands the entire group to run away. He instructs Listy and Ryle to protect their rear while they make their escape. The archer looks around and wonders which path is the safest to take. The group stands in the forest while the archer asks for a direction that leads away from the monster. Everyone remains still as they look for an opening to escape. He hears a rustle in the bushes and feels his heart start to beat faster. The guy stares ahead as he notices the loud sound of his own heart. The massive invisible shark appears directly behind him and opens its mouth to swallow. A bright flash of light fills the forest directly in front of him. A small knife hits the shark and is stuck at the tree with a loud thump near the guy while Zig shouts for his team to go left and keep moving. The guy pulls out his blade and swings it with a fast motion. He cuts through the body of the monster with a single powerful stroke. Zig tells his teammate that they should not stay here and suggests that they leave the area immediately. The guy noticed something stuck in the tree that saved his life. A sharp blade slices through the thick tree. Back in the city, a large pan of seafood sits on the table as Zig wonders what makes human magic different from what he has seen before. Siasha takes a bite of her meal and explains that humans have found a way to automate the use of magic. She reviews the traditional steps of gathering mana, choosing a direction, and finally shaping the power while Zig listens to the explanation. Siasha notes that humans have pre-made the hardest parts and only need to provide the final direction for a spell to work. The witch identifies the waystone as a perfect example of this shortcut because the magic words are already carved into the stone as a sigil. She adds that anyone can activate the device by just pouring their energy into the pre-written instructions. Siasha explains that humans intentionally write incomplete magic words onto their own bodies. Zig stares ahead as he realizes how the system works. The witch describes how a finished spell would limit a person to only one specific power. She notes that humans stop writing at the point where energy is given a direction to keep their options open. Zig concludes that the only remaining step for the user is to give the energy its final shape after the magic starts. Siasha laughs and states that human cleverness is very impressive. Zig wonders if he can gain magic powers by drawing the same marks on his own skin. Siasha takes another bite of food and tells the warrior that his plan will not work for him. The woman explains that Zig and all the people from the other continent do not have any magical energy at all. She points out that this is the reason why they are able to smell magic in the air. Zig understands the situation while Siasha moves the conversation back to the topic of magic. Siasha recalls the ambush in the forest and notes that the giant shark was also using magical power to hunt. Zig observes that if monsters can use magic they will need to collect more information before their next journey. Siasha mentions that she is unsure about the shark but explains that completing 4 more missions will earn her a promotion. Zig notes that the progress sounds very fast and asks which rank his partner will reach after her success. Siasha states that her next rank is the 9th class. She mentions the information from Bates that half of all adventurers are currently at the 7th class or lower. Zig observes that the average adventurer stays around that level and mentions his surprise at the speed of the promotion. Siasha explains that she will be fine as long as she does not lose points for bad behavior. Zig notes that the pair should avoid drawing notice from adventurers in the higher classes. He decides that following the rules is the fastest way to reach their goals. Siasha suggests that if their true goal was to avoid attention, it would have been easier to let the other group die in the forest. Zig admits that her point is correct. Zig considers how staying quiet might have allowed the monster to remove his trouble for him. He pauses as he moves to a different thought. Zig tells Siasha that she should offer a little bit of help if she ever finds herself in a similar situation again. Siasha looks at Zig and asks if she should help even those who provide her with no personal gain. Zig confirms her thought and explains that the most important part of living among humans is making friends instead of enemies. Siasha looks away as she repeats the word friends and tries to understand the meaning of the concept. She looks down and observes that the task of making friends sounds very difficult for her to achieve. Zig clarifies that he is not asking her to find people who will never betray her. He states that friends who can provide a little extra help during a crisis are good enough for their needs. The warrior adds that these connections do not need to be strong bonds. He suggests that making many acquaintances will help her survive in the long run. Siasha looks down and considers the warrior's advice about friendship. The witch lets out a huff and admits that she does not quite understand the concept but agrees to follow his lead. Siasha smiles at Zig and promises to give the human way of life a fair try. Zig looks ahead and thinks about the group they rescued. He hopes they are the type of people who do not pay too much attention to the small details of how they were saved. Nearby adventurers at the guild discuss a rumor about a specter shark. One person mentions that a party led by a man named Alan successfully fought off the monster. Alan sits at a table with his team while others talk about his recent success. A voice notes that the man was just promoted to the 4th class for his bravery in the forest. The guild employee begins to congratulate Alan on his recent promotion. Alan interrupts the greeting by slamming his hand against the counter to place something. The sharp fragment of a blade sits on top of a registration paper. Alan Klaus, a 4th-class adventurer, looks directly at the worker and says that he wants a list of every party that was active in the forest today. Siasha shouts that she is sick of her current situation while Zig eats his meal and makes a short sound of acknowledgement. Zig stabs a piece of meat with his fork and offers some to his companion. Siasha continues to eat her bread and salad. Siasha takes the meat and eats it while stating that the food is not the cause of her frustration even though she will continue to eat. Siasha explains that she is tired of hunting the same monsters and doing the same repetitive fighting every day. She describes her work as nothing but menial labor and says she needs something new. Zig observes that he now understands the meaning behind her words. Zig reminds the woman that it was her own idea to complete the same mission 4 more times to earn a promotion. Siasha makes a sound of frustration while eating her food. Zig wonders if the witch plans to take the day off. Siasha clarifies that she still intends to go to work. Zig suggests ending their workday early to go shopping for new clothes. Siasha says the word clothes while looking at the warrior. Zig looks down at the table while the witch continues to watch him in silence. Zig thinks to himself about whether or not he made a mistake with his suggestion. Zig tells Siasha that she can ignore his offer if she does not have an interest in shopping. Siasha keeps her eyes on her companion as she begins her response. Siasha looks at her companion and asks if he wants to see her dressed up in nice clothes. Zig, my man. Think very carefully before answering that. Otherwise it might be your last day. Zig offers no immediate response and simply stares at the witch. Zig maintains eye contact and tells her that he does want to see her in new outfits. Siasha touches her hair and states that she understands his feelings. Siasha happily decides to finish her work early so they can go shopping while Zig lets out a quiet sigh of relief. The pair enters a clothing store where a bell rings to announce their arrival. A clerk greets them and asks if they are shopping together. Zig confirms they are together and explains his intention to buy clothes for his companion. Siasha pushes back her hood while remaining quiet. Siasha fully removes the fabric from her head and reveals her face to the room. The store clerk reacts to the sight by stating that the woman is absolutely gorgeous. She nudges the warrior and comments on his success as a charmer while other customers watch the scene. The clerk asks about the specific type of clothing they need to find during their visit. Siasha feels a moment of hesitation and asks Zig for his opinion on which styles would look best on her. Zig prepares to answer but realizes that this is likely the first time in her life that she has felt concerned about her appearance to other people. Zig believes it would be mean not to help Siasha choose an outfit and tells her to inform the clerk of her size. Siasha says she is not sure about her exact measurements. The clerk states that she will take care of it and tells them it is her pleasure to assist. The clerk offers to bring a catalog and tells Zig to take a seat and have something to drink. Zig sits down in the waiting area. A voice asks if she may have a glass for herself as well. Suddenly a woman appears wearing an elaborate outfit that includes a large headpiece and a blindfold over her eyes. Zig remains quiet as he slowly pours a drink into his glass. Zig looks at her and tells her to help herself to the refreshments. The woman in the blindfold outfit thanks the warrior for his offer of a drink. Zig sits with his arms crossed and watches the woman while she takes a sip from her glass. She mentions that the warrior has not yet asked about her reason for being there. Zig takes a swallow of his drink and states his assumption that she only wants to share his table. A long silence follows as the two people continue to sit across from one another in the waiting area. The woman brings up the topic of the specter shark while the warrior watches her with a serious expression. The woman in the blindfold explains that Alan requested her assistance to locate a specific individual. She continues by stating that Alan wants to show his appreciation to the person who saved his life. Zig reflects on the mention of gratitude and claims that he has no knowledge of the situation. The woman takes a drink while explaining her research into every group that was active in the forest at that specific time. She observes that although the adventurers were talented, none of them seemed capable of detecting a specter shark during its attack. The woman looks down at her glass and notes that she could only fail to find information on one particular person. The blindfolded woman states that the person Alan sought was a female. She explains that Alan remembered the voice of a man, which made the investigation difficult at first. She also notes that the female adventurer has a man follow her to carry all of her equipment. The woman smiles and says she is surprised to finally meet him. She mentions Zig's strong physique and wonders if he is really just a carrier for his companion. Zig states that he has many years of experience as a veteran carrier and the woman accepts his explanation. The blindfolded woman suggests that it might be time for her to go ask Zig's lady friend about the situation herself. Zig remains silent and keeps his arms crossed while he processes the statement. Zig stares intensely at his companion without offering any verbal response. The woman feels a sudden and heavy pressure coming from the warrior as the air around them seems to change. She notes that the man has finally decided to look directly at her while Zig begins to show signs of discomfort. Suddenly, the woman starts to sweat and tremble. Zig wonders if the woman is doing okay and she claims to be fine. The warrior tells her to be careful and not to push herself too far. Zig points a finger and tells the woman that the restroom is in that direction. The woman reacts with a quiet insult while she continues to sweat. Zig reminds her that she almost forgot to ask him something. Zig agrees to answer any of her questions right now but insists that he will do so at his own pace. The woman shouts an insult at the warrior as her frustration grows. Zig reacts with confusion and observes that she seems to be the one who needs to use the bathroom urgently. The blindfolded woman lets out a pained sound and stands up so quickly that her chair clatters against the floor. Zig watches in silence as the woman runs away from the table and he concludes that they have attracted a pest. Later, Siasha pulls back the dressing room curtain with a swift motion and calls out to Zig. Siasha walks forward to show off a new form-fitting dress that features a long slit and matching boots. The store employees react with surprise and tell Siasha that she possesses an amazing figure. Siasha touches her hair and states that the current situation feels very embarrassing for her. Siasha stands in her new dress and asks Zig for his thoughts on the outfit. Siasha waits in silence as she looks at her companion. Zig looks at her and tells her that the clothes look good on her. Siasha looks down and asks if the warrior truly holds that opinion. Siasha smiles and states that she feels glad to hear his approval. Siasha declares that tomorrow will be a new beginning and promises to do her best to earn her promotion. Zig mentions that Siasha will finally receive her promotion after she hunts wolves tomorrow. Siasha shouts that she is sick of hunting wolves. Zig thinks to himself that her level of frustration is in a league of its own. Siasha laughs while Zig watches her. He reflects on how buying a girl new clothes is a certain way to put a smile on her face. Zig and Siasha walk through the city together. Zig concludes that following the advice of his elders was the right choice. The guild worker offers their congratulations as Siasha officially receives her promotion to the 9th class. The receptionist notes that this is the fastest possible promotion on record and finds the achievement very impressive while Siasha expresses her gratitude. The worker informs the woman that she is now permitted to invite others to join her party and offers assistance with the recruitment process. Siasha experiences a brief moment of hesitation before stating that she will handle the matter of her party herself while the receptionist accepts her decision. The staff member explains that Siasha is starting to become the center of attention and encourages her to reach out to the guild if she feels overwhelmed by invitations, which leaves the witch surprised by her new reputation. The employee points out that as a beautiful solo rookie with a promising future, it is likely that many people will try to recruit her following this success. The receptionist whispers that suitors will likely approach Siasha regardless of the man she is currently with. Siasha says she understands and will be sure to notify the guild before Zig ends up hurting any of them. The worker admits she had her own suspicions about the situation and asks if the warrior is actually strong. Siasha smiles and confirms that her companion is very strong. Siasha runs toward the warrior while holding up her new plate to show him that she successfully received her promotion. Zig looks at the witch and offers his congratulations on her new rank. The warrior suggests that they go out to celebrate her success and mentions seeing a large store nearby that sells magic items. Siasha reacts with immense excitement to the mention of magic items and declares that she wants to go to the store immediately. The two companions arrive at a building decorated with several lit lanterns and head through the front door together. Inside the shop, Zig and Siasha look around a large room filled with various magical goods, bottles, and crystals on every shelf. A worker explains that a flat magical tool creates drinking water and suggests testing it with a glass. Siasha sets a cup down on the device as instructed. Liquid suddenly swirls into the container and fills it to the top with a splashing sound as the magic activates. Siasha notes with a smile that the glass is full and realizes the entire magic spell is already carved into the stone. Zig agrees that the item seems like a very practical tool to own. Zig stares at the water glass in total silence. Zig slumps his shoulders and observes that his lack of mana makes it impossible for him to use the device. The interior of the shop features many shelves filled with various magical products. Zig looks at the price tags and realizes how expensive the items are as he notes that one small object costs 240,000. Zig notices a decorative dagger resting in a display case and considers if the weapon is also a magical tool. Zig picks up the blade and asks if it is a magic item while the clerk explains that the object is more accurately called magic gear. The clerk explains that the main difference between magic items and magic gear is the use of unique materials that possess special properties. Zig examines the blade while the worker mentions that unlike magic items there is no need to channel mana through magic gear. The shopkeeper describes how the dagger is made from azure diamond, which is a type of crystal that dispels magic. The warrior understands that the weapon is capable of cutting through magical spells. Zig looks at the dagger in his grip and observes that the blade is very small compared to his hand. Zig concludes that a spell would hit him before such a short blade could cut it, and the clerk agrees that his assessment is correct. Zig asks the clerk if they can make these weapons longer. The shopkeeper confirms that longer versions exist but suggests visiting a weapons store while reminding him that the cost is a major factor. Zig reacts with shock as he notices a price tag for 1,500,000 orth. The warrior slumps his shoulders and worries about the extreme cost of a normal-sized weapon. The clerk admits that full weapons are expensive and points out that she also sells smaller azure diamond arrowheads. The shopkeeper explains that these items are useful for fighting demon beasts that protect themselves with defensive techniques. Zig considers that the smaller size of an arrowhead might come with a more realistic price along with the benefit of being reusable. He asks the shopkeeper for the specific cost of the arrowheads. The clerk informs Zig that a bundle of 3 arrowheads costs 500,000 orth, which leads the warrior to wonder if that price is actually considered realistic. Nearby, Siasha excitedly asks her partner if she can buy a magic item that produces light. Back at the Adventurer Guild, a man approaches the table where the warrior is sitting and asks if he can join him. Alan, with a friendly face, stands before the warrior and waits for his response. Zig stares intensely at the newcomer for a moment before pushing a glass of water toward him and telling him to help himself to the drink. The young man politely declines the offer while explaining that he is not currently thirsty as he begins to sweat under the warrior's heavy gaze. Zig thinks to himself that the man is likely an acquaintance of the blindfolded woman as the stranger introduces himself as Alan Klaus. The warrior identifies himself as Zig while the young man offers a greeting and states his intention to speak about his business immediately. Alan presents a knife on the table and asks the warrior to confirm if the object belongs to him. Zig states that he has no knowledge of the item and observes that such a weapon is common enough to be found anywhere. Alan remains quiet as he continues to stare at the warrior with a serious expression. Zig looks back and concludes that the young man appears completely unfazed by his denial. Zig realizes that fooling the young man will not be an easy task and asks why he wants to know about the knife. Alan smiles and explains that he has no hidden motive other than wanting to express his thanks to the person who saved him. Zig wonders if the man would feel differently if he admitted to spying on the group to steal their party's combat strategies. Alan looks directly at the warrior and confirms that he would still feel the same way regardless of the reason. The young adventurer explains that while being spied on is not a good feeling, the lives of his friends are worth much more and he feels only gratitude for their safety. Zig processes the sincerity of the response and states that he now understands the situation. Zig observes the tone of the young man and concludes that he sounds completely sincere. The warrior raises his hands and tells Alan that he caught him before admitting that he was the person responsible for throwing the blade. Alan expresses surprise at the easy admission while Zig states that he hates wasting time by beating around the bush. The young adventurer responds by letting out a hearty laugh. Alan says he feels glad to have finally found the person he was searching for so diligently. The young man drops a heavy bag on the table with a loud thud and explains that he has been holding on to the collection of coins for the warrior. Zig reacts with confusion while Alan explains that the public believes he was the one who defeated the Spectre Shark and that he was promoted to the 4th class because of it. Alan states that the reward money belongs to the warrior instead of himself while Zig refuses the offer. Zig explains that he is not a registered adventurer and that it is not appropriate for him to accept the payment. Alan looks on in surprise. Alan asks for clarification on whether the man was actually serious about being nothing more than a carrier for his companion. Zig identifies himself as both a carrier and a bodyguard for the witch and requests that the young man keep this information private. Zig notes that his client is a rookie and that attracting excessive attention would only cause problems for her in the long run. Alan Klaus asks if the warrior is truly content with his current situation and Zig confirms that he is perfectly fine with it. The young man admits that the response is unexpected and explains that he remains unsure of how else to show his appreciation. Zig tells the adventurer that there is no need for any thanks and repeats his claim that the entire rescue was just a lucky coincidence. Alan asks for confirmation on whether the man possesses any special abilities or magic of his own. Zig denies having any powers and claims that he only noticed the monster because the light happened to change in a way that revealed a distortion in the air. The warrior suggests that they simply consider the rescue a favor to be returned by the young adventurer at some other point in the future. Alan agrees to the deal and promises to make good on the favor. Zig tells the young man that he will be in the area but does not intend to keep his hopes up for a reward. Alan adds that Alicia was absolutely livid about their previous encounter while Zig maintains a blank expression. Zig asks if the man is referring to the blindfolded girl and Alan repeats the description with a startled look on his face. Alan clarifies that the woman is an elite 3rd-class adventurer and advises the warrior not to push his luck with her. Zig considers the information and notes that the woman is already ranked in the 3rd class. The warrior concludes that Alicia is on a completely different level of skill compared to where Siasha is currently positioned as a 9th-class rookie. Zig notes that her stomach is not very tough. Alan warns the warrior to never let the blindfolded woman hear him speak like that. Zig notices that Siasha is done at the counter and states that he needs to leave. Alan stands up quickly and tells Zig that he should take his knife back. The warrior explains that he has no need for the weapon because it is just a common knife with nothing special about it. Alan stands alone and reflects on the claim that the item is only an ordinary knife. The young adventurer observes that the weapon is not even magic gear and finds it difficult to believe that someone could stun a Spectre Shark using only a common knife. Alan Klaus lets out a breath of relief as he looks at the ordinary blade in his hand. The young adventurer sits alone at the table and considers how high Zig could climb through the ranks if he ever decided to officially join the guild. The 9th chapter begins with a look at the struggle for prey between the blade hornet and the flying squid. Siasha explains that these two species prey on each other and notes that finding one of them means the other should be nearby as well. Siasha describes her plan to clear the mission for blade hornets and sell any materials they get from killing the flying squids. She observes that while materials from blade hornets are not very valuable, the creatures become a pest if they are left unchecked. The pair stops as they notice a situation developing deeper in the forest. Siasha looks ahead and observes that it looks like they have found what they were seeking. A massive nest sits in a clearing where many adventurers and blade hornets are already gathered and competing against each other. Zig watches the chaotic scene from behind a tree and suggests that taking out the nest itself would get rid of most of the monsters at once. Siasha explains that even if they destroyed the nest, a surviving blade hornet would simply become the next queen and the colony would eventually rebuild. Siasha adds that she expects no cooperation from the other adventurers because the nest represents a steady source of income for them. Zig realizes that the other adventurers have become accustomed to hunting the hornets to make regular money and would face a financial problem if the creatures disappeared. Siasha clarifies that while she does not blame them for their actions, she believes they should use a title other than adventurer to describe themselves. Siasha notes that no one should underestimate the danger of the current situation. An angry voice from nearby interrupts the conversation and demands to know if the pair believes they can say anything they want about the other hunters. Siasha reacts with surprise as a voice calls out to her from between the trees. A man with pointed ears approaches and calls her an amateur. The stranger shouts that she should not speak so loudly. Zig observes the long ears of the man and concludes that the group heard their conversation from a distance. Siasha apologizes for being rude but maintains that she does not understand their logic. She states that choosing money over everything else makes the title of adventurer meaningless. The man expresses his outrage and demands to know what she knows about their lives. Siasha looks at the man and confirms that it's obvious that she does not know anything about him or his team. Zig tells Siasha to drop the argument. Siasha agrees to stop but makes a low sound of annoyance as Zig watches her. Zig offers an apology to the other group and explains that his partner is only feeling frustrated because of the large number of people in the area. The other group responds with a dismissive sound. Siasha stares ahead with an intense look as the elf-like man insults Zig by calling him a coward and suggests him to hide behind his companion. Zig remains silent while a dark aura begins to rise from Siasha behind him. Siasha watches as the other group walks away and asks her companion for his reason for stopping her. Zig notes that Siasha is better off not making enemies out of people and points out that there are more people like that man than she thinks. Siasha stands in silence as she listens to her companion. Zig prepares to add another thought to the conversation. Zig explains that not everyone is strong and tells Siasha that she needs to differentiate between her ideals and reality. Siasha asks if that rule also applies to Zig himself. Zig confirms that his statement is true for him as well. Zig says that he accepts the fact that others think differently and chooses to move on. He notes that even if he does not like them, it is better to let it go. Siasha remains quiet as she watches Zig. He tells her that people like that man are everywhere and advises her not to waste her time. Siasha gives a short response of agreement to her companion. Zig adds that Siasha does not need to force herself to understand those people. The warrior tells her that she can simply continue being herself. Siasha considers the fact that not everyone in the world is strong. She reflects that those who are strong or are working towards strength should not be held back by individuals like the group they just encountered. Zig suggests that they postpone their mission to hunt blade hornets until a later time as the sun shines over the forest. Siasha states that the reward money is not her primary concern. She explains her true goal is to hunt demon beasts and accumulate enough points to advance through the 9th and 8th classes. The scene shifts to the depths of the forest where a variety of unusual creatures live their daily lives. A large bird watches from a branch while other armored and horned beasts move through the brush and drink from the water. Zig looks around at the environment and observes that there is a large variety of different species inhabiting this specific area. Siasha notes that they are currently traveling through blade hornet territory. She concludes that the monsters here likely live only in small, isolated groups. A sudden swooping sound catches Zig's attention as he reaches for his twin blade. He realizes that the demon beasts in this region seem to prefer using surprise attacks to catch their prey. Siasha agrees with the assessment and notes that Zig's theory is very likely to be correct. Zig signals with 2 fingers that there are 2 enemies nearby. He hears a rustle in the trees while Siasha stands ready behind him. A massive flying squid attacks from above as Siasha prepares to release her magic. The monsters take heavy hits as more creatures join the fight in the middle of the forest. The flying squids wrap their tentacles around a tree limb while Zig moves in to strike. Zig swings his giant blade with a fast motion to end the battle. Zig slices the tree branch they both were holding. The severed pieces of the monsters fall to the forest floor with a loud thump. Zig plunged his twin blade into the flying squid's head while Siasha observes that earth magic does not seem to work very well against these creatures. Zig lifts the dead monsters and notes that the encounter was simply a bad matchup before suggesting they just be glad they can sell the bodies. Zig explains that finding the squids through their camouflage would have been very difficult, but Siasha suddenly tugs on his cloak and urges him to look ahead. The companions witness a massive armored insect defending itself against a swarm of angry blade hornets. Siasha identifies the large creature as a stone beetle while Zig watches the scene. Zig observes that the monster is quite strong. Siasha explains that a full party of 7th-class adventurers is typically required to defeat such a beast. Siasha suggests to Zig that they should take the monster out themselves. Zig asks for confirmation that she wants to proceed and reminds Siasha that the demon beast is above her current rank. Zig knows that adventurers are usually restricted to missions only one rank above their class and notes that breaking the rules would be unhelpful. Siasha tells him that there is a specific exception to this policy. Siasha explains that they are permitted to defend themselves if the monster attacks first as the giant stone beetle towers over the pair. The stone beetle dashes forward as Zig and Siasha prepare to face the attack. Siasha maintains her focus while the massive creature swoops down toward her. The beetle thuds its many legs against the ground and opens its giant mouth to swallow Siasha. Zig strikes the creature with his blade and makes a sound of exertion as his weapon hits the hard shell with a loud clang. The warrior moves with a fast motion to dodge a sharp leg while Siasha prepares her next spell from the side. The stone beetle lets out a loud screech while its body begins to rumble and glow with a bright light. A wall pops up from the ground under the stone beetle's lunges. While Zig runs toward a better position. Zig jumps onto a stone pillar to gain an advantage while Siasha watches from a safe distance. The warrior brings his massive blade down on the monster with a single powerful stroke. Zig stands next to the headless broken shell of the creature and observes that the matter is now settled. Siasha looks down at the ground and mumbles to herself in silence. Zig asks what is bothering his partner and Siasha explains that her magic has felt predictable and useless lately. Zig tells Siasha not to be so hard on herself because her follow-up was actually quite good. Siasha thanks him and notes that the experience only makes her want to buy magic items even more as they stand among the fallen monsters. Siasha declares that they now have enough blade hornets to finish their current mission. Zig asks if she is truly satisfied with how things turned out and Siasha confirms that she is very happy. Siasha laughs while explaining the logic of their victory where the stone beetle defeated the hornets and then they defeated the beetle. She concludes that the winner takes all the rewards. The pair walks out of the forest with heavy bags of monster parts clattering against the warrior's back. Nearby adventurers watch the scene and whisper to each other about the group's success. The pointed-eared man and his team grit their teeth as they watch the pair pass. Zig maintains a calm expression while the other hunters show their frustration. Siasha carries a large bundle of materials and looks ahead with a satisfied expression. She reflects on the day's work as they head back toward the city. Siasha suggests that they report back to the guild while Zig carries the heavy load of materials out of the forest. In the 10th chapter, Hunting Experience, Siasha asks about the purpose of hunting squads while Zig stands behind her in the city square. The receptionist explains that these squads are formed for specific demon beasts. She notes that adventurers from many places gather to hunt creatures that experience rapid population growth during certain seasons. The staff member states that it is currently mating season for the stone beetles in Fuel Mountain. She explains that the current mission involves the elimination of the larvae. The receptionist mentions that mages capable of wide-range extermination are the best choice for this job. She adds that the guild is specifically requesting the help of all skilled mages. The receptionist admits that the financial reward for each individual person is a bit low. Siasha expresses her understanding of the situation with a look of disappointment. The employee points out that the true value of these missions is the large amount of reputation points they provide. Siasha and Zig listen as the worker explains why the task is worth the effort. Siasha declares her intention to accept the job. The worker notes that these missions normally require a rank of at least 7th class. She explains that the guild gave Siasha special permission to participate because of her recent achievements. Siasha offers her gratitude but mentions her concern about whether it is proper for the guild to make such exceptions. The receptionist says there is no reason to worry and clarifies that this policy only applies to the early stages of a career. The employee promises not to ask too many questions, but she observed that both companions seem very experienced in fighting. Siasha confirms that the assessment of their combat experience is likely correct. The receptionist mentions that she occasionally meets individuals like retired knights or people from rural villages that do not have a guild. The staff member notes that keeping such talented people at a lower class or making them act like rookies provides no benefit to the guild. The worker gives a firm instruction for the pair to avoid repeating their behavior from the other day, while Siasha offers an apology for the trouble. When they walked into the forest, Siasha expresses her excitement about gaining many reputation points and speculates on the size of the financial reward. In reality, the employee shouts that stone beetles are meant for 7th-class adventurers and tells the woman that she is not allowed to hunt them. Siasha defends her actions in the flashback by stating that the monster attacked them first and moved much faster than they could run. The worker acknowledges that the situation was understandable under the circumstances but tells the woman not to be so reckless in the future. The staff member explains that individuals need to be assigned to classes that fit their skills to protect the reputation of the guild. The receptionist says that people are promoted to the 7th class as soon as possible for that reason. She informs Siasha that her departure for the mission starts in 3 days. Siasha excitedly tells the warrior that she is going to hunt flying squids today. Siasha explains that according to the receptionist, these creatures view groups moving in small numbers as easy prey to catch. Zig agrees with the assessment and states that the monsters have already arrived in the area. Zig and Siasha stand together in the forest and look up at 2 flying squids hovering among the tree branches. Zig prepares to draw his weapon but stops moving when Siasha tells him to wait for a second. Zig makes a sound of exertion as he stops his attack midway and keeps his head safe from flying squids' attacks. Zig looks back at his companion and asks what is wrong. Siasha tells the warrior to try not to damage the bodies of the creatures while Zig asks for clarification as a monster attacks him from behind. Zig holds his massive blade up to block the tentacles of one flying squid as it strikes from the air. Siasha tells Zig to cut the tentacles from the base and the fins vertically while the warrior struggles to follow the specific orders during the fight. Zig looks at the dead monsters and observes that the battle is over while wondering about the meaning behind the detailed instructions. Siasha explains that she will take the beaks and stomachs to the guild as proof of their hunt while Zig watches in the background. Siasha excitedly tells her companion it is time to leave while Zig asks where they are going. The 2 companions sit before a meal as Siasha notes that the food looks very yummy. A cook explains that he has not seen flying squids in such perfect condition for a long time and used them to show off his skills. Siasha clarifies that she followed his exact instructions for the hunt while Zig remains silent. Siasha laughs while explaining that she told the cook she would be providing her own ingredients for the meal. Zig looks at his companion with a confused expression and asks when she managed to make that arrangement. Siasha warned that she will eat the food herself if he decides he does not want to. The warrior takes a bite of the meal and begins eating his portion. Siasha tells the chef that the food is super delicious while she enjoys the meal. Zig continues to eat and agrees that the quality of the dish is good. Siasha asks Zig what his plans are for the rest of the day. Zig states his intention to take a look around the city once they are finished at the restaurant. Zig notes that they will likely stay here for some time. He decides to gather some general information about the city. The warrior walks through the quiet streets and explores the local area. He stops in front of an old building. The shop door is covered with wooden boards and sits beneath a sign showing a small bottle of potion. Zig stands outside with his large twin blade and prepares to go inside. The door makes a loud creak as Zig enters the dark room. He looks at many jars and plants sitting on the shelves. Zig realizes the store sells many strange things. He looks at a selection of sleeping drugs, poisons, and aphrodisiacs. Zig looks at the items in his hand and considers the possibility that none of these products are legal. A voice from the back asks the warrior what he is doing in the shop. A young man sits behind a desk and reads a newspaper while ignoring his visitor. Zig stares at the stranger while surrounded by skulls and strange animal parts. Zig puts a coin on the counter and asks for the person currently in charge of the building. The worker looks down at his paper and explains that he only sells medicine in this location. The young man remains focused on his reading and tells Zig to leave the premises if he is not planning to buy anything. Zig asks the man where he gets his stock for the store. The employee calls the information a trade secret and tells the warrior to leave once again. Zig accepts the answer and prepares to head back outside. Zig apologizes for the trouble and tells the man to keep the change before heading toward the exit. The warrior walks out the door and leaves the shop. Inside the room, the clerk remains seated and continues to read his newspaper in total silence. The young man stares ahead with a serious expression as he processes the recent encounter. The worker suddenly sets his paper aside and begins to sneak away from his desk. The man heads through a back door and makes a clacking sound as he enters the alley. He looks around with a quick glance to ensure he is not being followed. He stops at a nearby building and lets out a series of quiet knocks on a wooden door. The clerk enters a room where several men are sitting on a couch. A man with tattoos and a cigarette asks what he wants and notes that he already told him not to visit so frequently. The young clerk looks nervous as he addresses Angus. He explains that a strange person came to look around the shop. Angus looks toward the door and asks who is standing behind the clerk. The worker expresses confusion while Zig taps him on the shoulder. Zig stands behind the clerk and offers his thanks to the man for showing him the way. The clerk lets out a shout and falls to the ground with a loud thump. Angus quickly draws a knife and calls him a fool for letting himself be followed. Zig raises his hand and tells the men to wait because he did not come to this location for a fight. Zig keeps his hand raised while Angus points a blade at his neck. He wants to make a deal with the men. Angus ponders the offer of a deal and asks the warrior to explain his actual goal. Angus keeps his knife steady and demands that the man reveal his identity. Zig presents himself as a lowly mercenary and suggests that he and the men are on the same team. Angus considers the possibility of meeting yet another mercenary. Angus concludes that the warrior is definitely not the police but still notes his interest in why a mercenary would bother visiting their hideout. Zig reaches toward his pocket with a quiet rustle while explaining that he is simply looking for some answers. As he reaches into his cloak, Angus and his partner react with a start. A heavy bag makes a clinking sound as Zig pulls it out. Zig tells Angus to catch the bag and tosses the sack through the air. Angus catches the object with his free hand. Angus stares at the contents and sees that the bag is full of coins. A wide smile spreads across the face of the man. Angus tells his group that they have a guest and instructs them to treat the visitor well. Angus identifies himself and invites the warrior to state his specific interests. Zig gives his name and explains that he wants to learn about the major groups in the city along with their territories and current business activities. Angus notes the lack of local knowledge and asks if his guest is a newcomer. Zig clarifies that he reached the city only a short time ago. Angus lights a cigarette and says that while the information is common knowledge, there are only 3 major groups worth mentioning. Angus lists the 3 main powers as the Basalta family in the north, his own Cantalera family in the south, and the Jinsuya group in the east. Angus explains that the Cantalera and Basalta families function as traditional mafia organizations that manage illegal drugs, gambling, and the smuggling of magic gear. Angus notes the lack of serious conflict recently, but Zig noticed that Jinsuya seems different from the other 2 powers. Angus begins his talk about the Jinsuya group. Angus admits his own ignorance about the group and calls them a complete mystery to the point where even Zig feels disappointed. Angus explains that the group consists of Eastern immigrants who arrived 2 decades ago and remains a secret to the rest of the city. Angus describes how the outsiders took over the east side from the Basalta family after appearing out of nowhere. The Basalta family fought back to keep the outsiders from stealing their land. But the situation was far from simple and the Basalta family ultimately had to surrender their territory. Zig asks for confirmation on whether the members of the Jinsuya group are actually strong. Angus admits that the group is indeed powerful even though he finds it annoying to acknowledge the fact. Angus notes that his rivals have many members whose abilities can rival the top-ranking fighters in his own gang. Zig processes the information about the Eastern group and concludes that he will need to be careful to watch his back. Angus cracks his neck and explains that everyone does what they want, which leads to them bumping heads on a regular basis. Angus warns Zig that some members of the rival group are pure trouble and suggests that running away is the best option upon seeing them. Zig considers the concept of these dangerous individuals while Angus adds that they probably hold high positions and possess incredible strength. Angus explains that a single fighter from that group is capable of defeating every member of his gang without any help. This conversation reminds him of a certain someone. Angus finishes his summary of the city and mentions that the information is likely not worth the large payment he received. Zig says the information is more than enough and offers his gratitude to the man. Angus finds it strange that he keeps meeting mercenaries lately as he finishes his cigarette. Zig reminds the man about the other mercenary mentioned during their earlier conversation. Angus thinks about the local talent pool and notes that mercenaries in this city are generally insignificant. Angus looks at his guest and observes that the other mercenary actually looks quite a bit like him. Angus describes how that person stood out from the crowd as Zig says goodbye and heads out the door. Angus offers to sell Zig some drugs as a parting gift, but Zig explains he is already well stocked before he suddenly spots a reason to stop talking. Zig tightly clenches his weapon while Angus wonders what exactly is bothering his new business partner. Zig stands in the alleyway and says that spying on other people is a very rude habit. A voice from the dark tunnel responds with a sound of curiosity. The newcomer expresses surprise that the warrior managed to sense her presence from such a long distance. A female elf wearing Eastern garments and carrying a long sword stands before the group. Angus reacts with alarm and identifies the woman as one of the dangerous individuals he described. Angus warns the warrior that the woman belongs to the Jinsuya group. Angus shouts at the newcomer and demands to know what gives her the right to spy on them while calling her actions pathetic. The elf woman finds the accusation rather upsetting coming from individuals like them. The woman clarifies that she was simply eavesdropping instead of spying. The stranger explains that she wanted to observe the group but worried that the warrior would figure her out if she moved any closer. The woman notes that Zig ended up being noticed despite her attempts to stay hidden. The elf looks at the warrior and asks for his identity while Angus and his partner flinch in fear. Zig identifies himself as a simple mercenary who is only traveling through the area. The elf woman processes this information and confirms that the man is neither an adventurer nor a member of the mafia. Zig agrees with the assessment while the woman lets out a quiet laugh. The woman concludes that she has caught the mercenary in the middle of a drug deal with local criminals. Zig states that he did not actually purchase any illegal substances. The elf points out that she heard his earlier words and insists that he must have some drugs in his possession anyway. The elf woman notes that his lack of affiliation is more than enough reason for her to act and observes that he does not belong to any organization. The woman smiles while saying that no one will care if she ends his life right now. Angus tries to apologize as he prepares to leave while Zig tells the man that he is not required to stay and should feel free to run away. Angus and his men flee down the alley as the elf woman considers that chasing after small fry like them is usually a waste of time. The woman rests her hand on her blade and decides that this encounter has actually paid off and will likely be very fun. Zig stares back and states his preference to avoid a pointless battle that has absolutely nothing to do with his job. The elf woman explains that this is her job and tells the warrior to simply accept the situation. She adds that the encounter is not pointless as long as it is fun. The 12th chapter begins with a duel in the dark alleyway. Zig studies the elf woman and notes that her current posture makes it impossible for him to guess the length of her sword. The two fighters stand at opposite ends of the path. Zig feels that she is an expert who knows exactly how to fight human. Zig swings his giant twin blade in a wide arc that clears the air with a loud swoosh. The elf woman stays perfectly still. The warrior continues his attack while the elf woman manages to dodge him in the blink of an eye. Zig changes his direction and his sword smashes into the ground with a loud bang that ruins the local masonry. The elf woman jumps away from the flying rocks. The elf woman slides across the street to give herself more room. Zig stares at her and realizes that she is about to draw her sword. The elf woman draws her blade with a motion so fast the air seems to vibrate. The woman launches an attack that forces Zig to react with total surprise. The warrior uses the heavy guard of his twin blade to stop the metal. But her blade cut his twin blade. A pile of crates explodes into tiny pieces when that piece falls to the ground. The two fighters make some distance between their positions. The woman stands in the alley and admits she did not think the man was fast enough to survive her previous move. Zig looks at the long curved blade. The woman stares back with a look of extreme focus. The elf identifies the weapon as a katana and explains that it is a traditional sword from her own country. Zig points out that the woman managed to launch her entire attack during the same split second she pulled her sword from its scabbard. The elf woman explains that in her homeland people use that specific method as the standard way to unsheath a blade for combat. The woman says that the warrior is the very first person she has ever met who was able to stay alive through that move on his first try. Zig shifts his massive metal blade with a heavy clunking noise and stays silent while he prepares for upcoming attack. The elf woman wants to show the technique to him one more time, but she knows that the man will not let her have that satisfaction. Zig confirms that he certainly does not want to see it again. The woman tells the mercenary not to get too confident just because he lived through a single move as she prepares to continue the duel. The duel continues as the elf woman points her thin blade directly at the mercenary. Zig stands his ground and waits for her to commit to her next movement. The sharp tip of the katana sits inches away from the warrior's face. Zig keeps his eyes fixed on the steel. The woman swings her sword with a fast motion that cuts through the empty air. Zig ducks low to avoid the strike while the elf woman prepares to follow up with another slash. A loud clang echoes through the alleyway as the thin katana meets the side of Zig's massive twin blade. The force of the impact causes the ground to shatter into pieces. The elf woman slides across the cobblestones and resets her stance to evaluate the situation. Blood begins to drip onto the ground from a fresh wound on the elf woman's leg. Zig notes that the cut is not deep enough to hinder her movement while the elf woman lets out a short laugh of amusement. The elf woman tells the warrior that his performance is impressive. Moreover, he possesses a high amount of courage before she dashes forward. The woman executes a series of fast strikes that Zig is barely able to follow with his eyes. She looks quite pleased with the opportunity to test her speed against his heavy armor. The elf woman dances around the alley with a light step while Zig turns his entire body to avoid being flanked. She lifts her katana high and prepares for a heavy downward stroke. The sounds of combat fill the alley as the blades meet with a sharp clang. The woman slides her feet across the pavement to reposition herself for another aggressive swing. Zig's heavy weapon smashes into the ground with a loud bang that sends debris into the air. The warrior observes the movement of his opponent while thinking that a major attack is arriving. The elf woman rushes in to capitalize on the warrior's stuck weapon but finds her blade hitting the solid metal instead of the man. She realizes that Zig has used his own sword as a shield to block her path. Zig holds his ground while the elf woman tries to maneuver around his massive sword. He anchors himself in place and uses that position to counter with a kick. Zig decides that close-range combat requires more than just a blade and delivers a heavy blow. The elf woman grits her teeth as she feels the impact of the warrior's physical strength for the first time. The force of the exchange sends the woman flying across the alleyway with a loud thud. She hits the stone wall hard and lets out a short sound of pain while the dust settles around her. The elf woman remains on the ground for a moment while her body shakes from the shock of the hit. Zig stands perfectly still with his weapon ready and watches as his opponent struggles to regain her composure. The woman slowly pulls herself back to her feet and brushes off the dirt. Zig remarks that her aggressive expression is quite a good look for him. A wide smile spreads across the face of the woman as she admits that this battle has turned out to be far more entertaining than she ever expected it to be. Zig acknowledges that the woman is quite energetic and realizes that while she managed to soften her landing, the heavy hit definitely left a mark. He reacts with surprise as a sudden movement passes right by his face. A pleasant aura fills the air and Zig identifies the smell of healing magic. He realized his own mistake in forgetting that his opponent is capable of using spells in addition to her sword skills. The elf woman stands quietly and admits that a very long time has passed since she last felt the need to use this power in a fight. A strange vibration causes Zig to shiver as the atmosphere in the alleyway begins to change. The woman stands in the shadows and declares that Zig is an opponent worthy of her full strength. She decides to stop holding back as a loud crackling sound echoes through the narrow corridor. Sparking energy surrounds the elf woman as she prepares for the next stage of the battle. She focuses her power on the blade and gets ready to end the duel with everything she has. The elf woman stands near a stone wall that shows several deep vertical slashes from the earlier exchange. A sharp sound echoes through the corridor as the elf woman grips the handle of her katana. Zig watches the movement and understands that the next strike will be much faster than the ones before. The two fighters face each other from opposite ends of the alleyway. The elf woman looks at the warrior and promises to give him a final memory to take with him into the afterlife. The woman maintains a wide smile while standing among the broken crates and rubble. She announces her final charge and prepares to close the distance for one last strike against the mercenary. The 13th chapter begins with the title Lightning. The elf woman stands in the center of the alleyway while electricity sparks around her. She tells Zig that she will give him a final memory to take into the afterlife. Zig stares at the flashes and concludes that the woman is using lightning magic. The elf woman smiles and announces her intention to start the next attack. Zig watches from a distance as a bolt of energy strikes the pavement as she is coming for him. The elf woman moves too fast for the eye to follow and lands a strike on the warrior. Zig feels a sharp pain as blood sprays from his side. Zig lets out a sound of distress while the elf woman delivers her next slash to him. Zig looks down at the fresh injury on his torso. The elf woman stands at the other end of the alley and prepares for the rest of the fight. Zig realizes he cannot dodge the incoming attack. He watches the blade move toward him while he remains in a defensive stance. Zig lets out a loud shout as he prepares for a sudden change in tactics. Zig let go his massive sword away to increase his speed. The elf woman expresses her confusion at the sight of the warrior discarding his only weapon. Zig lunges forward and grabs his opponent before she can react. The elf woman is startled as the warrior closes the distance between them. Zig catches the arm of the elf woman to stop her from using the blade. He holds her wrist firmly while she tries to regain her balance. Zig blocked her sheath with his other hand. But her sheath crushed his armor. Zig notices that the elf woman is using an iron sheath to defend herself. The woman is impressed by the warrior's block and asks how he will survive without his sword. Zig is not worried and notes that having a weapon would have made the battle far too easy. The elf woman demands silence while her lightning magic crackles with renewed intensity. Zig uses his armored arms to deflect the incoming strikes during the frantic exchange. He quickly realizes that the electricity is not being used for a direct ranged attack but functions as a form of self-enhancement magic. The mercenary observes that the woman has become much faster and physically stronger than she was before activating her powers. Zig struggles against the sheer physical power of the elf woman as both fighters shake from the intense strain of their close grapple. The elf woman breaks the hold with a swift motion and forces the stumbling warrior to lose his grip. She launches another rapid hand strike that forces Zig to quickly move his arm to defend himself. The elf woman lands a heavy body blow to the warrior's torso, causing him to grunt from the sudden impact. Zig wobbles backward to regain his footing while the elf woman immediately swings her blade for another strike. He barely reacts in time as the fast attack cuts through the air right in front of his face. Zig uses his armored forearm to block the elf woman's blade and try to prevent himself from being cut. Zig looks at the cracks in his gauntlet and realizes that his metal armor is not strong enough to handle the pressure of the attack. The elf woman lets out a shout while she continues her fast strikes against the mercenary. Zig stands in the dark alleyway and makes a sound of pain while his blood drips onto the cobblestones. The elf woman stops her movement and asks why the warrior refuses to use any magic during their duel. The woman stares at her opponent and asks if he is actually holding back his true power. Zig says that he might be holding back or maybe he is not. The elf woman considers the response and prepares to finish the duel. The elf woman tells the warrior to keep holding back and take his secrets to the grave while she readies her sword. She dashes through the alley with a burst of speed that destroys the stone ground in her path. Then she closes the distance and swings her katana toward the mercenary in a wide arc. A bright light fills the screen as the two fighters collide in the center of the narrow corridor. The elf woman declares that she has found her target while the tip of her blade reaches the warrior. Zig looks on as the attack connects with his body. Zig moves away from the elf woman's strike and retreats toward the back of the alleyway. The woman continues her pursuit while the warrior stays low to the ground. Zig lands firmly on the cobblestones with a heavy thud. He repositioned himself near the giant sword he discarded earlier in the fight. Zig stands next to his massive blade while the elf woman realizes he intentionally led her back to his weapon. She wonders if the warrior actually planned the movement from the start. The woman stares at her opponent and wonders if he seriously believed she would fail to notice his tactical maneuver. The elf woman declares her disappointment in the mercenary and launches a fresh attack. Zig reaches out to defend himself as the thin blade swings toward him. The katana slices into the warrior's shoulder and causes a spray of blood. Zig lets out sounds of exertion and pain as the sharp metal cuts through his armor and into his skin. Zig clenches his fist while blood drips from the fresh wound on his neck. The elf woman notices he again throws his weapon in the air. Zig reaches down to the handle of his massive sword and uses it to deliver a heavy strike. The impact causes a loud boom that echoes through the narrow street. Zig launches a powerful counterattack using his twin blade that sends the elf woman flying backward. She lets out a sound of pain as blood sprays from her mouth. Zig lets out a long breath and acknowledges that his opponent is very strong. He stands in the middle of the alley while the woman remains motionless on the ground. Zig looks down at his ruined clothes and fresh injuries. He expresses his disbelief about fighting such a powerful opponent without receiving any payment for the work. Zig reaches down and picks up his heavy weapon from the stone floor. He decides that he should finish the elf woman off while he has the opportunity. Zig concludes that the woman is dangerous and might be powerful enough to give Siasha a difficult time. He continues to study his battered opponent while the dust settles in the alley. Zig notices something dangling from the woman's gear. He stops his advance to stare at the mysterious object. Zig looks at the woman and shows his total disbelief while the elf woman remains quiet despite the damage she has taken. The identification tag reveals that the elf woman's name is Isana Gian and shows her rank as a second-class adventurer. Zig expresses total disbelief at the situation following the fierce battle. Zig stands over the fallen elf woman and notes that she is actually a second-class adventurer. Zig feels the pressure of the moment and tries to figure out his next move. He realizes that the death of such a high-profile adventurer will lead to a very thorough investigation. The mercenary decides that he cannot risk having this incident traced back to him. Zig considers framing the local mafia for the deed but quickly concludes that it is hard to believe those criminals could actually handle someone as strong as this woman. Zig understands that if the investigation reached the mafia then Angus and his friends would likely sell him out immediately even if he planned to pin the crime on them first. Zig admits that the intense pain makes it impossible for him to think straight. Zig pulls some medicine from a small bag and chews it to manage his physical condition. Zig focuses on Isana and notes the complications that arise from her being an adventurer. Zig understands that he and the elf will eventually meet again if she lives. He decides that regardless of the future trouble he cannot bring himself to kill her. Zig looks down at the unconscious woman and concludes that he has only one real choice left. Zig lets out a heavy sigh before reaching down to start his plan. He acknowledges that the task ahead will be hard but remains certain it is his best option. Siasha opens the door and demands to know what is wrong with Zig. The warrior carries a large bundle on his shoulder and states that he ran into a few problems. Zig looks exhausted as he offers an apology and asks Siasha to heal him. Siasha instructs the warrior to sit on the bed and explains that she will begin working right away. Siasha looks at the wounds and remarks that the situation is horrible. Siasha decides to stop the bleeding in his arm first while she realizes that his bone is broken. The pair sits together on the bed as the witch uses her magic to treat the injuries. Siasha asks Zig to explain exactly what happened during his time away. Zig notes that the woman tied up in the corner of the room was the one responsible for attacking him. Siasha asks if the woman was really alone while Zig confirms that he fought her by himself. Siasha observes the severity of the injuries and reflects on how Zig is usually on a different level in close combat. She finds it difficult to believe a single person could leave a sword wound of this magnitude on him. Siasha asks Zig why he chose to let her live instead of finishing her off. Zig lets out a heavy sigh and reaches into his gear to pull out a small object. Siasha looks at the item and states with total shock that the woman is a second-class adventurer. Siasha remembers hearing that any adventurer ranked above the 4th class is essentially a superhuman. Siasha realizes that Zig chose to spare the woman specifically because of her. Siasha considers her new career as an adventurer and understands that Zig cannot let anyone know he harmed a high-profile target due to their close partnership. Zig offers an apology and admits that his own carelessness led to this situation. Siasha tells the warrior not to worry and notes that he has already done a great deal for her. Siasha states that they eventually need to decide what to do with their captive while Zig confirms his agreement. Zig looks toward the corner and observes that the woman is finally awake before asking if she has anything to say. The captive elf woman stays perfectly still while tied up against the wall. The woman stares back at the mercenary and mentions that he did not actually kill her. She explains that she would rather bite her own tongue than allow anyone to use her as a hostage against the Jinsuya group. The elf suggests that Zig should just cut off her head and give it to the Basalta or Cantalera families as a gift. Siasha listens to the offer and wonders what the woman is talking about. Zig asks the woman exactly how much she values her life while the elf asks for a better explanation of his meaning. Zig asks the woman how many crimes she is willing to ignore to save her own life, including drug possession. The elf reacts with total surprise. The woman asks for more details about the deal and notes that simply killing her would be much faster. Zig stays silent while the warrior looks at his captive. Zig explains that Siasha is a client and an adventurer. The elf expresses her shock at this revelation. The warrior says the woman hired him as a bodyguard and he joins her on various missions. The elf finds herself confused about why he was in the shop earlier. Zig notes that they come from a distant place and require information to survive in a land with different customs. He states that they cannot ignore activities happening behind the scenes during a dangerous job like adventuring. The elf concludes that she basically assumed the man was a criminal and launched an attack against him for that reason. Isana admits to herself that drug possession is a crime but notes it is not serious enough to kill someone immediately. She begins to wonder if she took things too far. The captive elf continues to dwell on her excessive actions while Zig begins to lay out the terms of their agreement. Zig declares that he is willing to forget the entire struggle if the elf ignores the drugs. Siasha reacts with total shock at the suggestion. Siasha demands to know how Zig can forgive her when she severely injured him like this. Zig agrees it is a good point and adds that the woman will pay for his damaged gear and help their reputation. He mentions there is one last important rule. Zig orders the woman to never touch his client again. The elf acknowledges that the condition is easy to follow but remains curious. Isana asks Zig if those simple terms are truly all he wants from her. Zig asks the elf woman if she really understands the terms. Isana stares back at the warrior with a look of total nervousness. Zig tells Isana with a super serious face that she is never to touch his companion for any reason. The warrior needs to make sure his message is absolutely clear. The woman confirms that she understands the instruction. The captive woman swears in the name of her clan that she will not touch the girl. Zig looks at the elf and tells her to remember what she just said. Zig delivers a final threat to the captive woman. He states that he will annihilate her entire clan if she chooses to go back on her word. Isana looks at the warrior with a worried expression. Isana accepts the terms and notes that a deal is a deal as she stands before the warrior. Zig asks for permission to handle the weapon on the nightstand while Isana gives her consent. The warrior picks up the katana and examines the quality of the blade. Zig notes that the sword is fine work and offers his praise while Isana expresses her gratitude and begins to ask a question. Zig introduces himself and Siasha before the elf woman asks why he chose to use such a crummy weapon in their duel. Zig lets out a sigh and repeats the description of his sword as crummy while Isana apologizes and suggests he likely has his own reasons. Zig tells the woman not to worry because he simply does not have any money. Isana states that she understands the situation. Zig suddenly remembers that the elf is supposed to pay him back for his broken sword and asks how much money she can provide. Isana starts to respond with hesitation. Isana explains that she does not have a large amount of money because she sends most of it back to her clan to cover their living costs. Zig's excitement lasts only 2 seconds. Isana reveals that she can only afford to pay about 500,000. Zig finds this news to be perfect. Zig notes that he can add 500,000 of his own and concludes that a total of 1 million will buy some decent gear. Isana tells the warrior to wait for a moment. Isana repeats the price and asks what kind of weapon requires 1 million to purchase. Zig asks if there is a problem with his calculation. Zig holds the sword and Isana asks for an estimate on its value. Zig suggests a price of 2 million and Isana shakes her head. Zig then asks if the weapon is worth 3 million instead. Isana corrects the warrior and states that the katana is worth 10 million. Zig reacts with shock and repeats the high price with a look of disbelief. Isana explains that everyone uses high-quality gear for fighting demon beasts. She asks if the pair are new to the profession. Siasha confirms that she reached the 9th class only a few days ago. She adds that she already has experience fighting against a 7th class monster. Isana asks if the two of them are joking about using simple iron weapons to fight such creatures. Siasha asks if using iron is a bad thing. Isana says she is not sure but admits she is surprised they are still alive. Isana decides to move past the discussion and offers to take the group to look at weapons immediately. Zig suggests delaying the trip until tomorrow because his body has not fully recovered from the battle. Zig instructs Isana to wash herself too. Isana notes that her face is still sore and promises to meet them again the following day. After she leaves, Siasha asks if the woman is actually trustworthy while Zig concludes that they have no other options. The witch lets out a tired breath and sits down on the bed next to her companion. Zig looks off to the side with a very gentle face. Siasha reaches out and gently touches the warrior on his hurt shoulder and started her healing process. Siasha tells the man to please be more careful and Zig looks back at her to say yes. Zig looks into the quiet room and promises that he will follow her advice as the two sit together on the bed silently. In the 15th chapter, the group arrives at a large blacksmith shop to find a new weapon. A cheerful shopkeeper greets Zig, Siasha, and a bandaged Isana with a loud welcome as they step inside the building. The shopkeeper takes a moment to notice Isana standing behind the warrior. Zig holds up his twin blade to show the clerk his current equipment. He explains that he is looking for a new weapon of the exact same type and asks if the store has anything similar available. The woman identifies the unusual object as a twin blade. She mentions that very few people actually use that kind of weapon and explains that they do not keep any of them on display in the front of the shop. She tells Zig that she will check with her manager to see if they have any twin blades hidden away in the back storage area. The group waits inside the store. Two men in the background recognize the newcomer and identify Isana as the White Lightning Princess. Isana stands with her arms crossed. Zig repeats the title White Lightning Princess to confirm what he just heard. Isana admits that the title is essentially her nickname while looking very unhappy about the local reputation she has earned. Zig repeats the word princess with a smirk on his face. Isana begins to blush and mumble in response to the warrior's teasing. Isana shouts at Zig and tells him to be quiet. She is aware she does not act like a princess and never requested the title from anyone. Zig offers a simple apology for his comments. Zig notes that he finds it unexpected that the elf warrior has a nickname. Isana mentions that there are other similar nicknames used for adventurers like the Ice Princess or the Flame Lord. He notes that those specific titles seem quite rough for anyone to have. Isana admits that she is 26 years old now and would really rather not be called a princess at her current age. Zig notes that the elf woman is actually older than he is. Isana looks at the warrior in disbelief and remarks that he must be joking about being younger than her when his face looks the way it does. Zig becomes annoyed and asks what his face has to do with. Zig decides they should stop talking about the matter while Siasha stands nearby with her true age estimated at over 200 years. The shopkeeper returns to the room and thanks the group for waiting while she prepares to present the items. The clerk shows the only two twin blades currently in the store. She explains that the first one is a high-quality weapon made from the scythes of a razor-head mantis. She adds a warning that the blades are so sharp they have even accidentally cut off the arm of a previous owner. Zig studies the mantis blade and observes that extremely sharp weapons tend to become brittle very quickly. He expresses his doubt that the tool would survive through multiple fights or even a single long battle as the shopkeeper moves on to the next weapon. Zig picks up the second twin blade to inspect its weight and construction. Isana observes the weapon and notes its high quality before asking about the material. The shopkeeper explains that the blade is carved from the horns of an azure fork helm. Isana mentions that such materials are quite rare. Isana decides the weapon should be durable enough but asks if it has any magical properties. The clerk whispers that magic gear would be much more expensive. Zig states that he wants to try out the weapon. The shopkeeper leads him toward the back of the store. The clerk shows Zig into a workshop and tells him he is free to swing the blade there. Zig thanks her as he walks into the center of the room. Zig performs a wide practice swing that creates a loud swishing sound in the air. Zig continues his trial by moving the double-edged sword in several directions. The local blacksmiths stop their work to observe the mercenary. The warrior performs a series of fast strikes that leave white trails of light across the workshop while the other watches. The clerk gestures toward a suit of plate armor and suggests that Zig attempt to cut through the heavy metal. Zig asks if the woman is certain about the request and she tells him to proceed without worry. Zig swings the blade with a loud impact that slices the top half of the armor clean off. The metal chest piece flies across the room before hitting the floor. The shopkeeper notes the successful test. Zig observes the quality of the Azure Forkhelm twin blade and decides that the equipment is excellent. Isana asks about the cost of the weapon while the shopkeeper reveals that the price is exactly 1 million. Isana considers the high quality of the blade and decides that the $1 million price tag is actually quite reasonable. The shopkeeper observes Zig's worn gear and fresh bruises while noting that a famous adventurer is managing his funds. She wonders if the warrior is secretly a very powerful customer and concludes he might be a big spender. The clerk offers to lower the price of the weapon to 700,000 or sell it as a set with some gloves for the original 1 million. Isana agrees that the new offer sounds like a good bargain. The shopkeeper expresses her gratitude for their business and heads off to collect the gloves. Zig looks at the clerk and mentions his surprise that she is willing to give him such a large discount on the equipment. The shopkeeper mentions that the twin blade has been sitting in storage for a long time because very few people choose to use that specific type of weapon. She notes that the store enjoys selling their items to talented customers and expresses her hope for more business at Ernesta Atelier in the future. Zig declares that he and Isana are officially even. He looks back and states that he still expects the elf woman to honor the rest of her promise. Isana remains silent. Zig and Siasha begin to walk away down the narrow street. Isana stops their movement and asks if she can inquire about a specific topic. Isana looks at the pair and asks if they are just like everyone else who is unwilling to accept individuals from a different race like her. Siasha looks down and explains that she was not accepted at the place where she lived before. She mentions that she eventually ran away because she is also considered to be from a different race. Siasha clenches her fist and states that she understands why people find it difficult to accept them. She explains that it is natural for people to fear the unknown when they do not understand what someone else is thinking. Isana asks if she knows of a way to fix that problem. Siasha observes that finding a solution is difficult. She explains that trying to convince or overpower others does not work and suggests there might not be a good answer to the problem. Siasha smiles as she adds that this is exactly why she wants to keep people who can understand and accept her nearby. Isana repeats the phrase about people who can understand while Siasha asks if the elf has anyone like that in her life. Isana considers the possibility that she was the one responsible for building walls around herself. She wonders if she is just acting like an immature brat. Zig gives Ishana a pat on the shoulder and asks if she wants to go on a journey of self-discovery. Isana reacts to Zig's suggestion by shouting that she will absolutely not go on any such journey. Then, Siasha bows her head as the group prepares to part ways. Isana huffs and clenches her fist as she begins to walk away from the duo. Shah walks down the city street alone, planning to return home, have a drink, and finally relax after the long day. Zig and Siasha continue their walk through the crowded marketplace. Siasha asks the warrior if he is interested in getting something to eat and Zig agrees to the idea. The warrior suddenly feels a shiver and turns his head toward a side street. Zig stops moving and looks deep into a dark, narrow alleyway. A sudden sound echoes from the shadows. Siasha notices his reaction and asks him if there is something bothering him. Zig tries to distinguish between bloodlust and hatred while Siasha looks on with a blank expression. He concludes that the negative energy is focused entirely on Siasha and that is why his instincts were slow to react. Zig feels that the person hiding in the darkness is very talented at staying invisible. Zig assures his companion that nothing is wrong. Siasha ignores the tension and announces her need for a meat skewer from a nearby stall. Zig holds his heavy blade and promises to be ready for any trouble that follows them. Zig tightens his grip and reminds himself that his duties as a bodyguard do not change even if someone is watching from the shadows. He is prepared to deal with anyone who tries to block their path. The receptionist calls out to all adventurers participating in the hunting squad. Zig and Siasha stand among the crowd as the woman begins her announcement to the gathered warriors. The receptionist instructs the group to line up in the designated area. She explains that everyone must go through the proper onboarding procedures before the mission can begin. Siasha looks at the large number of people and mentions that the task will be easy because of the crowd. Zig points out that having this many adventurers present means the demon beasts are running rampant. Zig notices a sudden presence behind him and reacts with a brief moment of surprise. He turns his head to see who is trying to get his attention from the back of the line. A man with a goatee greets Zig and notes that he has brought a different woman with him today. He also declares that Zig is a very lucky guy. Subscribe now if you want to get lucky too. Zig spins around with a swift motion to face the two men. The sudden movement forces the man to grit his teeth while he stares at the large mercenary. Zig realizes that people are talking about him being seen with Isana a few days ago. The man with the goatee notes that it must be nice to switch between different women so easily. The man points out that Zig even gets women to buy weapons for him and claims his own dignity would never allow such behavior. Siasha tries to explain that the man is wrong about how things actually work between them. The stranger asks Siasha if she really does not care that her partner is pursuing other women despite having her around. Siasha begins to say again that the situation is not what the man thinks it is. The man with the goatee suggests that Siasha should leave the cheating loser and join his group instead. Siasha reacts to the suggestion with a look of intense anger directed at the stranger. Zig remains silent while a voice from the side asks the group what they are doing. A guy identifies the newcomer as Alan while he mentions that the group appeared to be having an argument. Alan asks if there is a problem while the man with the goatee nervously laughs and claims they were only having a short conversation. The two men quickly run away as Alan asks if he overstepped his bounds and Zig thanks him for the assistance. Siasha stands with a dark expression as Zig notes that she was very close to losing her temper. Alan admits he only intervened because he was worried about the safety of the other men. Siasha mentions that he makes her feel like she is being judged. Zig advises his companion that she needs to learn how to ignore situations like the one they just experienced. Siasha explains that she does not care what people say about her. She adds that she only becomes upset when people speak poorly of Zig. Zig says he appreciates her feelings but acknowledges that he looks like a complete parasite to everyone else. Siasha shouts that people only think such things because they do not understand the actual circumstances of their partnership. Zig mentions that explaining every small detail to everyone is not a realistic goal. He understands that people will judge others based only on their own observations and the things they hear. Siasha agrees and slumps her shoulders in response to the situation. Zig looks at her with a smile and places his hand on her head to ask if she remembers a specific thought. Zig recalls the moment Siasha mentioned wanting to keep those who understand and accept her nearby. Siasha shows a warm smile after hearing the warrior's words. Alan watches the duo from a short distance and notes that Zig is a rare type of person. Alan observes that many people in their profession pick fights because they believe being underestimated will stop their progress. Zig responds by stating that he does not consider himself to be an adventurer. Zig explains that those who underestimated others in the past typically did not live very long lives. He decides that it is a waste of time to worry about people like that. Alan observes that Zig's description of his profession sounds like a very difficult and violent way to make a living. Zig asks Alan about his own role in the current mission since the group is officially designated as a 7th-class hunting squad. Siasha explains that his team is present as a form of insurance and describes their job as babysitting the lower-ranked adventurers. Zig repeats the word babysitting. Alan clarifies that the local policy requires at least one party ranked 4th class or higher to accompany every large hunting squad for safety. Alan notes that high-class demon beasts often appear during the current mating season and his team is responsible for handling those dangerous irregularities. Zig agrees that the term babysitting makes sense for the situation while Alan admits he is not a fan of using that specific word. Zig concludes that he has no reason to worry about the mission if Alan and his group are nearby to provide support. Alan mentions that he is glad Zig feels that way and promises not to let him down. He gives a wave to the group as he prepares to depart. Zig confirms with his companion that their current destination is Fuel Mountain. Siasha agrees and explains that their main targets are stone beetle larvae. She adds that there is a possibility of running into fully grown stone beetles or mad claw beetles during the hunt. Siasha lists the high-class demon beasts that inhabit the area. She identifies the potential threats as gobblestone goblins, hammertail lizards, and pickhead dragons. Zig focuses on the mention of dragons. Siasha clarifies that the beasts are actually demi-dragons rather than true dragons. She explains that they lack intelligence and cannot breathe fire, but she notes that their physical strength and vitality are still exceptional. Zig mentions that the description of the mission sounds like a fairy tale and admits his interest is growing. Siasha explains that they cannot hunt those specific creatures because pighead dragons are elite 4th-class demon beasts. Zig states that even if they managed to defeat a dragon, the guild would only respond with a scolding. Siasha remarks that the limitation is a shame. The duo reaches Fuel Mountain and pauses to look at the massive rock formations under the clear sky. Alan tells the crowd that stone beetles are the target for the mission. He warns that the creatures appear in large numbers despite not being fully grown and orders everyone to stay together to protect their teammates. Zig observes many adventurers from different parties talking to each other. Siasha agrees and notes that those people are likely participants from the same clan. Siasha explains that coordinating with strangers is usually hard but says it is easier for those who already know each other. Zig acknowledges that they are not good at working with other parties and suggests they stay out of the way. They walk toward a dark opening at the end of a rocky path. The tall stone cliffs make the adventurers look very small as they enter the narrow canyon. Zig observes the way Alan has organized his team. He notes that the party has split into 2 groups to watch both sides and protect the main force from any surprise attacks. Zig sees that the other adventurers are using magic to fight the enemies and realizes he will not be helpful in this situation. Siasha tells him that he should relax and take it easy for the day. She declares that using magic is her specialty and she is ready to show what she can do. Zig agrees to take a break and says he will stay at the back of the group. He tells Siasha that he will watch for trouble and let her know if anything happens. Siasha agrees. The line of warriors moves deeper into the crevice between the giant rocks. A massive stone beetle with glowing eyes charges out of a dark cave. The beast is immediately hit by a volley of arrows from the archers in the line. The stone beetle falls onto the rocky ground with a heavy thud as multiple projectiles pierce its thick shell. Zig watches the easy victory and concludes that he will not be of any use during the hunt. A female adventurer walks up to him and asks if she can inquire about a specific topic. The woman asks if it is true that Zig was seen with Isana a few days ago. Zig confirms that the report is true while the woman reacts with a visible shiver of surprise. The adventurer asks for more details on whether the rumors about Isana buying him a weapon are also true. Zig clarifies that it is more accurate to say the woman reimbursed him for his equipment. Zig explains that the woman actually attacked him because of a misunderstanding. He notes that his weapon broke in the struggle and mentions that she even opened a large hole in his shoulder. The woman concludes that his experience sounds extremely difficult. Zig asks if every high-class adventurer is as strange as the woman he met earlier. The female companion admits that many top-ranked fighters are unusual people. A loud order tells the entire group to stop moving immediately. Alan observes the area and states that the enemies have arrived. A giant swarm of stone beetles crawls out from a dark hole. The monsters fill the entire floor of the rocky canyon as they move forward. Alan notes that the enemies have finally arrived at their location. The valley floor begins to shake with loud thuds. A huge cloud of dust moves toward the group as the hidden monsters get closer. A giant swarm of stone beetles covers the entire canyon floor. Alan tells the squad that the targets are right in front of them. He orders the mages to start charging up their magic spells for the first strike. Zig watches the approaching insects and Alan tells the adventurers to point their magic at the monsters. Alan gives the command to let the magic go. Massive explosions hit the middle of the swarm and send beetle shells flying through the air. Alan identifies a second wave of monsters approaching. He holds out his hand to prepare the next attack while the rest of the group maintains their positions. Alan gives the order to fire. A barrage of fire and ice magic launches toward the stone beetles. The magical attacks hit the center of the swarm. Zig observes the destruction and concludes that the group possesses more than enough firepower to handle the mission. The adventurers continue their march while Zig looks toward a dark opening in the canyon wall. He notices a strange shape lurking in the shadows. Zig watches as a large, pointed limb reaches out from the darkness. 2 giant mantis monsters step out from the dark cave. The large insects appear at the front and sides of the rocky path. Zig drops into a low defensive stance and grips his heavy weapon. He wonders if these are the uninvited guests the guild mentioned during the mission briefing. The girl tells the warrior not to worry about the new threat. Zig asks her to explain exactly what she means by that. She points out the obvious fact that the high-ranked adventurers are being paid to handle this exact type of mess. A mantis beast stands directly in front of the lower-ranked squad. Alan suddenly blurs into motion. He draws his weapon and rushes toward the enemy. Alan ducks under the giant bug legs and swings his sword. The metal makes a sharp noise as he avoids getting squashed by a heavy limb. The swordsman slides across the rocks and delivers several quick cuts. He stays low and keeps spinning around the shell of the insect. Alan ends the fight with a single massive slash that turns the bug into pieces. The crowd cheers for the hero while he stands still. She points at the victory and Zig agrees that it was a clear display of skill. Zig watches the warrior and thinks about how a 4th class rank is well earned. He notes that the man knows exactly how to move in a fight. The girl mentions that the enemy was only a minor threat called a madclaw beetle. Zig admits he has no idea what that is and asks for more details about the creature. The monster is a madclaw beetle and is known as an elite 7th class demon beast. It is a much faster and stronger version of the regular stone beetle. The description continues that these creatures have very strong instincts to protect their territory and will act aggressively toward anyone nearby. Even so, they are quite simple-minded and can be easily tricked with decoys or bait, which keeps their threat level relatively low. She observes that it is very unusual to see these specific beetles forming a large group. Zig looks on as a fresh pack of the giant insects crawls out from the dark cave to face the line of adventurers. Zig decides that the strange behavior of the monsters is worth reporting to the mission leaders. The girl gives him a casual wave and tells him to go handle his business because he does not need to worry about her safety. In the background, the rest of the squad uses arrows and shields to hold back another charging beetle. The canyon floor becomes a noisy mess of fire and smoke. Siasha prepares her own attack. She stands with total confidence as she uses her magic to lift 3 massive boulders high into the air. The massive boulders slam into the ground with loud bangs. Beetle shells shatter as the rocks crush the monsters. Zig observes Siasha and concludes that she is holding back a lot of her power. He asks himself if she is just trying to match the pace of the other adventurers or if she has another reason for staying quiet. The entire squad engages the beetle swarm. A female warrior runs forward and uses her sword to strike down several enemies in a single motion. Alan swings his blade through the air and cuts deep into a beetle shell. He moves quickly to avoid the sharp legs of the next monster. Alan remains on his feet while the defeated beast stops moving behind him. 2 beetles move in to trap the warrior between their claws. Zig keeps a steady gaze on the fight and wonders about the situation. Alan leans his body back to avoid a sharp strike from the beetle. Alan looks tired as he continues to dodge the monsters. Zig wonders if the party leader is starting to panic under the pressure of the fight. More monsters keep showing up to join the battle one after another. Zig notes how strange it is to see so many of these creatures together since they are supposed to be very rare in large groups. Other mages step forward to provide backup for Alan. One beetle is set on fire while the support team prepares more magical attacks to thin out the swarm. Siasha uses her power to lift 3 massive boulders into the air. The boulders fall and crush a huge section of the beetle army with a loud boom. Zig observes the destruction and realizes that the magic spells from his companion are becoming much more powerful. Zig watches the chaos and decides that they need to finish the current mission as fast as possible. Zig stands in the middle of the group. Zig notices something as magic spells start hitting the ground. Siasha reacts to a sudden realization. She tells the female adventurer nearby that she is finished with her current task and the others can take control of the area. Siasha walks up behind the mercenary and says the name of the warrior. She observes that a new group of demon beasts has arrived to help the stone beetles. The large insects surround the warriors. Siasha explains that Alan and his party are busy holding back the enemies. She mentions that the leaders are unable to stop all of the monsters and more people have moved forward to assist them. Zig realizes that Siasha must have been covering for the adventurers who left the area. A member of the squad shouts to get the attention of the mercenary. Alan asks for an update on the status of the other squads as he continues to fight the demon beasts. Zig shouts back that the center squad is unaffected. He reports that the squad advancing to the right is in a situation similar to their own. Alan hears the word as he cuts down the hand of a beast. Alan observes that Siasha covered for them on their side of the canyon. He believes the group will pull through the encounter because of her help. He adds a brief word of caution as he swings his sword. Alan says that the situation for the right squad is much worse than the rest of the group. A large pack of insect monsters surrounds the struggling right squad while they try to defend their position. Alan asks Zig to leave his post and provide backup for the team in trouble. Zig hesitates for a moment. Siasha tells Zig to go ahead and help the struggling squad. Siasha smiles and declares that she is more than capable of handling the remaining monsters by herself. She mentions that the fight has been easy and she has barely worked hard at all. Zig looks at his companion for a long moment. He finally gives a simple agreement and prepares to move toward the position of the right squad. Siasha thanks Zig and shares her plan to finish the mission quickly so they can both get a promotion. Suddenly, while fighting the demon, Alan tells the mercenary that he has a request. Alan tells Zig that he has a specific job for him. Zig tells the adventurer to explain the details first because he will only give an answer after he knows exactly what the task involves. The ground is covered in the remains of defeated stone beetles. The team continues to push forward while the mages maintain their attack against any surviving enemies in the area. Alan asks Zig to focus on protecting his comrades during the fight. He offers to pay 500,000 regardless of the result and promises an extra 500,000 if Zig successfully keeps everyone safe. Zig accepts the offer to become a very expensive bodyguard. Alan smiles and adds that the bonus money depends on the number of injuries the squad members receive during the fight. Alan watches Zig walk away and admits he does not know the exact level of the mercenary's power. He realizes Zig is not an ordinary person and is very different from everyone else in the group. Alan observes Zig from a distance and decides that the warrior has a unique set of values. He compares the experience to meeting someone from a culture that is very far away. Alan continues his observation by focusing specifically on the appearance of the mercenary's eyes. Alan recalls Zig's claim that his profession is a mercenary. Alan concludes that he has never met a mercenary who possesses eyes like the ones on Zig's face. Alan stands with his sword and concludes that Zig is the right man for the job. The right squad finds itself in a difficult spot as several giant insects crawl out of the shadows to surround them. The archer girl thinks about the overwhelming number of monsters. Her partner admits that the two of them are not enough to stop the entire swarm. The girl pulls back her bowstring and notes that they have no choice but to stand their ground. A beetle blocks the arrow shot by the girl. The duo stands in the middle of the canyon while the insect army prepares for a final charge from every side. The archer girl takes a moment to process the fact that the local beetle population is much larger than she initially expected. She lets out a sound of frustration as she watches three massive monsters prepare to join the fight against her. Her armored partner swings his blade and cuts a monster. He shouts at the rocks and wonders aloud if there is a literal end to the supply of monsters in the canyon. A beetle attempts a surprise lunge from behind the warrior while the girl prepares a small spark of energy to defend him. The impact suddenly slams into the canyon floor and slices the attacking monster into several smaller pieces. He slices through the insect monster with a single motion. The armored warrior offers his thanks for the assistance. The archer girl tells him to forget the gratitude and maintain his focus on the battle. She realizes that the group is completely on its own and no reinforcements will be arriving to help them. The girl observes that her internal battery has reached zero. She notes that she is entirely out of mana and physical energy. She grips her bow tightly with both hands. The archer girl is surprised to notice there's no bow left. The archer girl curses her situation as she realizes her magic is not responding the way she needs it to during the struggle. The armored warrior screams that the monsters are heading directly for her. She decides her bow is currently a useless stick and tosses it onto the ground. The girl reaches for a pair of small axes and prepares to test if she is any better at manual labor than she is at archery. She swings her tools and successfully removes a leg from the charging beetle with a quick motion. One monster lies in pieces on the floor while another one immediately attempts to flatten the girl from above. The girl narrowly avoids becoming a permanent part of the canyon floor. The beetle monster tries to give the girl a free haircut with its sharp pincer. The girl drops her axes and slumps onto the rocks. Her body begins to shake as she realizes her internal battery is completely dead. The monster helps her travel by kicking her directly in the chest. The girl bounces across the canyon floor like a skipping stone. Her body hits the rocks multiple times before her unplanned flight finally ends. She manages to stop her slide but looks like a mess. Blood covers her face while she gasps for air and tries to stay upright. The girl stares at her blood dripping onto the stones in front of her. Her heart beats loudly as she understands that she is currently losing the battle. The girl shakes like a leaf as her body quits on her. A massive shadow covers the area. The girl admits that this is the end of her story while the monster raises its sharp limbs to strike. The insect lunges forward for the kill. The archer accepts that she is dead and stops struggling against the inevitable. A loud metal sound interrupts the execution. The girl stays on her knees and stares at the floor. She realizes that her head is still attached to her shoulders. Blood drops onto the rocks while the girl turns her head. She looks behind her to find out who interfered with the monster strike. Zig stands over her like a human wall. The expensive bodyguard has finally shown up to earn his $1 million paycheck. The armored warrior fights a group of stone beetles while his companion remains on the ground. He shouts the name of Listy as he notices a monster lunging toward her from the shadows. Listy looks ahead with a calm expression despite the blood on her face. She accepts that the fight is over and waits for the final strike. A monster swings its sharp limb but Zig appears to block the attack with his own body. Listy looks up at the mercenary and wonders why he is standing over her. Zig tells the girl to get down while he stands firm against the monster. Zig delivers a heavy kick to the chest of the insect. Zig draws his large blade and swings it with a loud sound. The weapon slices through the air and cuts the stone beetle into pieces. Listy sits on the rocky floor and stares at the mercenary. Zig turns his head and asks the girl if she is healthy. Listy responds that she is doing fine for the most part. Zig picks up a tool from the floor. He announces that he is borrowing the weapon as he begins to run. Zig grips the handle and strikes the head of a beetle. Zig looks back at the archer again. He asks if she has the strength to move her body. Listy takes his hand and says she is able to walk. Zig helps her stand and tells her that she has plenty of guts. Listy holds several quivers of arrows. She stares at the unexpected delivery of extra ammunition with a surprised expression. Listy looks up and asks for an explanation regarding the new equipment. Zig states that he took the liberty of borrowing the arrows from the center squad during his trip to her side of the canyon. He tells her that she can express her gratitude to those people at a later time. Zig tells the girl to monitor the area behind him while he focuses on the enemies in front. He declares that he is responsible for the current side of the battle and promises that he will not let a single monster pass through his line. Zig orders the insects to move back as he launches a massive attack. The armored warrior watches the sudden destruction and wonders what just happened to the monsters. He looks around and wonders if a new ally has joined the fight. The armored warrior looks at the stranger in the middle of the carnage and asks for his identity. Zig identifies himself as a mercenary and explains that Alan hired him to provide support. The armored warrior stares in disbelief and wonders why a mercenary is present on the battlefield. The warrior decides that the conversation can wait until later because the hunting squad is in danger. He warns that the entire group will be in trouble if their defensive line breaks and orders everyone to hold their position at all costs. Zig acknowledges the command. Zig stands alone in the center of the canyon floor. One monster lunges forward with its sharp claws. Zig swings his weapon with a loud swish. The blade cuts the monster into two separate pieces. Zig clenches the handle of his weapon. A swarm of stone beetles surrounds the mercenary and prepares to attack from every side. Zig swings his twin blade and blocks a strike from an insect limb. He puts his full weight into the attack to strike multiple targets at once. The single strike turns the entire group of beetles into sliced pieces. Another monster rushes toward the warrior from the side. Listy fires 3 arrows into the face and chest of a beetle. Listy reaches back to grab more arrows from the quiver provided by the mercenary. The armored warrior holds his shield up to block any incoming strikes from the swarm. The sword of the warrior slices the head off a stone beetle. The 3 fighters maintain their formation against the remaining monsters. Zig delivers a massive strike that sends beetle parts flying through the air. He concludes that fighting humanoid opponents is a much simpler task for him than dealing with these insects. Listy releases another volley of arrows with a loud sound. Arrows strike two monsters with a series of thuds. Zig swings his large weapon in a wide arc. The blade slices through the air and cuts deep into a nearby monster. The armored warrior lands a heavy blow on the head of a beetle. The warrior readies his equipment with a loud clicking sound. He shouts for the monsters to look at him instead of his allies. An arrow hits the shell of a monster with a metallic clang. Zig performs a swift horizontal cut that slices through the torso of a beetle. The mercenary moves past a charging insect while his heavy cape follows his quick turn. Zig swings his large weapon and creates a clean line through the middle of the monster. Zig delivers a heavy kick to the chest of a beetle and sends it backward. The sharp blade travels vertically through the shell of the insect. The monster falls to pieces on both sides of the warrior. Zig looks at the rocky ground and observes the result of turning the local beetle population into a collection of spare parts. Zig admires his new weapon and concludes that the twin blade was definitely worth the money. Zig stays focused while the warrior shouts from behind his shield and Listy aims another arrow at the approaching swarm. A lone insect monster stands as the final survivor among a field of its fallen comrades. Zig stares down the creature and observes that finding someone with even half the determination of these beetles would be a very difficult task. The beetle makes a final charge and Zig simply sways his body to avoid the incoming strike. Zig steps through the attack and leaves the last monster in pieces on the ground. Zig stands victorious beside the dead corpses. Ryle tells the mercenary that he saved their lives and assumes that Alan was the one who hired him. Alan runs toward the area while calling out the names of Listy and Ryle. Alan asks if his friends are still in one piece while Ryle and Listy raise hands to show that they are healthy and unharmed. Alan shares his relief that everyone is safe. Zig ignores the praise and asks the man for a report on the current status of the mission. Alan explains that his side is finished and only the target stone beetles are left to hunt. Zig looks at the dead insects and asks if finding extra trouble is a normal part of the job. Alan explains that running into enemies other than the mission targets is actually a common event for them. He notes the rarity of seeing two separate swarms at once. He observes the pile of dead insects and states that he has never heard of madclaw beetles forming such a large group. Alan concludes that something is wrong with the situation. He plans to contact the guild and mentions the possibility of ending the mission early. Zig states his plan to return to Siasha since his current task is complete. Listy gives his agreement. Ryle points out that the mercenary has sustained a fresh injury. Listy asks to inspect the wound on the shoulder. She pours liquid over the injury. Listy applies her magic to the bloody area. The wounds are instantly healed. Listy shares her name and expresses her gratitude for the rescue. Zig identifies himself and explains that a thank you is unnecessary since he was simply performing his duties. Listy states her desire to thank the warrior despite his professional duties. Zig believes they are already even because she treated his wound. Listy declares that his suggestion is not enough and insists on buying him a drink as the mercenary tries to decline. Listy maintains a stern face and repeats her command to buy the man a drink. Zig finally agrees to the offer. Ryle observes that the mercenary has lost the debate and takes the opportunity to share his own name. Ryle asks if the powerful mage on the other side of the canyon is the actual partner of the mercenary. Zig confirms this is true and asks if the man knows her. Listy notes that everyone knows about the talented rookie and her popularity with the local clans. He mentions the rumor of a dangerous man traveling with her and explains that people are very careful when they approach the duo. Alan thanks Zig for saving the lives of his friends. Zig states that he looks forward to getting his money and the young man promises to pay the reward. The valley floor shakes with several loud thuds as magical impacts create massive craters in the earth. Massive boulders slam into the insects while Siasha gives loud orders to the nearby warriors. She stops her movement to comfort a crying girl. Siasha raises her hand and maintains a steady gaze. Giant spikes of energy erupt from the ground with a loud boom. The massive display of power sends the last of the beetles flying into the air. Zig observes the settling dust and decides that the mission is officially over. Siasha stares at the smoldering remains inside a deep crater and holds a large sheet filled with beetle parts. She covers her face to avoid the smell of burnt insects. Siasha closes her eyes and states that the task is finally finished. Siasha collapses nearby and adds that the hunt was the easy part of the day compared to how tired she feels now. She notes that no words can describe the terrible smell of the monsters. Zig holds out a sweet bun and tells Siasha she did a good job. Siasha takes the food with a happy face and offers her thanks to the warrior. Siasha enjoys her treat and declares that the sweetness is excellent. Zig eats his portion and observes that cleaning up a mess is always a pain whether it involves people or monsters. The story continues at night as several tents sit quietly in a rocky canyon under a starry sky. Different groups of adventurers gather around campfires to eat and rest. Zig sits alone by his own fire and ignores the food so he can focus on his favorite giant piece of metal. Zig gives his oversized blade a very serious look. Zig uses a small cloth to rub the surface of the weapon with a steady motion. He observes the shine and decides that his new tool is in perfect condition. Siasha appears behind the warrior and asks for his thoughts on the new weapon. Zig states that the sword is better than he expected. He explains that the high quality means he no longer has to spend all of his free time on weapon maintenance. Siasha watches the mercenary with a warm smile. Zig notes that the demon beasts they encountered are not social creatures and usually never form groups. Siasha explains that based on the normal habits of madclaw beetles, the current situation is actually impossible. Siasha concludes that some kind of outside influence is responsible for the strange behavior of the monsters. Zig considers the idea of an outside factor and wonders if a much larger creature is driving the beetles toward them. Siasha points out that being chased by a predator does not explain why the beetles have suddenly decided to work as a team. Siasha suspects the insects are being controlled and forced to ignore every natural instinct they possess. Zig notes that he did not smell any magic coming from the monsters during the fight. Siasha mentions the possibility of a drug. Siasha thinks about the logistics of drugging a beetle army and decides it is a waste of time. She notes that if someone really wanted to run a monster experiment, they would pick much better test subjects than these bugs. Zug reminds her that they have a busy schedule tomorrow and tells her to go to sleep. Siasha agrees with the plan but asks who will be responsible for the night watch. Zig stands up and declares that he will be the one staying awake to guard the camp. Siasha says she understands and gives him a quick thank you before disappearing into her tent. The local gossipers start talking about Siasha and her relationship status. Zig decides to end the conversation by giving the entire group a terrifying look that makes everyone stop talking. Zig sighs and realizes that the downside of a crowd is having to listen to their voices. The other warriors flinches. The sun rises over the rocky cliffs and Siasha peeks out of her tent to start the day. Zig offers her a bowl of breakfast before she even leaves her bed. Siasha observes that Zig is an unusually clean person. She notes that she never expected a mercenary to care so much about hygiene. Zig admits that she is not wrong and explains that a dirty life is a short life. He points out that keeping a neat appearance actually helps him secure more work. He believes that being a skilled warrior is no excuse to ignore basic self-care. Strange noises and rustling come from inside the tent. Zig looks toward the movement and asks his companion if there is a problem. Siasha mentions that the interior is too small for her to move around. She explains that she cannot reach her own back to scrub it and asks the warrior to give her a hand. Zig stares ahead with a flat expression before slowly turning his head away from the request. Siasha calls out the mercenary's name with a long sigh to get his attention once more. Zig gives in to the demand and says that he will help. He reaches out and pulls the tent flap open to enter. Siasha sits inside the dark tent and thanks the warrior for coming in to provide assistance. Zig prepares for the task by grabbing a cloth and squeezing the excess water into a small basin. The mercenary takes a position on the floor and waits for his companion to get ready. Zig brings the damp cloth to help her. He begins to rub the cloth across the center of her back. Zig asks if the pressure is sufficient while Siasha giggles at his careful approach. Zig maintains a serious face and continues his accidental career as a spa attendant while Siasha relaxes with a smile. Zig finishes the cleaning task and declares that the job is officially complete. Siasha offers her gratitude once more as the warrior makes a quick exit from the tent. Zig pauses to advise his companion that she should avoid asking men to perform those kinds of tasks in the future. Siasha acknowledges the warning from inside the tent while Zig lets out a long breath of relief. The sun rises over the camp as the duo sits together to enjoy a warm bowl of breakfast stew before starting the day. Alan addresses the gathered adventurers and notes that yesterday was a difficult experience for everyone. He states that the squad did a great job because almost no one sustained an injury despite the unexpected chaos. Alan explains that he has officially received a response from the guild regarding his report on the strange monster activity in the canyon. Alan delivers the official news that the hunting squad has killed a high enough number of monsters. He orders everyone to return to the guild once they finish looking around the local area. Alan explains the plan to check the same location they visited yesterday. He confirms that the entire group will leave the canyon as soon as the survey is done. He notes that they need to bring the monster bodies back so the guild can study them. He mentions that he will pick several people to join the team responsible for moving the heavy bug corpses. The small figures of the adventurers march back into the giant shadows of the stone cliffs to begin their chores. The floor is covered with the remains of the beetle army. Alan and his companions stare at the massive pile of dead insects. Siasha sits and observes a bug shell. A dead beetle lies on the canyon floor. Siasha examines the monster and concludes that there are no traces of magic spells on the body. She notes that the insects look relatively normal from the outside. Siasha spots a strange detail and wonders about its identity. Zig stands behind her and asks if she has discovered something important. A small bulbous object with sharp points is stuck firmly into the back of the beetle's neck. Siasha looks at the growth and asks for an explanation. Zig observes the parasitic shape and decides that the object definitely does not belong on the creature's body. Siasha looks at the mercenary and asks if he noticed any of these things during his fight with the monsters yesterday. Zig admits that he does not really remember seeing the objects earlier. He tells Siasha to be careful with his hands because the mysterious growth might be poisonous. Zig stares at the row of insect heads and notes that every single one has a parasitic growth. He declares that the situation is far from normal. Siasha points out that the objects have broken through the thick outer shell of the beetles. She concludes that these growths were definitely not there before the insects arrived. Siasha suggests that these strange buds are the likely reason the monsters were acting so differently and forming unusual groups. Alan remains silent as he absorbs the discovery and worries about the potential danger to his team. Alan suddenly points a finger and orders every member of the squad to stay away from the mysterious buds. Alan tells the workers to cover their eyes and mouths while avoiding any direct contact with the monster bodies, which leaves the rest of the group looking completely terrified. Zig observes that the job has suddenly become very complicated. Siasha laughs and says that the drama makes things more fun, though Zig asks if she really finds the situation enjoyable. The scene shifts to the city where the mission has finally come to an end. Siasha explains that since most of the squad members are exhausted or hurt, the guild is allowing them to wait a few days before filing a full report. Zig walks beside her and carries a heavy bag of coins. Siasha notes that the other group does not seem to have shared their good fortune. Zig concludes that normal people would naturally feel drained after spending so much magical energy during a battle. Siasha immediately shifts her focus to food and asks about the plan for dinner. Night falls on the town as the duo returns to their lodging. They walk down a quiet hallway toward their separate rooms. Zig suddenly stops and looks back toward the darkness behind them. Siasha notices his reaction and asks the man if there is something on his mind. Zig stares into the empty corridor and sees nothing but a small table with a flower jar at the far end of the hallway. He simply tells his partner that nothing is wrong. Zig offers a small smile and claims that his mind is just playing tricks on him. He tells her to have a good night. Siasha accepts the answer with a happy face and returns the greeting. She giggles to herself as she closes the door to her room. Zig locks his door with a sharp click and steps into the quiet of his room. He moves toward the window as the moonlight spills across the floor. A rhythmic thumping sound echoes through the dark space from somewhere outside the building. Zig recalls a memory from many years ago. A man sitting by a campfire noticed his serious expression and asked if the rowdy celebrations were the reason he could not sleep. The younger version of the warrior remained silent while he stared at the ground. A tall, dark silhouette stood alone under the vast night sky. In the present, Zig decides that sleep is a lost cause and sits up in his bed. The mercenary throws his cloak over his shoulders and takes a firm grip on the handle of his massive weapon. Zig stands perfectly still in the center of the room and focuses his attention on the hallway. He chooses to investigate the source of his unease and steps back out into the corridor. The building remains still under a field of bright stars. In a dark corner of the city, two men lie on the ground surrounded by empty bottles. Zig walks through the narrow streets under the full moon. He suddenly stops his movement. The mercenary moves deeper into the alleyways between the stone buildings. Zig reaches an open space and decides that the location is far enough away from any witnesses. Zig puts his hand on his pocket to bring something out. Zig throws the object to someone. A person reaches out and catches the item in his gloved hand. The person from the shadows mentions that he must have dropped the object. The guy looks down at the silver wing-shaped ornament resting between his fingers. The stranger, carrying a sword, walks out from the dark alley. The man with the messy hair smiles at Zig and notes that the moon looks very nice tonight. Zig looks at the newcomer and notes that a significant amount of time has passed since their last encounter. Zig identifies the man as Lyell while the stranger continues to walk forward across the stone path. Lyell stares at the mercenary and demands to know exactly what Zig has been dragging around with him lately. He draws his sword with a sharp sound. The scene shifts back to childhood, where Lyell stands in a training area during the day. Someone calls out to him. The person tells Lyell to take care of the younger version of Zig. Lyell observes the appearance of the boy's eyes. He gives a simple verbal agreement to the request. A long silence passes between the two characters. Lyell breaks the quiet by suggesting that they begin with sword practice. Lyell points out a collection of daggers for the boy to use. The kid ignores the suggestion and struggles to pull a heavy sword out of a wooden barrel. Zig grips the handle with both hands. His entire body shakes as he tries to lift the massive weight of the weapon. The boy drags the heavy sword across the floor while Lyell watches. Lyell accepts the choice and tells the kid to say something if he becomes tired. A woman working in a kitchen observes that Lyell finally has a junior. She asks for his thoughts on the experience of taking care of a newcomer. Lyell looks down with a tired expression. He refers to his new student as a cold little kid. The woman reflects on the fact that he is still quite young himself. She tells him to share the meal with the boy. Lyell carries the tray of soup through the forest toward the training grounds. Zig continues his training by swinging the giant sword. Thick sweat covers his entire body from the effort. Lyell recalls that the boy was unable to even move the sword earlier that morning. He calls out to let the kid know that food is ready. Lyell catches the boy's arm and realizes his hands are bleeding from the constant swinging. Lyell scolds the boy and forbids him from eating with bloody hands. He tells the kid to wait while he goes to get a bucket of water. Lyell wraps the boy's hand in a bandage. He points out that the sword is much too heavy for someone of his size. Zig looks away and declares that practicing with a smaller weapon would be useless. The boy explains that if his own weapon breaks during a battle, he must be prepared to use whatever the enemy is carrying. Zig explains that he must learn to handle adult weapons if he wants to survive. Lyell scratches his head and gives a short agreement to the child. Lyell tells Zig to eat more so his small body can grow and notes the current meal is too small. Zig points out that the food is already equal to the rations for one person. Lyell grins and mentions that he knows several ways to obtain more food. Zig carries a heavy metal bucket and realizes that doing extra work is a way to get paid in food. Lyell instructs the boy to wash the bottom of the container as well. Zig confirms that he understands the task. Lyell notes that he still does not know the name of his new student. Zig identifies himself as he continues to scrub the metal. Lyell laughs and introduces himself. He tells Zig that it is a pleasure to meet him. In the present, Lyell asks for the reason behind Zig's arrival. Zig observes that the man has changed since their last meeting. Lyell looks around the dark alleyway and admits that he does not understand the current location. Lyell observes that the local population uses magic without any hesitation or suspicion. Zig stares ahead and concludes that the man's assessment is accurate. Lyell raises his hand and adds that the presence of demon beasts makes the situation even worse. Lyell recalls a traumatic event where a massive worm monster pulled his companions into the earth. He notes that the terrified expressions of his friends are impossible to forget. Lyell covers his eyes and states that the memory will remain in his mind for the rest of his life. Lyell looks at the sky and admits that discovering Zig's presence in the area felt like a piece of good luck. Lyell smiles and explains that he hoped the two of them could survive the environment by working together. Lyell's expression turns to horror. He demands to know the identity of the person near the mercenary. Lyell demands to know what type of person the mercenary has brought along with him. Lyell asks how the man can remain so calm in the presence of such a creature. Zig replies that the woman is simply his client. Lyell reminds the warrior to choose his assignments with more wisdom. He wonders why anyone would work for a witch or how Zig even managed to find one. Zig mentions the advice he once received about never sharing the specific details of a job with other people. Lyell looks at the mercenary and asks if the warrior is currently being threatened by the creature. Lyell places a hand on the man's shoulder and offers his help to escape from the witch. Zig clarifies that the situation is not what it seems. Zig tells Lyell to listen and repeats that his assumptions are incorrect. Zig explains that the woman asked for assistance and he simply chose to provide it. Lyell listens with a stunned expression. Lyell stumbles backward while the mercenary states that he accepted the request of his own free will. Lyell responds with a quiet sound of understanding. Zig asks if there is truly no way for the man to live in a world that includes a witch. Lyell explains that a witch was responsible for taking his family and notes that he cannot possibly ignore that fact. Zig clarifies that the witch he is protecting is not the one who committed the crime. Lyell shouts that the specific person does not matter because witches are inherently dangerous monsters. He wonders why the mercenary fails to realize this truth. Lyell urges the man to stop and asks if he has actually convinced himself that it is possible to befriend a monster. Zig considers the term monster and points out that both of them have seen plenty of things like that during their time on the battlefield. Zig stares at Lyell and declares that human beings do not need a special reason to become monsters themselves. Zig notes that the woman had her own reasons for fleeing to this location and asks if Lyell can simply let her live in peace. Lyell begins to shake and decides there is something wrong with his old companion. He asks how the warrior became so disconnected from the way things really are. Lyell covers his mouth and wonders aloud if the witch has performed some kind of magic to influence the man's thoughts. Lyell draws his sword and states that if a witch has placed a spell on his junior, it is his responsibility to wake him up. Lyell warns Zig not to blame him if the mercenary ends up losing an arm in the fight. Lyell notes that losing a limb is not a problem since he has heard that people can reattach them in this part of the world. Zig acknowledges the situation and concludes that he has no choice but to participate in the battle as he readies his twin blade. Lyell thinks about the significant amount of time that has gone by. Lyell wonders how long it has been since the two of them last fought like this while Zig admits that he does not know. The scene shows their childhood, where the two warriors faced each other in a forest under the light of the full moon. Zig delivers a powerful strike that shatters Lyell's sword into dozens of tiny pieces. Lyell reels from the impact while his broken weapon falls around him and blood drips from his mouth. Lyell watches the shattered pieces of his sword drift through the night air and lets out a soft sound of realization. Lyell recalls the sight of the young boy struggling with his work and acknowledges that Zig has become much stronger over the years. Zig stands under the moonlight with blood on his face and gives a simple verbal confirmation to the man. Lyell slumps against a stone wall and admits that he never expected to experience a proper death. Lyell looks up at the stars and notes his surprise at meeting his end in such an unusual location. Zig turns his back to the fallen warrior and asks about the specific items the man wants placed on his grave. Lyell stares ahead and explains that he has no need for a grave because mercenaries like themselves are different from normal people. Lyell observes the silver ornament on the ground and concludes that people in their profession deserve nothing more than a dog's death. Zig stands quietly in the shadows and gives a final acknowledgement of the man's words. Lyell notes that the local stars are still doing their job and shining bright despite the terrible mood down on the ground. In a past memory, Lyell puts a hand on a tiny warrior and admits that he would much rather be at home than dragging heavy buckets through the woods. Lyell decides that leaning against a stone wall is the perfect place to stop moving forever. Zig kneels in the dirt and tells his friend to quit acting. Zig observes his blood-covered face and notes that his hands have officially gone on strike. He tells Lyell that his fingers are no longer following orders. A younger Lyell expresses his shock that the kid is still pushing. He wonders if the boy has ever heard of the concept of not trying so hard for once. Tiny Zig stands there with broken hands and asks if they can get back to training as soon as he finishes the dishes. Lyell gives a long sigh and agrees to keep going since the boy clearly does not understand the meaning of the word break. Lyell gives a big grin and concludes that the boy is going to be a real problem for anyone who has to fight him in the future. Zig observes the fallen warrior and realizes that Lyell must have known he never stood a chance in their fight. Zig wipes the blood from his face with his hand. He acknowledges that the situation remains unchanged despite their history. Zig walks away into the night while leaving the body behind. He concludes that if he must step over the corpse of his former companion to move forward, he will do so. Later, Zig observes that Siasha has reached the 8th class as the woman stands at the counter. Zig realizes that Siasha will eventually have to find a party to join. Zig notes that keeping him as a partner will become a difficult situation. A clattering sound echoes through the room while Zig and Siasha pass a table where Isana states she has already heard the news. Isana observes that a new event has taken place as she sits across from the warrior. Zig lets out a tired sound while Isana tells him to change his irritated expression and requests an explanation for his problem. Zig tells Isana to ignore the matter and states his desire to know the reason for her visit. Isana states that she can speak with him without having a hidden motive. Zig asks her if she is trying to annoy him. Zig turns his back and tells Isana that she needs to act like an adult while she makes a sudden sound of shock. Isana wonders if the warrior is certain about the way he chooses to treat her. Isana explains that she made a special effort to bring him interesting news. Zig identifies the news as the swarm of demon beasts and states that he will receive the full details from Alan later. Isana admits that the warrior has won the argument. She shares the findings from the investigators that the strange objects are a specific type of mushroom. She notes that the mushrooms feed on insects to reproduce and highlights their unique ability to take control of their hosts. Zig states his surprise at the news and notes the potential danger to the recovery squad. Isana explains that humans cannot be infected and notes that the mushrooms only target specific types of insects. Zig realizes why the beetle swarm was so large and Isana remarks on the unfortunate nature of the situation. Zig tells the woman to leave now that the conversation is finished. Isana states her belief that providing information should earn her a better response from the mercenary. Isana wonders if the mercenary learned his combat skills through his own efforts. Zig explains that his present fighting style is something he developed himself while noting that his training began with military spearmanship from a different country. Isana expresses her surprise and asks if the mercenary was once a soldier. Zig clarifies that he never held such a position. Zig shares that a former soldier served as an instructor in his old mercenary group and provided his initial training with weapons. Isana acknowledges the man was his teacher and asks about the extent of the instructor's strength. Zig states that the teacher's skill in close combat was equal to the level of ability the mercenary possesses now. Isana reacts with confusion as Zig adds that the instructor was a tactical genius and notes that his own skills do not reach that same level. Isana wonders if the mercenary is making a joke as he looks away in silence. A memory shows a younger version of the warrior lying on the ground as a voice informs him that he has two choices available. A man in a flashback tells a youth that he can choose to die like a dog in that place or join his group to learn how to kill and survive. He explains that there is no turning back once the choice is made and notes that the past will eventually catch up to him even if he tries to leave. The man tells the boy to think hard before making a final decision. Zig thinks that his former teacher was likely more than a common soldier and considers the possibility that the man was a general from a great nation. He notes that there is no way for him to confirm the truth now. Zig explains that his choice of weapon changed as he became larger and stronger. He describes his move from using a spear to a halberd before eventually choosing a twin blade. Isana acknowledges that his story makes sense. Zig asks her to share information about the nature of her ears. Isana states her desire to know exactly what the mercenary wants to learn. Zig notes his knowledge of her good hearing and asks for the specific extent of her ability. The woman demonstrates her power by repeating a distant conversation about inviting a gorgeous and talented girl to a future mission. The woman continues to repeat the conversation where a speaker notes that the girl always travels with a man and mentions they received a warning to stay away from the duo. She recites the rumors regarding the girl's connections to Isana and the realization from one of the men that the mercenary is currently present in the building. Isana repeats the man's inquiry about whether the duo is actually together and the second man's command to stop looking in their direction. She concludes the whispered conversation with the warning that no one wants to make the White Lightning Princess angry. Isana states that the example should provide the mercenary with a clear understanding of her hearing abilities. Zig acknowledges her skill at recognizing specific voices in addition to her excellent hearing. Isana states that her capability is the result of many years of experience. Zig notes that people seem afraid of Isana and asks what actions she took to cause that reaction. Isana tells him to avoid being rude and states that she does not go around stabbing people without a reason. Isana states that dealing with Zig was a highly unusual situation for her. Zig asks for an alternative explanation for the behavior of the people in the hall while Isana prepares to reply. Zig states that he does not care to know the reason for the behavior because it helps eliminate problematic individuals. Isana tells the mercenary to avoid using her as a form of pest control. Isana notes that Zig should take action to stop the men from extending invitations to his client. Zig explains that his sole duty is to protect his client. He notes that if the others mean no harm, she has the right to make her own decisions, even if their invitations serve their personal interests. Zig adds that he will show no mercy if anyone attempts to block her path. Isana states that the mercenary is clearly interested in creating a party. Zig explains that he was simply considering the matter because he believes the two of them cannot manage future tasks alone. Isana remarks that she would avoid joining forces with an adventurer who constantly travels with a bodyguard. Zig asks if she has any suggestions. She suggests that the mercenary participate as a helper. Zig states his confusion regarding her meaning. Isana explains that there are two separate methods for forming a party. She describes how some individuals establish long-term parties as comrades while others with identical objectives form temporary groups known as helpers. Isana explains that she usually works alone but occasionally forms a team with others when hunting large targets. Zig observes that her approach sounds like a mercenary job and adds that veteran fighters understand how to handle these situations. The elf woman agrees and states that the mercenary should show respect because reaching the second class is a major achievement. Siasha arrives at the table and greets the elf woman by her name. Isana smiles and notes that everything seems to be going well for the newcomer. Siasha confirms the observation and announces that she received a promotion to the 8th class just a moment ago. Isana expresses surprise at the speed of the promotion and warns her to never take battles lightly even when moving up quickly. Isana adds that having a partner to watch her back will likely keep her safe, while Siasha states her intention to be careful. Siasha turns to the mercenary and mentions that Alan is currently searching for Zig. She explains that Alan wants to know if the mercenary will join him for a meal later. She adds that he intends to deliver the reward and buy him a drink. Zig gives a brief statement of agreement. Isana tells them to do their best to stay safe as a clattering sound occurs while she prepares to leave. Isana walks away down the corridor while Zig watches her departure in silence. Siasha states her desire to know if the mercenary prefers women with a similar personality to Isana. Zig notes that her choice of attire made the assessment take a significant amount of time. Zig explains that he has successfully determined the exact distance of her stride and remarks on the length of her legs. Siasha repeats his statement regarding the stride with confusion. Zig states that it is impossible to predict when a future battle against her might become necessary. Siasha states her concern regarding the possibility of a future betrayal from the elf woman. Zig clarifies that he can identify numerous alternative reasons for a conflict to happen even if a betrayal never occurs. Zig explains that individuals can share a drink and fight together on the battlefield without any guarantee that they will never cross blades in the future. Siasha wonders if that same logic applies to her. Zig looks directly at his companion and states that his only assignment is to protect her. Siasha lets out a breath of relief and smiles while the mercenary watches her from his seat. Zig lets out a sudden gasp as Siasha turns around and orders him to follow her so they can leave the area. The mercenary lifts his large weapon onto his shoulder and follows behind while remaining confused. The group raises their glasses together to share a loud toast. Alan announces to the gathered adventurers that he brought everyone to the tavern to show his appreciation. He tells the squad to eat as much as they want. Alan then focuses on Zig and places a large bag of coins on the table. He states that the money is the reward for a flawless job and includes a completion bonus. Listy leans forward to pour more wine into Zig's cup and tells him to have another glass. Zig holds up his drink and thanks her as she fills the container. The scarred warrior holds a bottle and remarks that Listy seems heavily devoted. He asks if the mercenary is her preferred type of man. Listy smiles and states that the mercenary has a bright future, so she intends to try her luck with him. The long-haired companion sips her drink and remarks that the warrior is already strong in the present. Alan speaks up and tells the group to ignore the conversation about relationships for a moment. He looks directly at Zig and Siasha to ask if the duo would like to join his permanent party. The scarred warrior turns his head in surprise and asks the leader if he is actually serious about the proposal. Alan confirms his serious intent to the team. He explains that he feels confident in his choice because he personally watched Siasha perform her magic during the recent mission. The long-haired companion continues eating her meal and states that she agrees with the leader's evaluation. She explains that her own spells are limited to enemy detection and defense. She points out that Siasha's firepower and mana supply would give the team more tactical choices. The scarred warrior notes that while he understands the idea, Siasha's current class is much lower than theirs. Alan clarifies that he does not expect her to join immediately, but rather when she receives a promotion and the timing is right. Listy suddenly hits the table and calls for a pause. She states that the group should first find out how Zig and Siasha feel about the offer. Siasha requests some time to think about the proposal. Siasha adds that for the moment she would prefer to gain experience by joining different parties as a helper. Listy agrees with the suggestion and notes that it is a good idea. Alan speaks to Zig and remarks that he probably already knows the reply but requests the warrior's position on joining the party. Zig states that he refuses the invitation because he has no intention of quitting his career as a mercenary. Zig tells Alan to seek him out whenever he requires assistance. He promises to provide help if he has available time. Zig adds that his willingness to assist the group will depend entirely on the size of the reward. Alan smiles and states that the response is exactly what he expected to hear from the mercenary. Alicia approaches the table with a glass of wine and notes Alan's presence. Alan looks back at the newcomer and states that it is good to see Alicia. Alicia recognizes Zig at the table just as Listy stands up to loudly identify her as an unpleasant person from a past encounter. Zig responds that she has only herself to blame. The scarred warrior asks what he did to the woman. Zig explains that the woman previously tried to deceive him, so he placed a laxative in her drink. The scarred warrior reacts with shock and states that he must have nerves of steel. Alicia drinks from her wine glass while Zig continues to watch her. Siasha quietly speaks Zig's name as the mercenary secretly moves his gloved hand across the table, while holding a coin. The glass in Alicia's hand suddenly shatters from the coin tossed by Zig, spilling wine across the area as the group watches in surprise. Alicia shakes her wet hand and demands to know the reason for the sudden action. Alan and the other warriors stare at the situation in confusion. Alan tells Zig that his action was uncalled for and went too far while liquid oozes from Alicia's hand. Zig demands to know what Alicia is trying to accomplish, and she counters by challenging his own behavior. Zig faces the woman directly and states that this is the second time she has attempted to cast a magic spell on him. Alicia releases a quiet sound and shows complete confusion at the accusation. Alan steps forward to address the mercenary and asks him to explain the meaning behind his words. Zig looks back at the leader and responds that the situation is exactly as it sounds. He continues his explanation and adds that the woman also attempted to use magic against him during their very first meeting. The scarred warrior asks how the mercenary can be completely certain about the hidden use of magic. Zig stands by the clattering dishes and states that he has a specific method for detecting it. Zig states that he overlooked the action once before but refuses to do so this time. Zig declares that he would have already separated her head from her shoulders if she were not an adventurer. He states that they need to take the matter outside so he can teach her a lesson. Alan quickly steps in between them to stop the confrontation and tells them to hold up. Alan asks if there is any way for the two of them to talk over the situation. Zig responds by highlighting that she is the woman who attempted to cast a spell on him the exact moment they met. Alan explains that he is not calling the mercenary a liar but points out the lack of proof. He notes that everyone will consider the mercenary to be the bad guy under these conditions. Alan states that the exact same negative reputation will follow the mercenary's client, Siasha. Alan adds that he understands the mercenary cannot simply forgive her but asks if he will at least give her a chance to explain the situation. A long silence passes over the table as Siasha remains quiet and the rest of the group waits for the mercenary's decision. Zig gives his verbal agreement to the request, which allows the scarred warrior to let out a breath of relief. Zig states that there is nothing to talk about but notes that the woman owes him one. He adds that he will back down if she agrees to his terms. Alicia looks down and gives her quiet agreement. Alan reflects that things became hectic near the end of the gathering. Outside the tavern, Siasha bows and thanks the leader for the meal, and Alan replies that it was his pleasure. Zig and Siasha walk away together down the quiet city street. Siasha walks behind the mercenary and states that she was completely prepared to help him fight at any moment. Zig reflects that he only intended to threaten the woman and notes that he did not expect Siasha to become so energetic about the confrontation. He considers the situation and notes that he currently faces a much larger problem. Siasha looks at the warrior and asks if there is something on his mind, and Zig confirms that there is. Zig explains that his unease comes from the blindfolded woman's reaction. He concludes that she acted as if he had uncovered a secret that he was never supposed to know. Siasha asks if he knows what kind of spell it was. Zig responds that he does not know because he has never smelled its scent before. Zig adds that if he had to make a guess, it was a type of magic different from an offensive or defensive spell. He lists the types of magic he has encountered previously, which include offensive, defensive, healing, fortification, and perhaps stealth. Zig notes that the magic might have been similar to stealth but possessed a more bitter scent. She states that it is difficult to pinpoint the exact nature of the spell with so little information. Zig decides that he will need to keep the blindfolded woman on his watch list. Siasha announces that she is joining the temporary party that Listy invited her to. She apologizes for leaving Zig alone, and the mercenary replies that it is not a big deal. Zig reflects that he could use a day off once in a while. Later, Zig examines a piece of armor inside a shop and notes that the gauntlet glows after it is struck. He considers whether he can use the item in place of a torch. Zig looks closely at a display case and observes a single coin. The shop assistant smiles and explains that the coin is made out of azure diamond. Zig notes that he has heard about the material before. He explains his understanding that it has the ability to dispel magic. Zig holds the coin and wonders what will happen if the object actually hits something. The shop assistant explains that any part of a spell the coin touches will completely disappear. She adds that it can open holes in offensive and defensive magic, though a small hole will not stay open for long. Zig considers the details and the shop assistant introduces a new possibility. She reflects that spells are sensitive and require constant, precise control. She considers a concealment spell as an example and notes that simply coming into contact with the coin would likely cause a major interference. Zig asks if the coin can be used to interfere with a person who is currently in the middle of casting a spell. The shop assistant listens in silence. The shop assistant shows surprise and agrees that the method sounds like it could work. The assistant explains that the handles on magic gear using azure diamond are manufactured from a different material. She notes that this prevents the item from interfering with the wielder's control over their own spells. The assistant points out that the coin will likely only block a spell for a brief moment. Zig looks at the object with a smile and states that a single moment is all he requires. Zig decides to purchase the coin and confirms that the price is 300,000. The shop assistant thanks him for his business. Zig inspects the glowing coin closely between his gloved fingers. Zig walks out into the crowded city streets and reflects that he needs to test the effectiveness of his new coin. Isana glances over her shoulder while navigating the street. Zig notices the sound of approaching footsteps behind him and pauses in silence. Isana suddenly grabs the mercenary by the shoulder and tells him not to run away simply because he noticed her presence. Zig responds with an irritated grunt. Zig asks what she wants and points out that she looked like she was searching for someone. Isana confirms that she is looking for a person. Isana looks at the warrior and asks if he has seen her child. Zig expresses absolute surprise at the statement that she has a child. Isana immediately admits that she worded her question poorly. Isana clarifies that she is not talking about her own offspring but rather the young members belonging to her clan. Zig asks if the children are simply lost. Isana notes that the situation is complicated. Zig responds that he has not seen any children. He adds that he has other tasks to finish and begins to walk away. Isana tells him to wait a moment and grabs the back of his cloak to halt his movement. Isana states that his female companion is not with him today and offers to hire him for a job. Zig replies that nobody wants to search for lost children regardless of a job offer. Zig advises her to request help from the police and points out that the task requires careful observation rather than physical strength. Isana counters that the authorities do not listen to immigrants, and Zig reminds her that she is a capable second-class adventurer. Isana explains that her own rank is only useful when dealing with the guild leadership and means nothing to the local citizens. Isana adds that even if people show kindness initially, no one will conduct a real search for the missing group. Zig realizes that since she cannot turn to the guild, the problem must involve the mafia, which leaves Isana completely startled. Zig considers that if the mafia chose to target Isana, she would fight back immediately and the criminals would turn the guild into an enemy. Zig concludes that the criminals targeted the immigrant children instead because the police do not prioritize foreigners and the guild rarely assists individuals who are not members. Zig thinks that the others don't want to help. Isana explains that she cannot count on the guild this time. Isana holds on to the mercenary and pleads for his assistance, promising to pay him whatever amount it takes. Zig points out that if he accepts the assignment, he could end up fighting against the mafia. Zig explains that the situation would be different if he were completely alone, but he has a client to protect and cannot afford to take too many risks. Isana counters by stating that he can wear a mask during the mission so that nobody will see his face. Isana adds that she will also provide a completely different weapon for him to use, repeating her plea for help while Zig lets out a heavy sigh. Zig looks at her and clarifies that the task will not be cheap. Isana looks up at the warrior with wide eyes and states her realization that he is going to help her. Zig explains that it is always beneficial to be owed a favor, adding that he also wants to replace the money he just spent. Isana stands before the mercenary and brings her hands together to perform a formal sign of respect while Zig watches her in silence. Isana maintains her formal stance and states that she expresses her gratitude on behalf of her clan. A few days ago, the community received several reports about children who were not coming home. The scale of the problem becomes clear as the number of missing individuals amounts to more than 30 children. Zig reflects on the situation and notes that the number is far too large to be explained as a simple case of the children being lost. Isana confirms his thought and states that the children have most likely been kidnapped. Zig inquires if there are any witnesses who saw what happened to the missing group. The local youths stare at the mercenary as he walks past them, while Isana explains that unfortunately they have found no witnesses. Isana opens a large wooden door to the main office and calls out to the chief as she enters the room with Zig behind her. She stands before the older man and announces that she has successfully returned. The chief welcomes her back by praising her hard work and asks if she has uncovered any clues during her search. Isana sincerely apologizes to the chief and explains that she still does not know where the children are located. The chief acknowledges the statement and asks about the identity of the man standing beside her. Isana clarifies that the newcomer is an ally and notes that she hired him to help the clan with their current problem. The mercenary identifies himself as Zig and states his occupation. The chief offers his gratitude to the visitor, but a young clan member interrupts to ask the leader for permission to speak. The young man states that the group does not require outside assistance to handle this situation. The youth adds that he is completely against having a random stranger help them with their tasks. The chief answers that Isana does not share that viewpoint, which is why she brought the mercenary to the meeting, while the young man tries to argue back. The chief directs a sharp look at the youth and orders him to know his place. The young elf flinches from the stern reprimand. The chief asks the mercenary to forgive the youth's outburst because he is still young, and requests that they do their best to find the missing children. Zig stands near the exit and gives a brief statement confirming that he understands the assignment. As they leave the room, Isana advises the mercenary not to think too badly of her people. Isana explains that the members of her clan are simply desperate to protect their home. Zig states that he has no interest in their feelings and adds that he would rather know their plan of action while they wait for the messenger to arrive. Isana suggests that they get something to eat for the time being as they move into a dining area. Isana holds a menu with unique writing and asks Zig what he wants to eat, noting her uncertainty about whether he can read the text. Zig replies that he will have the exact same meal she chooses. The waitress notes their choice and states that she will bring the order out immediately. When the meal arrives, Isana explains that it is their custom to serve many small dishes filled with different types of food instead of a single item. Zig looks at the table and notes that being able to taste a little of everything is a good arrangement. The waitress serves another dish to the table and states that she has brought their order. The waitress places a separate plate containing several insect larvae on the table directly in front of the mercenary. Zig looks down at the plate filled with large, cooked insect larvae served as part of the meal. Isana stands up quickly with a loud clatter as she notices the dish, while Zig calmly picks up one of the larvae with his chopsticks. Isana looks at the waitress and demands to know the meaning of the dish. The waitress responds that this specific dish is the perfect meal for an outsider. Isana yells at the waitress to listen to her, but Zig turns to her and asks what the problem is. Isana shouts in disbelief as she watches Zig place the larva inside his mouth and chew. Zig continues to chew his food calmly and states that it tastes good while expressing confusion at her reaction. Zig continues eating and remarks that the food tastes very different when it is cooked. Isana notes his comment about cooking the food. Zig explains that a long battle once cut their food supplies short and these insects were a big help. Isana states her assumption that they cooked the insects back then. Zig responds that they were setting up an ambush at the time. Zig adds that because of the ambush they had to eat the insects raw. Zig tells the waitress that he expects her other dishes will be good too and notes that he looks forward to trying them, while Isana covers her face. A male elf approaches the table and requests a moment of their time. Isana identifies the newcomer as Shua and states that she did not expect him to act as the messenger. Shua explains that the chief asked him to inform them of all the details. Shua observes that hiring a mercenary is a unique choice. Isana introduces her companion and states that his name is Zig. Isana states that she will personally vouch for his abilities and prompts the messenger to continue. Shua explains that the abductions only occur after dark and continue until early morning. He adds that by the time anyone realizes what has happened, the children are nowhere to be found because there are no witnesses or suspicious persons to point out. Isana considers the possibility that the kidnappers are highly skilled in stealth, though she notes that this explanation does not fully make sense either. Isana points out that considering the high number of children who have been abducted, it seems impossible for the culprits to completely avoid being seen, and Shua expresses his agreement with her logic. Zig states his curiosity regarding the situation and asks about the location of the clan's other specialists. Shua clarifies that everyone is currently out doing jobs away from the clan. Isana looks down and adds that the only people currently available to take action on this matter are herself and one other person. Zig reflects on the details provided so far and concludes that they are dealing with a crafty criminal. Zig asks if it is a mere coincidence that these crimes took place specifically while the most skilled members of the clan were away. Shua looks down in distress and admits that he did not want to believe there could be a traitor operating inside the clan, while Isana remains completely silent. Zig cuts through the silence by requesting a map of the perimeter, prompting Isana to ask if the mercenary has already noticed something strange about the case. Zig looks down as Shua spreads a large map across the table and states that his request does not mean he has uncovered a strange detail. Zig holds the map up to examine it and explains that he wants to focus on rescuing the children instead of capturing the criminal, causing Isana to ask what he means by that statement. Zig looks directly at his companions and asks for their thoughts on why the culprits chose to abduct the children in the first place. Shua suggests that the kidnappers perhaps intend to use them as hostages, but Zig counters by highlighting the oddity of taking over 30 children without making any demands. Zig notes that managing a large number of hostages is a heavy burden and explains that while inter-country negotiations are a different matter, the golden rule for dealing with hostages is always prioritizing quality over quantity. The mercenary stares ahead sharply and concludes that the perpetrators were more than likely after the children themselves. He identifies the true nature of the operation as a slave trade targeting the young clan members. Shua and Isana are frozen in silence as the terrible realization causes them both to gasp in horror. Shua stammers that such a scenario cannot be true before pausing to reconsider, while Isana wonders if targeting their clan would be far too risky for common criminals. Zig addresses his companions and states plainly that they are weak. Isana and Shua look on in surprise before Shua breaks into loud laughter, waving his hands and calling the mercenary quite the comedian. Showa explains that their group has many skilled individuals and notes that not even the mafia would challenge them so readily under normal conditions. Showa lowers his gaze and reflects that this might be the first time anyone has ever called them weak. Showa faces the mercenary and concedes that while Zig might be strong, he asks if the warrior is truly strong enough to mock them for their current struggles. Zig stands by his assessment and declares that the facts speak for themselves, pointing out that the clan is relying on an outsider because they cannot handle this problem on their own. Zig looks back down at the map and explains that under normal circumstances, the military would have already taken action after so many children went missing. Showa struggles to respond as Zig continues, stating that the criminals view the clan as an easy target because nobody in authority cares about them. Isana stares ahead in silence as Zig adds that they are skilled people who are oppressed and viewed as a liability simply because they look different and were born somewhere else, asking what else they would call it if it is not weakness. Isana stares in silent realization while Showa clicks his tongue in frustration. Zig remains focused and states that they need to get straight to the point. Zig explains that if the criminals intend to sell the children into slavery, they will require a secure location to safely store their captives. Showa considers this and asks if the children would simply be sold off immediately after being kidnapped. Zig states that if the captives do not include anyone of high value, it is much more cost-effective for the smugglers to ship everyone out all at once. Zig notes that living people are rarely as cooperative as inanimate objects, so the traders will likely gather a full group before packing them into a carriage. Isana understands the reasoning and concludes that this is why the mercenary wants to find their current location. Zig looks over the map and asks if there are any vacant buildings in the local area. Showa pauses to think before picking up a brush to mark several potential locations on the map. Zig notes that the culprits will need either an isolated spot where people cannot hear the children or a place that is extremely far away. Showa begins crossing out certain options on the paper. Showa highlights specific locations on the map to evaluate them and Zig notes his belief that the likelihood for the western region is low. He explains that regardless of which mafia group initiates action first, the probability of running into the opposing group remains high. He adds that choosing to move toward the north increases the likelihood of the Basalta family being involved in the crime. Zig evaluates the situation and raises the possibility that the two criminal factions are working together, while Showa responds that he cannot deny that outcome. Showa clarifies that while unspoken non-interference agreements exist between the factions, there has never been a recorded case where they openly joined forces. Zig absorbs the explanation and declares that the information officially settles the matter. Isana and Showa look toward the mercenary in silence as they await his next move. Zig taps his finger directly onto a circled location on the paper and states his plan to investigate the northern area tonight. Zig sits at the table looking over the map and asks if the clan can call in their other specialists to assist. Isana looks down with a worried expression while Showa stands nearby in silence. Isana hesitates and says she believes the person would cooperate but expresses clear doubt. Zig asks if there is a problem with the individual. Isana explains that the specialist works as a bounty hunter and adds that the man specifically hunts people. Zig looks at her and remarks that they are the same in that regard. Isana nervously admits that the statement might be true, prompting Zig to ask if the bounty hunter is strong. Isana looks ahead with a serious expression and states that the person is still young and a genius. She pauses before continuing her explanation. Isana reveals that the genius actually enjoys killing people. Outside the building, the young elf specialist smiles and states his surprise that the clan sought outside help and his amazement that someone accepted the offer. The young elf asks the mercenary how much money he is receiving or if Isana allowed the warrior to sleep with her. Isana flinches in sudden anger and shouts the name Rika to reprimand him. Zig remains completely calm and answers that he is being paid enough considering the risk. He adds that the current job is far too easy for him to sleep with her, leaving Isana standing next to him in shock. The young elf shows brief surprise at the mercenary's calm response. Zig introduces himself and notes that the youth appears strong just as the others described. Rika gestures with his hand and remarks that the clan members must have told the mercenary more details about him. Zig looks back calmly and responds that he does not have any issue with the information he received. Rika grins widely and states that the mercenary must be crazy if he truly finds nothing wrong with his background. Rika spreads his arms wide against the backdrop of the village and openly declares that he derives pleasure from killing. Isana, Zig, Shoa, and the other clan members listen to the declaration in absolute silence. Zig faces the youth directly and observes that the specialist simply loves to kill. Rika maintains his wide smile and confirms that he thoroughly enjoys the act. Zig crosses his arms and explains that denying a fact changes nothing, meaning a person must simply learn how to live with their reality. Isana looks at the mercenary with a look of complete confusion and states that she does not understand his reasoning. Zig explains that a person can either choose to give in to the violent impulse or hold it back. Zig describes how giving in is the easiest path, where a person simply kills women, children, or the elderly to their heart's content. Zig notes that the alternative is holding back, but explains that an individual will eventually reach their limit depending on how much they restrain themselves. He points out that the impulse to kill is normally not very strong but can suddenly flare up, and he asks if they have ever heard a common phrase about such events. Zig recites the phrase about how a culprit never seemed like the kind of person to commit a crime, while Isana argues that a person is in a terrible situation regardless of which option they choose. Zig lifts his gloved hand and states that many individuals have successfully dealt with this urge and are currently living well. Zig looks toward the young specialist and concludes that a person simply needs to turn that desire into their actual profession. Zig explains that the world contains people whom nobody cares if someone kills, meaning many would be grateful to have someone do the dirty work for them. Zig adds that no one will complain if a person targets lowlifes as a hobby while making a profit at the same time, leaving Isana and the others in uncomfortable silence. Zig states that he is impressed by how the youth faced his impulses at a young age and adds that the specialist has incredible willpower. Rika stands in silence for a moment before letting out a quiet laugh. He looks back with a wide grin and states that the mercenary is completely out of his mind. Rika notes that Zig does not seem the least bit concerned about working alongside a person like him. Zig explains that he was actually considered one of the more normal individuals back in his old mercenary group. Rika extends his hand and agrees to humor the warrior for free because of how unhinged the mercenary seems. Zig shakes hands with the young specialist and gives his thanks to seal their agreement. The chief watches them depart and states that the clan might have made a mistake by choosing to rely on them, as the scene shifts to a large building under the night sky. Zig examines the stone path leading to the building and concludes that their assessment about the location was correct. Zig wears a cloth mask to conceal his identity as he stands near the perimeter with Isana. Shoa observes that many individuals have traveled in and out of the area but points out the total absence of children's footprints. Isana touches the entrance and notes that the captives were likely carried inside as a clattering sound comes from the door. Zig clenches his hand into a fist near the gateway. Isana suddenly commands the group to stand back as she positions herself directly in front of the wooden entrance. Isana swings her blade with a sharp sound to slice through the lock securing the gate while Zig, Rika, and Shoa watch her move. Isana states that the children will be in danger if their presence is discovered, concluding that they must proceed with extreme caution as the broken wooden pieces crack and fall inside the dark entrance. The team will infiltrate the facility in pairs and split up to search for the children, prompting Zig to give a brief confirmation. Isana and Shoa walk down a long hallway together while keeping in mind that rescuing the children takes priority over confronting the culprits. Isana peers through a window and reflects that the sheer number of children makes an immediate rescue of the entire group highly difficult. The final plan requires the scouts to report directly to the primary rescue squad stationed at a separate location in the woods the moment they find the captives. Isana glances inside a room as the narration notes that the other group will stay behind to protect the children. They find the room empty and continue walking down the corridor where Shoa addresses Isana. Isana stares ahead and Shoa states that the man is too dangerous. Isana asks if he means Rika but Shoa corrects her to specify the mercenary, adding that he understands the logic behind the warrior's position. Shoa points out that his opinion of Rika has changed to some extent, explaining that he respects the youth for resisting his strong urges and avoiding a fatal mistake. Shoa pauses and indicates that there is a different problem to consider. Shoa states that something is incorrect about the mercenary and wonders what kind of upbringing the man experienced to arrive at his conclusion. Shoa reflects that he has seen many lunatics and evildoers but notes that the mercenary is nothing like any of those individuals. Showa states his certainty that the mercenary will eventually reveal his hostility and turn his weapon against the clan without a second thought, prompting Isana to agree that his assessment is likely correct. Showa argues that if they do not know when the mercenary will turn on them, they should take action immediately. Isana firmly orders him to stop. Isana warns that the warrior will not stop at anything to eliminate them if they make a mistake. She notes that he will not do anything rash as long as they do not try to harm him. She focuses her attention and adds that she is also keeping a close watch on the mercenary's movements. Showa turns his head quickly toward a sound in the dark hallway and states that it sounded like a child's voice. Isana agrees that the sound is highly likely a child and tells Showa that they need to move forward. Isana and Showa stand inside a massive hall with high wooden pillars and look toward a large set of closed double doors ahead of them. Showa and Isana cautiously open the heavy doors to peer inside a pitch-black storage room filled with tall shelves. Isana creates a small glowing light at the tip of her finger to illuminate the dark floor, revealing scattered pieces of wood and debris. They stare into the darkness with wide eyes as Isana expresses her immediate confusion regarding what lies directly ahead of them. The light reveals a large group of children lying motionless on the ground at the back of the room, causing them to look down at the scene. Showa lifts one of the small children into his arms and states his belief that the captives have been put to sleep with drugs. Isana tends to another child nearby and notes that the victims are thankfully only unconscious. Showa looks across the room and observes that the total number of children hidden inside the space appears slightly higher than the initial reports indicated. Isana realizes that the culprits have successfully kidnapped even more victims than the clan originally believed. Isana looks back from his position on the floor and suggests that they immediately meet up with Zig and the rest of the rescue squad. The companions reunite inside the facility where Zig listens to the update and notes that the head count of the children matches up with their findings. Isana states that she will call for the rescue squad and tells the others to keep the children safe. Zig confirms that he understands the instructions. Rika pauses to consider the situation in silence. Zig notices his reaction and requests to know the problem. Rika addresses Zig and Isana to state his understanding that they came to this specific room because they heard the children speaking. Isana confirms his statement and asks for the reason behind his observation. Rika points out that all of the children are currently sleeping and notes the mystery of whose voice they actually heard. Isana and the others remain silent as they realize the contradiction. An unexpected voice speaks up from the darkness near the back of the room to call for the attention of the group. One of the older youths stands up among the captives and apologizes while explaining that a small group of them has actually been awake. The youth clarifies that they woke up without knowing their location and were actively discussing a plan to escape because the door was locked. Isana concludes that their conversation must have been the source of the voice she heard earlier. She requests an explanation for why they chose to pretend to be asleep when the group arrived. The elf youth explains that they hid their consciousness because they feared the kidnappers had returned. Showa explains that the culprits likely miscalculated the exact dosage of the sleeping drug. Isana requests clarification regarding the meaning of his statement. Showa notes that children are highly sensitive to sleeping drugs. He adds that using too much can cause permanent damage or result in death in the worst case. Showa places his hand on the youth's head and states that help is coming for them now. Showa asks if the youth can hold out for a little longer, prompting a silent nod from the boy. The youth then watches the adults move toward the doorway. The youth asks about the remaining duration before the arrival of the rescue squad. Rika pauses to calculate the time. Zig cuts in from across the room and states that the squad should arrive in about 1 hour. Rika smiles and confirms that the wait will indeed be approximately 1 hour. The youth notes that an hour is a long time to wait. Rika agrees with the statement and clarifies that they will remain there to protect the children in the meantime. Zig asks the elf youth if he can remember any details about the people who kidnapped them. He focuses on the boy and asks if he remembers specific things like their faces. The youth explains that he does not remember anything because everything went dark while he was walking home, and he simply woke up inside the facility. Suddenly, Zig tosses a coin. The youth looks up at the masked mercenary and requests to know the reason for the cloth wrapped around his face. Zig answers that he has his own reasons for hiding his face. Rika turns away and asks the mercenary for his opinion on the current situation. Zig states that the mafia is definitely involved because the slave trade is a highly profitable business that requires a strong organization to manage. He clarifies that the operation involves far too much work for common criminals to handle. Rika reflects that authorities rarely bother to search when a few immigrants go missing, and notes that the criminals have a very keen sense for choosing their targets. Zig observes that the kidnapping remains a risky move, particularly because the members of Jinsuya are well trained in combat. Rika considers the possibility that a group of extremists decided to take action completely on their own. Zig explains that the current methods are far too straightforward for a top leader to employ. Rika wonders if the mafia currently suffers from poor leadership. Zig states that it is difficult to imagine a mafia organization possessing perfect unity, prompting Rika to agree with his point. Zig notes that if they use this incident to their advantage, they can successfully distract the enemy from their ultimate goal. Rika experiences a sudden realization and concludes that if the culprits are indeed acting alone, the group can simply leak the information to the rest of the mafia. Rika states that learning how to stir up trouble within the enemy ranks might be the best method for handling their future operations. Rika remarks that the mercenary is quite cold, and Zig calmly responds that the internal conflict of the mafia is simply not his problem. Zig mentions hearing about a fierce competition to become the next mafia leader, noting that an internal conflict would likely leave the criminals with no time to bother the immigrants anymore. Rika concedes that the mercenary is correct, while Zig focuses his attention on the group and prepares to speak next. Zig commands the awake youths to get ready to move out of the room immediately. He stands before the children and announces that the rescue squad should actually arrive in about 5 minutes. The youths express absolute shock at the sudden change in the arrival time. The main youth points out that the mercenary previously stated it would take an hour, prompting Zig to ask if they are unhappy with the faster arrival, which the youth clarifies is not the case. Zig turns back to his companion and requests his assessment of the children. Rika smiles and states his conclusion that the conscious youths are all guilty. The surrounding companions stand as dark silhouettes while the main elf youth stares ahead in complete silence. The elf youth draws a hidden knife and admits that he did not expect the group to realize the truth, asking when the mercenary discovered their deception. Meanwhile, Zig reaches back to grip his weapon. Zig sweeps his large blade through the air as another rogue youth lunges forward to attack. He quickly intercepts the strike, locking blades with the opponent with a loud metallic clash that catches the attacker by surprise. The force of the defense sends the rogue youth crashing into a pile of wooden crates, smashing the structures apart as he falls to the ground. The lead elf youth watches the defeat of his companion in silence. Zig rests his large weapon across his shoulder and states that a professional has no reason to answer the boy's question. The masked mercenary stands ready beside the young elf bounty hunter, who holds his twin blades with a confident smile. Suddenly, 2 rogue youths launch rapid attacks, dashing across the storage room toward the defenders. One of the charging attackers throws a large knife directly through the open space between the shelves. Multiple opponents advance quickly from different sides as the mercenary looks back and notices the helpless, unconscious children resting on the floor right behind him. The mercenary realizes that the thrown knife will strike the sleeping children if he chooses to dodge. He stands his ground and uses his large blade to swat the weapon aside with a sharp metallic clang. 2 more attackers rush forward together with their knives drawn, forcing the mercenary to hold his heavy weapon steady while preparing his other hand. The mercenary swiftly uses his large weapon to intercept a close-range blade strike from one of the charging youths. The enemy attacker unleashes another wide swing, but the mercenary watches the weapon movement with absolute calmness. The mercenary reaches out and grabs the attacker by the wrist, clenching his gloved hand tightly to completely stop the strike in its tracks. The captured youth freezes in surprise as the mercenary forces his knife hand upward. He maintains his tight grip and subdues the attacker while monitoring the lead youth nearby. Zig breaks the attacker's wrist to neutralize him before turning toward the lead youth and preparing a powerful punch. He delivers a heavy blow directly into the lead youth, causing the opponent to recoil in severe pain. The lead youth stumbles backward from the impact as the mercenary stands ready for the next move. He reaches down to retrieve his large blade while the injured lead youth slumps against the shelves. The lead youth recognizes his defeat an instant before the mercenary swings his weapon to deliver a fatal slash. The lead youth is completely defeated, leaving his head on the floor as the mercenary stands quietly in the room. The mercenary rests his large weapon across his shoulder while Rika watches with a smile. Rika engages the remaining rogue youths, easily dodging their coordinated attacks and sweeping his twin blades through the air. He moves with rapid speed, causing one of the attackers to freeze in place as a blade swings past him. Rika spins through the group to repel the assault, leaving the remaining youths distressed as they realize they are completely outmatched. Rika closes the distance instantly and delivers a sharp slash to one of the attackers. He follows through with a fatal strike that decapitates the opponent, who experiences a brief moment of realization before collapsing. Rika stands completely still with a wide grin as blood splatters across his face. The view shifts from behind Rika toward the final two rogue youths, who remain standing at a distance with their knives drawn. The two remaining youths tremble with fear and sweat profusely as they grip their weapons tightly. The terrified youths turn around and sprint away to escape while Rika blinks behind them. The two fleeing kids are suddenly struck down as blood splatters across the room, while Rika watches from the background. He smiles broadly as the mercenary notes that the situation is impressive. Zig lifts a defeated opponent with his large weapon and hurls the body across the storage room to strike down the fleeing targets with a heavy impact. The two fleeing targets crash heavily onto the floor under the weight of the thrown body. The remaining opponents look on in absolute shock as Rika stands ready with his twin blades. He swiftly slashes both of the remaining opponents at the same time. The mercenary addresses the wounded opponent and states that he has officially returned the favor. He adds that he delivered an attack the opponent should not have tried to dodge, causing the wounded youth to shout an insult in response. The wounded kid holds his knife steady while facing the mercenary as Rika observes from a distance. Rika tells the wounded opponent to simply give up. He adds that it is time for the kid to come clean as the captured target looks down in silence. He rests his weapon against his shoulder and demands to know the identity of the person in charge along with the final goal of their operation. Later, an elf clan member assesses the recovered children inside the warehouse and notes that they will be fine since they only have a few cuts and bruises. Isana expresses relief that they were able to bring the children out safely, while Zig looks toward the bound captive and asks about the fate of that man who is now transformed to a big person from being a kid. She explains that the clan is taking the captive back with them for interrogation to get to the bottom of the situation, though Zig remarks that he does not think the prisoner will talk much. He tells her to simply do what she can. As they exit the room, Isana asks the mercenary how he managed to see through the deceptive youth's guise. Zig explains that there are very few people who possess the ability to use transformation magic. The mercenary adds that he originally acted based on a simple hunch. Zig focuses his attention downward toward the hidden azure diamond coin tucked inside his cloak. Zig admits that his original intention was to use the coin to expose the attacker's identity, but notes that his trick worked much better than he had initially imagined. Zig realized some sort of spell was being used from the moment they entered the storage room. The mercenary knew the sleeping children were safe from magic after testing them, and remembers informing the others that the rescue squad would arrive in about 1 hour. Zig forced the conscious survivor to hold his coin, which immediately broke the transformation spell and exposed the attacker's true form. The event confirmed to the mercenary that the sleeping children were the actual victims, and as a carriage rattles nearby outside the building, Isana suggests that they should leave. Isana suddenly turns toward the dark trees and draws her weapon, demanding to know who is hiding in the shadows. An older man wearing a long coat emerges from the dark woods and greets Isana. The newcomer smiles at the group and remarks that it is a very nice night. Isana recognizes the man as a member of the mafia and declares that he has a great deal of nerve showing his face there again. The mafia member raises his hands in a calm gesture and tells the warrior to settle down. The man explains that he would never do something as foolish as this kidnapping operation and notes that he arrived with some interesting news. He tells Isana that she will want to hear his information, prompting her to demand that he speak immediately. The man laughs at her response, lights a cigar, and introduces himself as Vano from the Basalta family. Vano inquires about the fate of the individuals responsible for the warehouse operation, and Isana replies that they kept one alive to bring back with them while the rest are dead. Isana looks ahead firmly and clarifies that the clan has no intention of giving the surviving captive back to the mafia. Vano acknowledges her stance by stating that her group never disappoints, but adds that they will likely have a difficult time making the prisoner talk. The mafia member looks closely at the group and tells them to disregard that specific matter for the moment. Vano puffs on his cigar and states that his primary concern is simply retrieving the dead bodies. Isana stands in surprise at the mention of the dead bodies, while Vano confirms his request and adds that he has a very good idea regarding who is actually in charge of the entire situation. Vano clarifies that he does not have actual proof regarding who is in charge of the operation. Isana asks if the corpses would serve as the necessary proof, and Vano responds that it depends entirely on how they are used. Zig sits down heavily on a wooden crate and lets out a tired breath as the others move away. Zig notes that he is starving as his stomach rumbles, reflecting that it is getting late and Siasha is likely already back at their lodging. The mercenary reflects that he has never been this concerned about another person before, even during his time with his old group of mercenaries. Zig prepares to leave the area as Vano steps inside the facility. Vano tells Isana to let him handle the aftermath of the event and adds that he will be in touch with her later. Isana watches him leave and reminds the mafia member not to forget his promise. Isana acknowledges that the situation could serve as good negotiation material just as Zig predicted, and she offers to treat him to a meal as they head home. Zig declines the offer to eat, explaining that he has someone waiting for him. Isana acknowledges his decision and states that she wants to find a way to thank him, but Zig responds that he will be fine as long as he receives his financial reward. The mercenary walks away from the group and adds that they might not be allies the next time they meet. Isana watches him depart and notes that they will cross that bridge when the situation arises. Meanwhile, Vano navigates alone through a narrow alleyway under the night sky. As he walks down the stone steps, Vano smokes his cigar and asks a hidden associate for an opinion on the White Lightning Princess. A voice from a dark doorway responds that the warrior is likely even better than the rumors state. The cloaked figure inside the dark doorway explains that she even managed to notice their presence. Vano remarks that the capability is impressive and asks if the associate can eliminate her when the time comes. The cloaked associate states that a head-on confrontation will not be easy, prompting Vano to ask about the possibility of an attack from behind. The associate explains that an ambush from behind might yield a 50% chance of success. The cloaked figure adds that those odds are only possible after making considerable preparations, causing Vano to express his surprise. Vano notes that he was correct to take a friendly approach because dealing with her alone is already more than he can handle. Vano reflects internally that the plan created by the extremists was actually quite good. Vano considers how the kidnapping of the immigrant children was destroying their community while their cries for help were ignored, driving the clan into a corner to achieve the ultimate goal of forcing them to leave the city. Vano states that he remains somewhat concerned regarding how quickly the clan managed to handle the situation. Vano observes that the clan normally does not do well with roundabout methods, making it unusual that they quickly recognized the slave trade operation and resolved the issue without suffering any casualties. Vano concludes that people simply become stronger after they are backed into a corner as he continues down the alleyway. The cloaked associate asks for a moment of Vano's time, causing the mafia member to pause and listen. Vano looks toward the associate and asks if there is something else currently on his mind. The cloaked figure inquires about the identity of the other man who accompanied Isana, prompting Vano to realize she means the large individual who was hiding his face. Vano considers the detail and notes that the man might have indeed assisted the warrior. Vano reasons that if the individual went out of his way to conceal his face, he likely did not want the mafia to learn his true identity, which indicates that Isana probably received support from a fellow adventurer. The associate observes the situation and states that the masked man might be dangerous. Vano asks if the individual is strong, and the associate responds with a belief that the warrior is highly skilled. The associate asks Vano if he remembers the masked man taking a seat during their previous conversation, and Vano confirms that he remembers the action as he continues down the stairs. The associate reveals that the mercenary actually sat down right beside her, causing Vano to stop in complete shock. Vano states that if the masked man can see through her invisibility magic, he is in trouble. He initially thinks about ordering her to discover the man's identity but immediately changes his mind, stating that it is too risky because they cannot afford to lose him. Vano adds that he will find a way to handle the situation as he walks away down the corridor. Meanwhile, Zig arrives back at his lodging and pauses as he enters the room. Siasha sits on the bed beside a glowing lantern and welcomes the mercenary back. Zig looks toward her and confirms that he has returned. Siasha notes that he is home late, and Zig responds that he had a job to do. Siasha remarks that he ended up working anyway and points out that he is no longer in a position to judge her choices. Siasha approaches the mercenary and touches his face, observing that he smells like blood. Zig explains that the scent was simply part of the job, prompting Siasha to ask if he is injured, but the mercenary assures her that he is fine, which she accepts. Siasha looks at him with a smile and states that he has not had dinner yet. The two companions sit down at the table together while Siasha pours a drink next to a large plate of food. Zig asks Siasha if she has not eaten yet either. Siasha looks up with a smile and answers that she has not really eaten. Zig states that she did not have to wait for his return to have her meal. Siasha explains that she wanted to eat something but faced a strange issue. She recalls walking through the market and taking a large bite of her sandwich. While chewing the food, Siasha suddenly stops as she notices a bizarre sensation. She stares ahead in confusion as she tries to comprehend what is happening. She reflects that she could initially taste the flavor, but the experience quickly changed. Standing among the market crowds, Siasha feels as though she is chewing on flavored sand and realizes something is wrong with the dish. Returning to the present conversation, Zig asks if she was able to taste anything at all. Siasha gives a quiet nod to confirm his words. Zig lifts a skewer to sniff the food and notes that it smells normal. He takes a bite and declares that the meal tastes good. Zig continues eating and states his belief that nothing unusual was added to the preparation. Siasha lets out a heavy sigh and concludes that the issue must be with her. Zig asks when this taste issue started happening, and Siasha answers that it began right after dinner. Zig considers the situation as he continues to chew his food. Siasha stands nearby in silence as her stomach lets out a loud growling sound. Zig extends his hand to offer her a piece of food, causing Siasha to react in surprise. Zig asks if she does not want the food, prompting Siasha to look at the offering with clear hesitation. Siasha leans forward and takes a bite of the food directly from the mercenary's hand. She chews slowly while Zig watches her closely, and she suddenly notices a change in the taste. Siasha brightens up immediately and announces that the food is actually very good. Zig states that it is good to hear and suggests that she was likely just stressed about her temporary party starting tomorrow. Siasha happily agrees with his conclusion while continuing to eat, and Zig advises her to focus on finishing her meal first. Next day, the scene changes to a busy guild hall filled with the constant chatter of various adventurers gathered inside. Zig reminds Siasha that this is the first party of her adventurer career and tells her to be careful and return safely. Siasha acknowledges his words. Siasha tells Zig to be careful as well. Zig notes that he is not in the adventuring business, so he should not have anything to worry about. Zig stops mid-sentence as he recalls the dangerous individuals he has recently encountered and decides it is best to drop the thought. A brief laugh echoes nearby while Siasha walks down the hallway to join her new companions. Listy informs Zig that the two men in the group both have girlfriends in the same party, meaning he does not need to worry about them making a move on Siasha. Zig replies that he has no objections as long as Siasha is fine with the arrangement. Zig tells her that she has been a big help and expresses his appreciation. The woman emphasizes that this is the least she can do to thank him for saving her life. Suddenly, a loud voice disrupts the hall as an angry adventurer at the counter demands that the guild hand over certain information. The female guild employee offers her apologies but states firmly that she cannot provide information about another adventurer without a just cause, ordering the man to leave. The angry adventurer glares directly at the female guild receptionist, who faces his hostility with a steady expression. Watching from the side, Zig tells her that the receptionist has nerves of steel. She explains that many people get the wrong idea about her, but she is actually quite nice. She notes that the receptionist just took over the counter to protect the troubled new employee standing right beside her. The angry man yells that his friend was killed and demands to know if there could be a better reason for his request. The receptionist responds that the guild will contact him after they complete a thorough investigation if they find his request is justified. The receptionist orders the man to leave, causing his face to twitch with rage. The man raises a clenched fist and insults the receptionist. The other adventurers order the man to calm down, noting that they understand his anger but warning him that he must avoid getting on the bad side of the guild. The man fights against their grip and demands to be let go. He shouts a final threat to punch the receptionist as the other adventurers drag him completely out of the hall while Zig watches the scene unfold. The senior receptionist turns around and instructs the newcomer to handle the desk while she leaves to file the official report. The junior employee tearfully thanks her for the assistance. She states that the receptionist is amazing. Zig observes that the receptionist does not look like she knows how to fight and wonders what gives her the confidence to remain so calm. Listy asks if Zig could easily handle a troublemaker like that man. Zig reflects that if he could only fight at the same level as the receptionist, he would probably not act much differently from the troubled new employee. He tells her to put that matter aside and asks if she heard what the angry adventurer said. She confirms that an adventurer was killed, adding that it sounds like the perpetrator was someone from the local area. Zig asks if this type of event happens frequently, and she responds that it occurs every so often. She explains that people kill each other for all kinds of reasons. She notes that some individuals kill each other over splitting reward money, while others fall into crippling debt after failing as adventurers and ultimately kill fellow adventurers to sell their gear and pay off their balances. Listy states that there are some simple ways to avoid being targeted. She notes that a person must either become strong or join a clan to use as a reliable backing. Everyone in the clan will recognize a member as their comrade. If anyone lays a hand on a member, the entire clan cannot ignore the action, which serves as a deterrent against being attacked. Zig asks if the man who was killed was not a member of a clan, and she clarifies that this is actually not the case. She explains that the angry man from earlier belonged to a clan, meaning the victim likely did as well, while Zig notes his belief that clans prevented such attacks. She states that many people will try to seek revenge just like the man from earlier, concluding that the murder was a very risky move. Zig considers whether the victim was murdered for a reason that was worth risking the eventual revenge of an entire clan. She notes that while it is unlikely, someone could have also simply murdered the man on a sudden impulse. Zig reflects that even adventurers kill other adventurers, remembering that in his past, killing someone to defend himself simply ended the matter. He recalls that if someone pointed a blade at him, finishing them off was an expected outcome that nobody ever judged or questioned. Zig realizes that he would not care about the consequences if he were alone, but acting recklessly would cause trouble for his client Siasha. He concludes that if he does not take action regarding this matter, the killings will probably continue to happen. Zig sighs and states that the entire situation is a major pain. Zig reflects on how easy he made things sound when speaking to Siasha and Isana, noting that he now needs to change his own methods as well. The scene shifts to an armor shop as Zig considers his reward money from Alan and Isana, thinking that the cash is burning a hole in his pocket. He remembers that Isana was short on funds, which is why he obtained his payment directly from her chief instead. Zig thinks about securing proper gear for future battles with demon beasts when a female shop assistant approaches him from behind and asks if she can help him find an item. The assistant considers his criteria and asks if he is looking for something durable that does not restrict movement and remains reasonably priced. Zig apologizes for asking for too much while privately thinking that if she actually had lightweight, durable, and cheap equipment, she would not be struggling to run a shop. The assistant proudly states that she has just the right thing for him, leaving Zig thoroughly shocked by her quick response. Zig suspects there must be a catch because a transaction is rarely that easy, while the smiling assistant invites him to take a closer look at the item. The assistant explains that the outer layer of the armor itself is not very strong, but it can be rapidly strengthened by channeling mana through it. She adds that the price is much more affordable than other armor that is equally robust. The assistant notes that on the downside, the gear takes a considerable amount of mana and remains extremely fragile without channeling any mana. The assistant asks if the armor does not suit his needs, prompting Zig to raise his hand and reply that it is not the issue. Zig explains that he did not mention it earlier but he cannot use magic items. The assistant responds that if he is concerned about his mana pool, she recommends carrying around a mana supplement. Zig realizes that he needs to explain his situation at least a little bit if he intends to use this store for a long time, noting that they might have a major misunderstanding without proper communication. Zig tells the assistant to keep what he is about to state strictly between them. The assistant remains silent for a moment before confirming that she understands and will protect customer confidentiality. Zig looks back at her and reveals plainly that he does not have any mana. Zig wonders silently why he must make a big deal out of a situation that sounds entirely normal to him. The assistant covers her mouth and asks if he is being serious. The assistant considers how the mercenary has managed to survive this far and reflects that it makes sense that he wants to hide his secret. The assistant states that she understands his concern and adds that she will not pry into his personal details. She explains that she will reconsider her armor recommendations after putting his unique condition into consideration. Zig expresses his thanks to the employee as he turns his attention back to the shop displays. She observes the massive sword on his back and asks if he has been utilizing that weapon without any active body enhancements. Zig answers that he has been using the weapon solely with his own physical strength, leaving the assistant to state that she now understands. The shop counter displays various armor types that are categorized as expensive, durable but hard to move, or lightweight but fragile. The assistant looks over the collection and notes that in his current price range, they cannot avoid the equipment getting larger if they want durability. Zig concludes that he will have to increase his budget to find the right equipment. The shop assistant apologizes for the lack of options, but Zig reassures her that it is fine. Zig adjusts his weapon and notes that if nothing else, he has found some good gear for his partner. The shop display features a specialized coat designed as armor for mages that can be strengthened by channeling mana through the fabric. Zig decides internally that he will bring Siasha to the store next time. Meanwhile, the assistant explains that because mage armor lacks natural durability, these items tend to consume a large amount of mana. She assistant warns that a miscalculation in mana distribution between attack and defense can leave a person highly vulnerable, prompting her to ask if his partner possesses an adequate amount of mana. Zig hesitates as he considers the statement. Zig reflects on past battles and realizes that they do not need to worry about that problem because he has never seen Siasha run into any issues with her mana. He considers that her very nature as a witch remains highly mysterious, even on a continent where the use of magic comes naturally to everyone. Zig reflects that after observing the local mages and comparing their spells to Siasha's abilities, he can now make a fairly accurate guess regarding her true power. Zig reflects that if the armor's mana consumption is only mild or moderately inefficient, it should not be a problem for Siasha. He decides that he wants to prioritize upgrading her defense. Zig addresses the shop assistant, stating that his search is finished for the day and announcing his plan to return next time with his partner. Zig apologizes for taking up her time, and the shop assistant responds with an apology for not being able to provide more help. The assistant promises to prepare armor suitable for a female mage before his next visit as Zig departs from the store. Entering a different shop, Zig examines a piece of footwear and notes that the material is thick enough. The young shop clerk watches the mercenary and reflects that he has never seen someone so passionate about getting the right footwear. The clerk states that he always pictured adventurers caring about nothing except weapons and similar gear. Zig calls that notion ridiculous and explains that proper footwear is far more important than a lousy weapon, prompting the clerk to express complete surprise at his reasoning. Zig tells the young clerk to think about the situation carefully. Zig explains that a person can still fight without a weapon and can still run even if their arms do not work, but they can do neither if their legs stop working. The clerk concedes the point. Zig continues that anyone who cannot move is forced to wait for either help or death, adding that he is not positive enough to rely on outside assistance. Zig states that help might never arrive at all. He recalls a lesson drilled into him by veteran mercenaries to protect his legs at all costs unless it requires his life. In his memory, the soldiers declared that a person can escape alone as long as their legs function, questioning how many men are needed just to execute a retreat. The veteran ordered those who could not walk to die instead so the group could minimize their losses to a single casualty. Zig reflects that while it was a terrible thing to hear, the logic made complete sense. He notes that a soldier who cannot walk simply becomes a burden to everyone around them. The clerk promises to deliver the goods before evening, adding that he will leave the items with the landlady at the inn if Zig is not in his room. Zig confirms that he understands as he prepares for his next task. Zig reflects on his desire to find connections to a local informant. He remembers that during his last attempt to find an informant, Isana got in his way and forced him to drop the matter. Zig lets out a sigh while walking down the street, noting that he has been putting the task off due to a lack of free time, especially since his recent job with Isana occupied his entire day. He realizes that Isana constantly disrupts his plans before he can even get started. Zig considers that the main reason people choose to avoid Isana might simply be because she is a troublemaker. As Zig continues down the quiet alleyway, he casts a quick glance behind him. The sound of approaching footsteps causes Zig to stop in his tracks as a man walks toward him, stating that he is glad to have finally located the mercenary. The stranger politely asks if he can have a moment of Zig's time. Zig responds with a steady glare and asks if the man needs something from him, while the stranger smiles back through his glasses. The smiling man introduces himself as Kasakabe. He states that he manages the administrative affairs for an adventurer clan called Watatsumi. Kasakabe asks the mercenary to confirm if he is indeed Zig Crane, and Zig answers that his assumption is correct. Kasakabe explains that his clan is currently searching for talented new members. Because of this ongoing search, Kasakabe expresses his desire to extend an invitation to Siasha. Kasakabe notes that the invitation is due to the remarkable accomplishments Siasha has been making recently. Zig states that he is not Siasha's manager. Kasakabe explains that the young woman instructed him to speak with the mercenary directly, leaving Zig silent. Kasakabe invites the mercenary to visit their clan house so he can explain the situation in full detail. Zig lets out a sigh and reflects that this option is better than Siasha making a final decision completely on her own. Zig agrees to accompany the administrator just to hear the details of the offer. Kasakabe presents the large stone building ahead of them as the Watatsumi clan house. Zig notes that the building is quite large and inquires if the clan is famous. Kasakabe responds that their organization is considered above average overall. Kasakabe explains that they possess powerful veteran adventurers but remain lacking compared to the top clans because they assign most of the work to the veterans to cover for the beginners. Kasakabe adds that their name currently remains in obscurity because of their heavy focus on training new members. Zig asks if that arrangement causes frustration among the long-time members, noting that the strategy seems to favor the young blood to the point of taking advantage of the veteran adventurers. Zig listens to the nearby chatter inside the building and reflects internally that he cannot imagine everyone in this location enjoying the current arrangement. Zig observes his surroundings and states that the place is surprisingly clean. Kasakabe explains that the higher-ups love to keep it tidy. Zig adds that good hygiene is important. A young clan member approaches the group and welcomes Kasakabe back before gesturing towards Zig to ask if this is the man. Kasakabe confirms his statement. Kasakabe quietly instructs the young member to treat the guest with the utmost respect, prompting a brief nod of understanding from the boy. The young clan member steps forward and requests to hold on to the mercenary's large weapon. Zig prepares to hand over his sword and warns the boy that the weapon is very heavy, while the youth confirms that he is ready to take it. The young member suddenly stumbles under the immense weight of the massive twin blade as it shifts downward with a sharp movement. Zig watches the boy struggle and asks if he needs a hand, but the straining youth insists that he has the situation under control. The young clan member lets out a quiet gulp as he manages to steady his grip on the heavy weapon. Zig asks if there is a problem. The member clarifies that he was simply reflecting on the highly unusual design of the heavy weapon. Kasakabe stands on the steps and instructs the mercenary to follow him up the stairs. Zig observes the spacious area and points out that the clan house contains very few people despite its large size. Kasakabe explains that everyone is currently working on assignments, noting that only members on their break are likely to be seen inside the building during this time of day. Zig inquires if any of the clan members actually live inside the facility. Kasakabe chuckles and confirms that some members do reside there, explaining that the clan must remain prepared in case an unexpected event occurs. Zig deduces from the statement that a serious incident has occurred at the clan house in the past. Kasakabe looks back and confirms his assumption. Zig expresses mild surprise as Kasakabe reveals that he was left in charge of investigating the past incident and is currently in the middle of resolving the matter. Zig reaches the upper floor and finds Kasakabe standing calmly in a room filled with several armed clan members. Zig watches as the armed clan members stand ready at the top of the stairs. Kasakabe smiles and states that he must make a few inquiries before he provides any further explanation. Zig requests permission to present his own inquiry first. Kasakabe prompts the mercenary to speak. Zig observes the administrator and notes that either his own vision is failing or Kasakabe is a highly skilled actor. Zig asks which he thinks he is. Kasakabe adjusts his glasses and states his belief that choosing the second option will make them both happy. Zig expresses his complete agreement with that statement. Zig crosses his arms while surrounded by the armed men and demands to know what the group wants from him. An angry clan member steps forward to point directly at the mercenary and declares their absolute certainty that Zig committed the act. Zig states that he does not follow the accusation, while the young clan member stares at him. Kasakabe raises his hand to stop the young member, addressing him as Kane and stating that he will handle the situation. Kane tells the mercenary to stop playing dumb. Kasakabe looks forward and explains that their clan members were attacked the previous day. Kasakabe describes the victims as young, talented adventurers with promising futures, bringing up a memory of the 5 members drinking and celebrating together. Kasakabe details the aftermath of the event, stating that all 5 victims fought back but 3 of them still died. He adds that the remaining 2 are currently unconscious and in critical condition. Zig remembers the incident with the loud man at the guild earlier that morning and realizes the connection between the 2 events. He then prompts Kasakabe to state his point. Kasakabe reveals that one of the survivors woke up briefly that morning and provided a visual description of the perpetrator. Kasakabe explains that the perpetrator acted alone and possessed high combat skill. He notes that the victims found it extremely difficult to escape despite outnumbering the attacker 5-1. Kasakabe states the most important detail of the survivor's description, revealing that the attacker carried a large twin-blade weapon. Zig remarks that it is highly rare for someone else to use that specific type of weapon. Kasakabe observes that the mercenary displays no change in emotion and shows no signs of distress. Zig concludes that the clan is attempting to accuse him of being the attacker. Kasakabe points out that very few individuals use twin blades, and even fewer use them skillfully. Zig crosses his arms and responds that he has nothing to say about the matter, advising the administrator to simply accept the situation. Kasakabe maintains a calm posture and states that the clan simply wants the mercenary to answer their inquiries so they can clear up any potential misunderstandings. Kasakabe requests to know what the mercenary was doing the previous day. Zig answers plainly that he was out doing some shopping. Kasakabe reveals that he took the liberty of investigating the mercenary's exact whereabouts and notes that Zig did much more than simply shop. Kasakabe details the sequence of events, stating that the mercenary saw Siasha off at the guild, purchased an item at the magic store, spoke with a friend outside, and ultimately disappeared into an alleyway. Zig points out that there is no logical reason for the administrator to ask about his schedule if the clan already knows all the answers. Kasakabe admits that the clan does not know what the mercenary did after he entered the alleyway. He explains that their investigation ended at that exact point. Kasakabe requests the mercenary to state his actions during that specific time. Zig responds that he was simply doing his job. Kasakabe prompts the mercenary to specify the exact nature of his work. Zig states that he cannot reveal those details. He explains that he refuses to discuss his private work with the public. Kasakabe sighs and addresses the mercenary directly, noting that such a vague excuse is completely unacceptable given their current situation. Zig counters that revealing his private business just to avoid a minor physical threat would permanently damage his professional reputation. Kasakabe strongly advises the administrator to choose his next words with extreme caution. Kasakabe maintains his stance and clarifies that the clan also wants to avoid resorting to violence if at all possible. Kasakabe points out that as a mercenary, Zig sometimes accepts jobs that require him to kill other people, prompting the man to confirm this established fact. Zig states that the assessment is not exactly correct. Kasakabe asks the mercenary to explain what he means by that statement. Zig clarifies that he does not do this only sometimes. He states that his actual job is to kill people. Kasakabe listens to the statement and calmly notes his understanding. The mercenary stands completely surrounded by the armed clan members as his absolute declaration about his profession settles over the large room. Kasakabe stands alongside his tense subordinates and repeats his understanding of the situation. Kasakabe informs the mercenary that he is willing to spare his life if he reveals who gave the order for the attack. Kasakabe looks directly at the mercenary and declares that this will be his one and only offer. Kasakabe demands that the mercenary tell them who hired him and exactly what the employer wanted to achieve. Zig grips the handle of his large weapon and plainly declines the offer. Kasakabe acknowledges the refusal and states that the situation is now completely out of his control. He instructs his men to ensure the mercenary can still speak after they are finished fighting him. Kane draws his sword and charges forward, declaring that the mercenary is dead. Zig swiftly kicks a heavy wooden table directly toward the advancing clan members to disrupt their path. The flying table crashes into the group and knocks them away as another member steps forward to strike the mercenary from the side. Zig quickly dodges the incoming strike and reaches out to grab the attacker by the wrist. The mercenary delivers a heavy punch that sends the captured attacker flying backward to crash into another standing clan member. Kane steps up and swings his sword while telling the mercenary not to act arrogant. Zig calmly raises his gloved hand and catches the moving blade directly in his palm. Zig states that the attack was not bad. Kane insults him in return and notes that it will be highly entertaining to watch the mercenary try to survive without a weapon. Zig decides that he should grab a weapon to use, while Kane struggles to pull his sword away and strongly rejects the idea. Kane insists that the mercenary will fight without a weapon as Zig kicks the young man in the leg to break his stance. Kane expresses confusion when the mercenary reaches down and firmly grabs his ankle. Zig looks at the shivering young man and begins to state his current role in the fight. Zig finishes his statement by declaring that the youth is his new weapon as he rapidly swings the young man into the advancing attackers. A female clan member warns her allies to avoid hitting their captured comrade in the head while Zig uses the youth to strike down multiple opponents across the room. Zig observes that the youth has reached his physical limit and drops the limp body onto the floor. Another clan member raises a sword and prepares to strike the mercenary from behind. Zig evades the swinging blade and reflects internally that he wants to retrieve a proper weapon but doubts the enemies will give him the opportunity. The mercenary briefly stumbles backward, catching the immediate attention of 3 nearby clan members who carefully watch his movement. 3 clan members draw their swords and launch a simultaneous attack against the mercenary from multiple directions. Zig evades the coordinated assault by kicking the ground with enough force to shatter the wooden floorboards and propel himself backward. Zig immediately transitions into a counterattack, delivering a heavy punch to one opponent and striking another while dodging a wild sword swing from a third attacker who shouts an insult at him. The mercenary uses his forearm guard to block an incoming sword strike before delivering a powerful punch directly into the chest of another advancing clan member. A clan member yells loudly as he unleashes a heavy downward sword swing. Zig swiftly snatches the sword directly from the attacker's grip mid-swing and tells him that he has guts. The mercenary stands victorious with the stolen weapon in his hand while the defeated clan members lie scattered across the destroyed room, leaving Cacicabe to watch the aftermath in silence. Cacicabe looks toward the mercenary and wonders internally how the single man managed to completely turn the battle around on their entire group. Cacicabe stares ahead at his defeated subordinates and states that the situation must be a joke. Cacicabe wonders how the man managed to accomplish this feat without a weapon, noting that such an outcome should be impossible even if he had been armed. Zig looks back and prompts the administrator to share his thoughts on the outcome of the battle. Cacicabe maintains a tense posture and states that he does not understand the meaning behind the mercenary's statement. Zig faces the administrator directly and explains that it would have been a simple task to kill everyone in the room. Zig states that he went out of his way to merely incapacitate his attackers, adding his hope that the administrator can understand the implication behind his choice. Cacicabe stands in silence as he fully comprehends the meaning behind the mercenary's words. Cacicabe observes that the man possesses incredible strength even when unarmed. Cacicabe recalls the 5 young adventurers from the previous night and considers the situation again. He wonders if those 5 inexperienced rookies could have managed to escape if this specific mercenary had been their attacker. Cacicabe stares ahead and concludes with absolute certainty that his young subordinates would never have been able to escape. Cacicabe looks at the mercenary and asks Zig to confirm that he is not the one who committed the act. Zig replies that this is exactly what he has been telling the administrator. Zig notes that his rare weapon and his actions on that day made him a logical suspect. He adds that he would suspect himself if he were in the administrator's position. Zig looks at the fallen clan members and states that he is unsure how to make the attackers apologize to him. Zig thinks that killing the men would cause bigger problems and he does not know a fair price to demand for the trouble. He silently notes that the situation is difficult to judge. The large double doors open forcefully into the room. Zig looks toward the doors and states that reinforcements have arrived because he took too long to finish the fight. Cacicabe looks toward the entrance and verbally expresses a negative reaction to the sudden arrival. Heavy footsteps move quickly up the stairs. Cacicabe states internally that the approaching clan members must realize they have the wrong man. He runs forward to stop them before they cause more disrespect and ruin their trust. A female clan member grabs Cacicabe by his collar and pulls him backward while telling him to get back. Cacicabe chokes briefly as she moves him. The woman throws Kasakabe aside. He falls backward onto the wooden stairs. The woman looks down and asks a fallen member if they are unharmed. She instructs the person to go outside to safety and leave the current situation to her group. The woman states that her group will not lose to the mercenary. Kasakabe coughs from the floor and tries to tell the woman to wait. Two female clan members prepare to fight and state their intent to avenge their fallen comrades. Kasakabe watches them from behind while holding his throat. Kasakabe coughs again and reaches his hand forward while telling the women no. A while ago, a girl named Lindia praises Siasha as they walk down the street with their companions, calling her amazing. Siasha smiles and thanks Lindia, stating that she and the rest of the party were a great help. Lindia notes that she thought she was doing well for her age, but she now realizes there is always someone better. She suggests that they go out on another venture together sometime, but her sentence is cut short by loud chatter nearby. She notices the commotion and asks about the source of the noise. A group of adventurers shares the news that a man barged into the Watatsumi clan house looking for a fight, explaining that it is just a single individual causing all the havoc. Siasha listens to the surrounding voices describe the attacker as a large man who carries a strange weapon on his back. Lindia comments on the rumor, stating that it is scary for someone to simply barge into a building like that. Lindia turns toward her companion and calls out Siasha's name after noticing her sudden silence and tense expression. Siasha laughs quietly to herself and notes that Zig cannot stay out of trouble for very long. Back at the clan house, a female clan member rushes forward with her sword drawn and orders Kasakabe to step back. The woman leaps into an attack, but Zig immediately blocks her incoming strike with his stolen sword. The woman unleashes a rapid succession of sword swings, forcing Zig to pivot and evade the continuous assault. Zig observes her movements and acknowledges internally that her combat skills are highly effective. He reflects on his original intention to avoid getting into a direct conflict with any of the local adventurer clans. He concludes that a serious escalation is now completely unavoidable. Zig prepares his stance and decides that he must kill the female clan member to end the fight. The woman suddenly freezes in shock as she detects a lethal shift in the mercenary's presence. Zig swings his blade past the woman, missing her closely as she reacts to the sudden motion. She resets her stance and attacks again, but Zig swiftly moves to evade her weapon. Zig presses his advantage, forcing a grunt from the woman as he counters her defense and clenches his fist. He observes the impact against her defense and notes internally that his strike was not hard enough. The woman crashes backward into a nearby table, shattering it completely, while Zig steps back. A second female clan member intervenes, clashing her weapon against Zig's blade with a furious expression. The new attacker unleashes rapid strikes and drives her blade into the floor to manifest ice magic, prompting Zig to note internally that she is resourceful. Large pillars of sharp ice erupt from the ground around the new attacker as she stands steady. A discarded weapon hits the floor nearby, and Zig quickly snatches it up to prepare for the next clash. Zig swings his weapon with great force, shattering the sharp pillars of ice into small fragments. The ice mage launches a large shard of ice forward while Zig tracks the projectile and moves to avoid it. The ice mage lunges forward to strike, but Zig intercepts her blade directly with his own weapon. The woman struggles against Zig's immense physical power during the blade lock as another piece of ice flies past them. Zig destroys the remaining ice attack with a swift counter and states that the woman is too easy to read. The ice mage expresses absolute shock as Zig bypasses her magic defense and slices her outer cloak away. Zig repositions himself in the room as the first female clan member recovers and moves back to the side of the ice mage. He stands firmly between his two opponents and successfully blocks simultaneous strikes from both women at the same time. Zig tells the ice mage that she should have let her companion have a quick death, prompting the first woman to angrily reject the statement while the ice mage reacts in silence. The ice mage shouts loudly as Zig defends himself against the simultaneous attacks from both women. Zig strikes forward with his armed guard, hitting the red-haired woman and pushing her away. Zig quickly grabs the red-haired woman and forces her to freeze in place with his weapon. The ice mage recovers her balance and swings her sword through the empty space. Zig moves his blade into position and blocks the incoming attack from the ice mage. The ice mage trembles in confusion while Zig prepares his next move and states that the battle is not over yet. Zig stands firmly between his two opponents to stall their movements. The red-haired woman deals with a throbbing pain but raises her sword to continue fighting while Zig watches her closely. The two women rush forward together as Zig gets into a low stance to face their combined attack. Zig focuses on his target and states that he was waiting for that exact moment, causing the red-haired woman to flinch in response. The ice mage realizes internally that Zig deliberately baited her into attacking as the mercenary launches his countermove. The ice mage is sent sliding across the floor as she fights to stay on her feet. She stares in shock as a blade stops just inches away from her face. The red-haired woman shouts in alarm as a sudden force cuts through the air. A projectile crashes through the large window, shattering the glass and Zig's sword completely while Zig stands his ground. The ice mage watches as a spear of light streaks through the room past the fallen clan members. Zig and the ice mage both turn around to look at the hole in the window. He expresses surprise at the unexpected attack while the ice mage stands beside him in shock. Zig notes internally that he did not smell any magic, confirming that the attack was entirely physical as he lowers his stance near a broken table. He glances back at a projectile lodged in the frame and recognizes that it was a long-ranged attack while his foot shifts against the floorboards. An armored man calls out from a distance, ordering everyone to stop right there and stating that it is time to end the fooling around, causing Zig to halt his movement. Zig relaxes his posture and sits down on the floor, observing that someone has finally arrived who is willing to listen while the ice mage stands nearby. The man holds up a large crossbow and announces that Casacabe told him everything, suggesting that they let him handle the situation from this point forward. The armored man calls the meeting to order, prompting the gathered group to focus on the upcoming discussion. He states that everyone present has already heard about the recent attack on his clan members. Then he continues his explanation, noting that the perpetrator of the attack used a twin-blade weapon. The armored man points out that very few individuals can use a twin blade properly, which shortens the list of suspects. He adds that Casacabe reached the same conclusion when he took charge of the investigation. He explains that Casacabe gathered suspicious information about the mercenary and attempted to make him speak by using physical force, which resulted in the defeated men scattered across the floor. The ice mage requests clarification on the specific nature of the suspicious information gathered about the mercenary. The armored man admits he did not hear that part of the report, leaving a hesitant Casacabe to address the inquiry. The bald guy expresses his sudden realization of the situation while the red-haired woman declares that the circumstances make the mercenary look completely guilty to anyone. She points directly at the mercenary, stating that the entire conflict could have been avoided if he had told the truth immediately, and notes that he should feel ashamed of his actions. Zig explains that revealing the specific details of his job would permanently damage his professional reputation. The ice mage asks if he chooses to remain silent even when withholding that information puts his own life at risk. Zig replies that his decision depends entirely on how big the actual risk is. She inquires if he is implying that he felt absolutely no danger during the entire encounter up to this point. Zig clarifies that he did not perceive any real risk until the two women arrived to join the fight. The armored man breaks in to note that the group has not properly introduced themselves yet. He introduces the blue-haired woman as Setsu and the red-haired woman as Marina. Setsu bows forward while Marina responds with annoyance. The mercenary introduces himself as Zig, prompting Setsu to ask if he is finally ready to answer their questions. Zig answers with a direct refusal, which immediately worsens the expressions of both women. Setsu asks Zig to explain his reasoning, and he responds that he has no reason to say anything because he has already cleared his name. Setsu inquires about what makes him believe that, prompting Zig to look back toward Casacabe. Casacabe explains that he does not find it likely Zig is responsible for the attack, noting that the mercenary avoided killing anyone in the building and limited the damage to minor injuries. Marina argues that the mercenary could have simply behaved that way to gain their trust. The armored guy named Bates addresses the two women and asks for their perspective since they directly engaged the mercenary in combat. Setsu admits that the mercenary is incredibly strong and states that she would be dead if backup had not arrived. Bates observes that a fighter of that caliber would never fail to kill 5 inexperienced rookies, regardless of their promise. He concludes that the scenario is highly unlikely as the group falls into silent reflection. Bates points out that the issue is now settled and requests that they stop accusing him, while Marina asks Bates why he looks so serious and Casacabe calls out to her. Marina asks about the sudden change in the room while Setsu stands silently in shock. Cacicabe states that if Zig is innocent, the group has only relied on assumptions to accuse him. He states that kidnapping, holding someone against their will, violent interrogation, and attempted murder are all serious crimes. Cacicabe explains that if Zig reports the incident to the military police or the guild, the clan will face severe trouble. He adds that the main offenders will face imprisonment and lose their adventurer status. Cacicabe asks Zig to specify the amount of compensation he expects to receive. Marina repeats the word compensation, and Cacicabe confirms the statement. Cacicabe clarifies that Zig has the power to send everyone who mistreated him to jail, including Cacicabe himself. He states that their only goal was to avenge their comrades, asking Zig to consider this motive and forgive the clan. Zig stands silently with his arms crossed. He observes them closely and reflects internally that the entire situation is a major hassle. Zig continues his internal reflection, noting that it might have been easier to just kill everyone to settle the score evenly, even if it required extra effort. Bates and Cacicabe look at each other with serious expressions. Cacicabe adjusts his glasses and states that he will make the necessary arrangements immediately, which causes Marina to call out his name in surprise. Bates covers his face and apologizes, stating that this choice is necessary to protect the clan, while Setsu looks at him with disbelief. Zig displays confusion at their sudden shift in behavior and demands an explanation regarding their conversation. Bates clarifies that the purpose of the arrangement is to hand the guilty clan members directly over to Zig's custody. Bates adds his understanding that this action does not stem from Zig's demands. Cacicabe adds that it is instead a voluntary gesture of good faith from the clan. Bates rubs his head and states that he is unsure how much weight his words carry since he is the seller in this transaction. Bates adds that the two women are good people and requests that Zig take care of them, while the mercenary remains completely silent. Zig reacts to the statement and clarifies that the group has entirely the wrong idea about the situation. A voice from the entrance calls out to Zig and asks if he was out doing some shopping. Siasha appears at the doorway and inquires about what exactly the mercenary is purchasing. She smiles directly toward Zig and offers to provide her assistance to him. They all turn around simultaneously and display immediate shock at her sudden arrival. Bates loudly greets Siasha and immediately tries to explain that the clan is currently handling a specific arrangement. Siasha lowers her gaze with a dark expression, casting an intense silence over the entire room. The four clan members freeze as a heavy pressure fills the room. Siasha walks past the silent group. She approaches Zig and stops right next to him. Zig observes her arrival and remarks that she returned quickly before asking how her job went. Siasha answers that the task was a complete success and went off without any problems. Zig acknowledges the good news, and Siasha states that she learned a lot during the mission. She leans in to touch the scar on his face and asks the mercenary to explain what happened to him. Zig explains that the group attacked him based purely on an assumption. Zig adds that the clan tried to hand over the two women to make up for the mistake, noting that they insisted on offering something even though he refused. Siasha looks at the two women. She states that Zig is busy serving as her bodyguard, meaning he lacks the time to buy women. Siasha demands confirmation that the group completely understands her words. Cacicabe responds in the affirmative while the rest of the terrified clan members look on in silence. Later, Zig and Siasha walk down the street away from the building, where Zig reflects internally that he has made her quite upset as she addresses him by name. Siasha inquires if he wants to buy any women, and Zig states plainly that he does not. Siasha's face burns red as she hears those words. She smiles cheerfully and tells Zig to move along because she is currently very hungry. Next morning, Zig knocks firmly on a wooden door as his voice calls out for the sleeping Siasha to wake up because it is morning. She remains slumped face down on her bed, which is cluttered with open books, loose papers, and a lantern. Siasha slowly sits up from her messy blankets with drool running down her chin and begins to mutter a sleepy morning greeting. A wet cloth flies across the room and slaps directly onto her face, cutting her speech short. Siasha holds the damp towel over her eyes before using it to rub her face awake while Zig stands nearby waiting. Later, inside the crowded guild hall, Siasha smiles in front of a bulletin board and announces that she will be on her way. She reaches out and tears a request paper down from the board. A nearby adventurer shouts at her for taking it, but he instantly flinches in fear when she casts a sharp glare back at him. Zig observes that she has become very used to dealing with people in this manner. While walking along a forest path, Siasha reads from a small adventure guide book and notes that lizard demon beasts live in this territory. She pulls a floating wooden cart behind her as she continues to read, explaining that these demon beasts instinctively use special abilities, which adds a layer of difficulty that goes beyond a simple match of raw power. Siasha states that his ability to make proper decisions and adapt will be put to the test during the hunt. Zig notes that being able to overcome this type of difficulty must be a significant achievement for ordinary adventurers. Since more than half of all adventurers are ranked 7th class or lower, this specific challenge serves as a definitive boundary line for their abilities. Siasha points ahead and suggests moving deeper into the forest to avoid running into other adventurers who might be in the area. Zig suddenly stops and alerts his companion to a target located at the 2 o'clock position, prompting Siasha to observe that the creature appears quite large. A large lizard demon beast with crystalline armor plates on its head and sharp claws stands before them on the path. Siasha smiles and considers them lucky that a crystal lizard approached them right away, while Zig positions himself as the beast begins its approach. The crystal lizard activates its ability, causing multiple sharp crystal shards to manifest and float in the air above its head. The creature launches the volley of sharp crystal projectiles forward through the air in a straight line. Siasha extends her arm to create a solid defensive barrier that completely blocks and shatters the incoming crystal shards while Zig stands calmly beside her. Zig stares closely at the creature and wonders about its sudden actions, while Siasha smiles and observes that the situation has become interesting. She stands steady near the large barrier as the beast prepares to move, noting that the creature is choosing a battle of raw strength. The crystal lizard lunges forward blindly and slams its armored head directly into the solid shield with immense force. While the creature remains completely dazed and stuck in the cracked barrier, Siasha expresses her appreciation, noting that she was previously concerned about how to defeat it without damaging the harvestable materials. She stands calmly and remarks that the beast walked directly into her prepared trap. A sudden, powerful blast erupts beneath the crystal lizard, shattering its armor plates and throwing the beast backward. Zig asks to clarify the exact material they are supposed to collect from the crystal lizard while Siasha works to collect the reward from the defeated creature. Siasha laughs happily as she holds up a large crystal piece and announces that she successfully retrieved the prize. She explains that the scales of the crystal lizard are responsible for forming the crystals, but the eyes are what allow the creature to control them freely. Siasha continues her explanation, noting that the scales are used for armor while the eyes are used for weapons or magic items, such as a blade that can maintain its form as long as the user has mana. Zig looks at the cart filled with crystals and finds the information interesting. Zig notes that these useful qualities make it difficult to decide whether they should sell the harvested material. She listens to him and announces that she has just thought of a solution. Siasha states that they can simply hunt another crystal lizard to avoid having to make a difficult decision. Zig immediately moves into action and delivers a heavy downward strike onto another lizard beast. He slices cleanly through his target with his large weapon. He leaps backward to a safe distance as the defeated creature dissolves, leaving a patch of scorched black earth on the ground. A different type of lizard demon beast opens its jaws wide to gather a glowing sphere of energy inside its mouth. Zig holds his weapon ready and turns his attention toward the new creature as it prepares its attack from a distance. The creature suddenly launches its head forward on an elongated neck while its large collar flaps expand. Zig times his movement perfectly and unleashes a swift horizontal slash to intercept the lunging head of the beast. The head of the creature is completely severed in a spray of dark fluid. Zig holds up the remains of the beast and asks Siasha if this particular specimen is suitable for their needs. Siasha explains that the creature he just defeated is a blaze lizard, noting that it uses its neck frill to focus its mana and release it all at once. Siasha states that the material is not worth very much, which means the rewards for hunting it are also low. He looks at the remains and notes that the creature seemed to use powerful magic, wondering why the market value for the material is set so low. Siasha crouches down next to the severed frill and explains that one reason for the low price is that the mana cost to utilize the material is too high, which would cause an average mage to run out of energy very quickly. She adds that the output cannot be regulated because the power has to be released at maximum capacity every single time, making the material far too dangerous to use for crafting standard magic items. Zig looks over at the floating cart which is now piled high with remains and suggests ending the hunt for the day because they cannot haul any more weight than this. Siasha expresses her disappointment that they were unable to locate another crystal lizard to add to their haul. As they walk back through the forest with Zig pulling the loaded cart, Siasha states that she wants to buy a larger carrier that can fit both of them, noting she heard that high-quality carriers can move automatically. Two other adventurers standing nearby notice the pair walking past from behind, and one of the men tells his companion to look at what they are carrying. The adventurers recognize that the cart is filled with parts from a crystal lizard, and one of them swallows hard as his heart rate quickens at the sight of the valuable materials. As Zig and Siasha continue walking away, the man in the scarf prepares to follow them, but his companion steps in and extends an arm to stop him. The man turns around and recognizes the person stopping him as Kane, telling Kane not to sneak up on him like that. Kane warns the man to stay away from the pair because leaving them alone is the official decision of the Watatsumi clan. The adventurer forcefully knocks Kane's hand away and demands to know why the clan cares about those two. Kane states directly that he does not need to explain anything to him. The adventurer flinches as Kane fixes him with a sharp stare. Kane states that he is doing the man a favor by warning him never to do anything to that girl. The adventurer looks back at Kane and asks for the exact meaning behind his warning. Kane continues down the path while his companion looks back one last time at Zig and Siasha as they walk away with their loaded cart. Later, an employee at the guild counter praises the pair for their success with the blaze lizards, observing that they are doing well even on the new hunting grounds. Siasha smiles and states that they are fully capable of handling a task of that nature. Zig stands further back in the crowded hall, looking out over the room. He reflects on the earlier encounter in the forest, thinking that he initially expected the group of adventurers to launch an ambush against them. Zig concludes his thought that the men surprisingly managed to control themselves, just as a woman approaches and asks for a moment of his time. He inquires if the stranger needs something from him, prompting the woman to offer a sincere apology for the immense trouble her family caused him recently. The woman places a hand on her chest and introduces herself as Aoi Kasakabe, stating that the administrator, Akito Kasakabe, is her foolish younger brother. Zig connects the family names and asks if she is the sister of the man. Aoi bows deeply before the mercenary and states that her brother deserves to be punished, adding that the entire situation was only overlooked because of Zig's kindness. Zig tells Aoi that she can stop bowing to him. He gestures with his hand and explains that given the circumstances, nobody can blame her brother for the misunderstanding, advising her not to be too hard on him. Aoi stands up and says that her brother should not have acted so recklessly, even if he believed he could not possibly be wrong. She states that acting responsibly is what it means to be an adult, noting that her brother is still naive. Zig clarifies that his decision was not based on kindness, explaining that they simply made a formal deal to settle the matter. Aoi steps closer and causes Zig to flinch as she states that he has only concluded his business with the Watatsumi clan itself. Aoi explains that separate compensation is required from the family before asking for the mercenary's opinion. Zig replies since her brother is not a child, he needs to clean up his own messes, as Aoi attempts to speak. Zig looks at the woman and notes that she works as a receptionist for the guild. Then he and his client will be relying on her more in the future, concluding that he expects her to do a good job. He asks if that answer is acceptable to her. Aoi closes her eyes and tells him to come directly to her for advice if he ever needs assistance in the future. She suspects Zig's true motive is to make her forget about the family compensation, but he quickly tells her that it is fine. Siasha walks back toward the center of the hall while Aoi turns away and walks into the back room. Siasha informs Zig about a new bounty for a pair of azure fork helms. He replies that his weapon uses materials harvested from that specific demon beast. Siasha explains that these are not ordinary mature insects because they have survived many battles over a long lifespan, making them a far greater threat than regular targets. Zig considers her words and wonders internally if insects can actually become more powerful simply through combat experience. Siasha clarifies that demon beasts absorb mana from the opponents they defeat, meaning they naturally grow stronger the longer they live. She lets out a sigh and notes that 7th-class adventurers do not stand a chance against them, adding that many more adventurers will likely arrive tomorrow to pursue the bounty. Zig taps Siasha on the arm and suggests that they head out a bit earlier today. As they walk together, Siasha laughs quietly and thanks the mercenary for his help as usual. Back at the guild, a female staff member holding a pen steps forward and firmly states that they cannot go. Siasha smiles innocently and states that she has no idea what the worker means. The staff member yells that playing dumb will not work, explaining she knows Siasha has been asking about the bounty and even borrowed the bestiary for demon beasts from the archive room. Holding her clipboard, the worker warns them that if an adventurer ignores repeated guild warnings and enters battle, they risk suspension or even demotion. The staff member points to her paperwork and notes that she has already recorded the official warning in the logs, causing Siasha to plead for mercy. The worker looks directly at her and acknowledges that Siasha is indeed very talented. The receptionist continues her statement, noting that at this current point in time, it is highly likely that Siasha is strong enough to successfully complete the bounty. She adds that if other adventurers see someone else complete a difficult task, they might think they are capable of doing it too. Letting individuals act recklessly causes many others to follow suit, which only leads to a large number of casualties. The guild enforces these specific rules to ensure that such dangerous scenarios never happen. Back on the forest path, Siasha expresses her disappointment, but Zig advises her to let the matter go because the staff member made a valid point. Siasha acknowledges that the worker was right, prompting Zig to ask if she truly wanted to hunt the bounty that badly. She states that she wanted to be completely free of the constant disturbance, as they arrive at an area filled with the loud chatter of surrounding adventurers. Siasha turns to her companion and declares that she will not hold back today, telling Zig to take it easy while he decides to protect her back. Siasha fixes her gaze ahead and prepares her stance, extending her arm forward as magic energy swiftly begins to gather around her hand. A large lizard demon beast suddenly lunges forward through the forest, and Siasha instantly unleashes a massive wave of sharp energy that cuts directly through the target. Siasha stands in the forest and watches as a group of multi-headed demon beasts emerges from the trees. She brings her hands together to cast a spell, causing giant stone spikes to erupt from the ground and impale the monsters as she walks past them. A flying demon beast is caught in the air and pinned between the rising stone structures. Siasha walks away as the heavy stone pillars completely crush the remaining targets. A pack of wolf-like demon beasts surround Siasha from all sides as she stands in a clearing. Massive boulders rain down from above and flatten the entire pack of beasts into the ground. Siasha simply walks past the destruction. She looks up at the numerous creatures impaled high on her magic spikes and becomes quiet. Siasha realizes that she got carried away as her heart begins to pound, recalling a past moment when terrified people screamed for help and called her a monster. Zig looks at her and asks if something is wrong. Siasha pauses before stating that nothing is wrong, adding that she feels better because it has been a long time since she last let loose. Zig replies he understands the situation. She steps closer to the mercenary and reaches up to face. Zig looks down at her hand and silently observes her actions. Siasha smiles slightly and confesses that she allowed herself to get a little carried away. Zig agrees and points out that she made a large mess, causing Siasha to flinch as fluid oozes from the dead creatures around them. The battlefield remains covered in the broken bodies of the demon beasts trapped under rocks and impaled on the stone pillars. Siasha nervously laughs and suggests that she should try using a wider variety of magic spells in the future, to which he replies that doing so might be a good idea. The timeline shifts back, where a narrative text states that the man was starving. A blonde warrior forcefully smashes a wooden table inside a tavern, sending food and plates flying across the room. The dark-haired adventurer tells his leader that he can no longer follow him and announces his decision to quit the group. He warns the leader about what will happen if he continues to belittle everyone, but the leader angrily cuts him off and tells him to shut up. The furious leader yells that his companion only received a promotion because of his own personal efforts. He calls the departing man a fool and loudly declares that he never needed any of his teammates to begin with. The departing adventurer looks back and asks if that is truly the case. He tells the leader that he will never understand the reality of the situation until the day he dies. The narrative notes that the man is insatiable. The blonde warrior leaps through a forest clearing with his sword drawn, launching a swift physical attack against a large reptile monster. The narration adds that the warrior is always thirsty for more victories. He stands on top of the large monster to finish it off, shouting out for others to look at him while repeatedly asserting that he is completely right. Inside a quiet room filled with bookshelves, the warrior smiles and holds up his identification tag, stating that he will reach the third-class rank in no time at all. His cheerful expression quickly shifts into a look of intense anger. Standing outside the stone building, the man clutches his face in frustration. He cries out in anger, demanding to know the reason why the administration will not grant him his promotion. The warrior complains that the guild is run by complete morons. He demands to know why a group of rookies who work together received a promotion while he continues to get absolutely no recognition for his solo achievements. He internally reflects that he has talent and states that he is not like the other adventurers around him while facing a large bear monster in battle. The warrior delivers the defeated monster to the guild counter. Later, alone in his room, he angrily curses his situation and throws his arm over his face, wondering about the lack of his promotion. After resting alone, he walks down a stone hallway while drinking from a bottle. He notices a group of young adventurers talking and laughing further down the corridor. He shouts at the young rookies to get out of his way as he forcefully marches past them, causing one of them to react in surprise. The angry rookie calls out to demand what the man is doing, but his dark-haired companion tells him to just let the matter go as the warrior continues to walk away. The young adventurers whisper to each other, noting the appearance of the warrior's weapon and concluding that he is probably a high-class adventurer. One rookie expresses doubt about the status of the warrior and states that an adventurer named Alan is far more amazing. The rookies continue criticizing the warrior behind his back, stating that he is old, has no real future, and will never find a clan or make friends due to his bad attitude. The smirking rookies realize that they do not actually know the true identity of the warrior as he disappears down the corridor. A while later, the blonde warrior stands in the middle of a blood-splattered hallway while holding the severed head of one of the rookies. The surviving companions look on in complete terror at the scene. He continues his violent attack, slashing through his targets and laughing quietly as he faces his victims in the corridor. The remaining adventurers stand paralyzed with shock as they look down at the severed limbs scattered across the floor. He stands completely alone in the illuminated hallway, raising his weapon and throwing his head back in loud laughter. A narrative text states that a killer was born on that day. Siasha walks calmly down an empty stone street at night. The mad guy crouches behind a stone wall while breathing heavily. He tells himself to calm down, reflecting that it would be a waste to defeat the woman in a single moment. He watches the woman walk further down the alleyway. He focuses his gaze intently and tells himself to remain patient, noting that she is the perfect final target. The smiling warrior suddenly lunges out from behind the woman, swinging his large weapon to launch his attack. Suddenly, his heavy blade is stopped by a massive stone spike that erupts from the ground to block his path, leaving Siasha completely untouched. The warrior gasps in sudden shock at the unexpected barrier, while she looks down quietly and begins to speak about his intentions. She focuses sharply, asking if he is attempting to kill her. The warrior screams out as he leaps quickly backward to distance himself from the shattering stone structure. She places a hand near her face and calmly notes that the man possesses good reflexes, while the sweating warrior looks up in utter confusion and wonders what is happening. He stares in disbelief and wonders about the true identity of the woman, while she notes that he does not seem very interested and points out that he is barely even trying. Siasha raises her hand and declares that because he initiated an attack against her, he must now die. The warrior reacts with immediate confusion before turning around completely and running away down the alleyway at full speed. She calls out in complete shock for the fleeing man to wait a second. Standing entirely alone in the silent alleyway, she states that he attacked her first and expresses confusion over how he can simply run away from the battle. Later inside a room, Siasha addresses Zig, stating her belief that the attacker was the actual street killer that the others previously mistook him for. She explains that the man was using a green twin-blade weapon while Zig reaches his hand out toward her. Zig suddenly lifts her up by her waist as she continues her explanation, admitting that she does not know exactly how to describe the situation. Looking down at Zig, she notes that the attacker did not seem very committed to the fight and ponders what his true goal could be. Zig looks up directly at her and asks for the exact meaning behind her statement that the attacker did not seem very into the battle. She smiles and notes that she is completely unhurt, clarifying that the man was definitely trying to kill her but simply lacked a sense of true commitment. She points out that the attacker targeted her legs at the beginning of the fight, and Zig notes that the situation looks that way as he places her down onto a bed. Zig stands silently with his hand over his mouth in deep thought while she hands a decorative wooden comb back to him. Siasha sits on the bed holding the wooden comb, looking quietly toward Zig. She hesitates and nervously asks Zig if he would brush her hair as she extends the comb toward him, while Zig looks back at her silently. Zig stands behind her and begins running the wooden comb smoothly down through her long dark hair. Siasha closes her eyes peacefully while Zig continues to carefully run the comb through her hair. Zig suddenly pauses his hand mid-stroke as he reflects on the information. He realizes that the street killer specifically targets lower-class adventurers and uses a green twin-blade weapon. The bald guy named Bates names the target as Benelli Lasquet. He states that the man is a fourth-class adventurer. The receptionist adds that he is talented but acts as a frequent troublemaker. The bald adventurer notes that the available evidence leaves no room for doubt. The receptionist informs Zig and Bates that the man is likely the street killer they have been searching for. She requests that they attempt to capture the suspect. She states that it will be fine if the man surrenders willingly, but notes the alternative if he decides to resist. Bates agrees with the plan. He states that he is counting on the target to resist. Benelli packs his belongings on a table and decides that he is finished living in the city. He asserts that he deserves to live in a better place before heading out into the dark streets with his gear. Benelli notices a female adventurer walking down the path ahead of him and thinks if she is the adventurer from the previous night he encountered. He reflects that he is leaving the city anyway and concludes that he can take one final target before his departure. Benelli lunges from behind and swings his large blade toward a female adventurer who is reading a book. Suddenly, Marina steps in to block the strike with her sword, while the woman with the book cries out in surprise. Benelli expresses frustration that everyone continuously gets in his way. Marina notices his weapon and recognizes it immediately. She declares that Benelli killed her friends as he leaps backward to distance himself from her. Marina internally assesses her opponent, realizing he is strong and definitely more powerful than she is. She concludes that he is at least on the same level as her fourth-class brother, or possibly higher, as she tightens her grip on her weapon. She charges forward, determining that she cannot back down from the fight. She unleashes a strike, but Benelli blocks the attack and shatters her blade. He immediately counters with a swift swing of his own weapon. Marina quickly triggers an ability that creates an explosion on the ground, creating distance between herself and her opponent. She notices that she has received a cut on her side, while Benelli grins widely at his success. Benelli continues his relentless assault, swinging his large weapon in rapid succession. Marina struggles to defend herself, forced to evade and block the fast strikes as she is pushed back through the alleyway. He evaluates her injury, noting that it is only a scratch and acknowledging how perceptive her opponent is in battle. Marina observes Benelli standing confidently with his weapon and realizes he possesses far more combat experience. She swallows hard, admitting to herself that she underestimated his capabilities. She reflects that Benelli is still soft, comparing him with Zig. Benelli speaks out in complete confusion. Marina remembers a previous conversation with Zig, where he mentioned that running is part of his routine and inquired about her reasons for doing it. She recalls explaining that she simply needed to clear her mind. During their past encounter, Zig stated that he considered her to be quite skilled. She asked if his comment was meant as sarcasm, which Zig immediately denied. Zig went on to explain that while talented people are quick to improve, talent by itself does not make the body strong because physical strength requires hard work. He added that the more talent a person possesses, the harder it becomes for their physical body to keep up with their rapid improvement. Returning to the present conflict, Marina looks at Benelli and concludes that although the man is powerful, he is ultimately lacking. She states that Benelli possesses a great deal of potential but chooses to waste it entirely on nonsense. Benelli reacts with anger and states that a child like her understands nothing about his situation. Marina challenges the man to attack, prompting an insulted Benelli to shout as he charges forward with his weapon raised. Their weapons clash directly in the middle of the path. Marina smiles and taunts her opponent by stating that his current attack is the best he can offer, leaving Benelli visibly shaken. Driven by memories of the rookies who previously mocked him, Benelli yells out in a fury for her not to laugh at him. Benelli unleashes a flurry of continuous slashes, but Marina successfully deflects every single strike. He finds an opening and lands a quick cut across her cheek. Suddenly, he lands a strike on her body. Blood drips down onto the stone floor while Benelli catches his breath. He smiles and notes that the outcome serves his opponent right. Marina winces in pain and Benelli states that the battle is finally making progress. She glares upward, prompting Benelli to state that he dislikes the expression on her face. Benelli approaches the kneeling swordswoman and declares his intention to see if she can maintain that expression after he cuts her legs off. He details his plan to sever one of her legs first, followed by removing her fingers one by one, and finally slitting her stomach open to insert them inside. Marina looks up in absolute terror at his words. Benelli covers his face and states that she is finally showing the exact expression he wanted to see, expressing his enjoyment of her fear. He leans down toward the helpless swordswoman, declaring that the weak must fear the strong and telling her to remain down and accept her fate. Zig suddenly intervenes and states his agreement with the statement as he jumps down from a building. Zig lands with a powerful kaboom that shatters the stone street with a loud explosion. Benelli reacts with anger and demands to know what is happening. Zig states that the weak have no place in this world, adding that being right means nothing if a person lacks the strength to back it up. Benelli expresses relief that someone finally understands his perspective. Zig continues his thought, stating that this logic leads to a specific conclusion. Zig looks back at his opponent and declares that it is now Benelli's turn to get down and accept his fate. In the narrow stone street, Zig stands firmly before Benelli while the wounded Marina watches from the background. Zig tells his opponent that it is now his turn. He calmly finishes his statement, telling Benelli to get down and accept his fate. Benelli opens his eyes wide in sudden shock and confusion, unable to understand the mercenary's words. Zig tells the weakling to bring it on. He adds that Benelli came unprepared and that his chosen path carries a heavy price. Benelli screams out in frustration at the insult. Benelli charges forward and shouts that it will be his pleasure as their weapons clash. He continuously screams for the mercenary to die while launching a rapid flurry of slashes from multiple angles. The two warriors exchange heavy blows in the alleyway. Benelli laughs loudly during the exchange and asks Zig if he still considers him to be weak. Zig easily counters the strikes and admits that the performance is impressive, especially since Benelli only recently started using that specific weapon. Benelli shouts back that it took the dumb oaf long enough to realize and declares that it is already too late. Zig blocks Benelli's attack with a sharp clash. Benelli grits his teeth in frustration and struggles to find his words. Zig looks down at his opponent and states plainly that Benelli is weak. He continues his thought, explaining that Benelli's natural talent has simply made him arrogant. Benelli's eye widens in panic before he rushes forward with a loud scream. The blades clash again as Benelli leaps through the air to swing his weapon, while Zig steps back to observe the movement. After a brief standoff, Benelli swings down with force, but Zig effortlessly blocks the heavy strike. Zig suddenly charges forward, forcing a panicked Benelli to leap backward to escape. Zig changes his grip to prepare a swift counterattack, prompting Benelli to lift his arm to protect his face. Zig delivers a powerful strike directly to Benelli's face, drawing blood and shattering his composure. Benelli falls to his knees in pain and looks up at the mercenary, declaring that Zig is a monster. He looks directly at his opponent and states that no matter how strong a person is, there is always someone stronger. Zig continues speaking to the bleeding warrior, explaining that this outcome is what happens when a person preys on the weak, noting that it is survival of the fittest and the exact path Benelli chose. Benelli laughs quietly before stating that by this logic, Zig will also end up dead himself one day. He glares forward with a bloody mouth and tells Zig that he loves to talk big. Benelli shouts that Zig has also used his own physical strength to prey on the lives of others, demanding to know what makes the mercenary any different from him. Zig admits that he is not any different, prompting that they are exactly the same as Zig calmly adjusts his gauntlet. He positions his large weapon and tells Benelli that he is simply his next prey. Both men immediately charge forward at full speed, racing down the narrow stone alleyway toward each other with their blades ready. The two warriors flash past each other in a sudden strike, landing on opposite sides of the empty street with their backs turned. Benelli stands frozen as Zig looks away. Blood begins to ooze from a clean cut on Benelli's neck, and a single drop falls down to the cobblestone street. Benelli's severed head hits the ground. Zig stands nearby as blood spurts from the neck of the collapsing body. The headless body falls flat onto the stone path. From the dark side of the alley, a voice announces that he will be taking the head. The head tumbles across the street toward Bates and Marina. Zig turns toward the source of the voice and asks the newcomer what he is planning to do, which causes the stranger to react with mild surprise. Rika smiles and asks Zig at what point he noticed his presence. Bates and Marina look on in shock and terror. They recognize the young man walking down the alleyway as Rika, the bounty hunter known as the Singing Blade. Zig states that he realized the stranger was there around the time he tried to move into his blind spot. Rika smiles and points out that a blind spot is meant to be completely hidden from view. Marina looks up at the mercenary and asks if he knows the man. Zig replies that he knows him from a previous job, causing Marina to note that the stranger is known for hunting people to collect bounties. Rika chuckles and tells Marina not to bother with her statements. He explains that Zig is even more insane than he is, concluding that any moral arguments will never work on the mercenary. He reaches down and lifts the head by its hair, noting that he heard the target was highly skilled and carried a rare weapon, but concludes that the bounty is quite disappointing. Rika holds the head up to inspect it and states that Benelli killed others exactly as he pleased, but in the end, he was not prepared to face death himself. Zig apologizes for stealing his target. Rika replies bounty hunting operates on a first-come, first-served basis, and adds that cutting down such a weakling would not have been interesting anyway. Rika looks over his shoulder with a smile and suggests that Zig should spar with him sometime instead, stating that a match between them sounds far more fun. Zig watches Rika walk away down the dark alleyway and notes that the bounty hunter is already finished, while Bates stands nearby holding the wounded Marina. Zig passes the target's head to Bates, who takes it and looks down quietly, reflecting that the long ordeal is finally over for his lost companions. Bates carries her away from the crater and the fallen body, realizing internally that getting revenge simply feels empty. He pictures his deceased friends smiling and talking together, noting that the death of the killer does not mean her companions will ever return. Zig watches them leave and points out that despite the outcome, Bates successfully protected people this time. Bates agrees that all is well that ends well as he carries Marina away. Compared to the large commotion the street killer caused, the final ending was rather abrupt. Back inside a building, Marina stands alone while breaking into a nervous sweat as she holds a cloth pouch containing Zig's compensation. Siasha giggles with a dark smiling aura while Zig stands beside her, holding the pouch he received. Marina trembles nervously and offers a stuttered apology to Siasha. In their quiet room, Zig sits on the bed and she asks if he was on another job while he smoothly runs the wooden comb through her hair. He reflects that he initially thought it was not a job, but Siasha replies it simply turned out that way in the end. Zig thinks he never expected a simple misunderstanding to turn into a job, noting that it is a small world. She calls out to the mercenary, prompting Zig to ask what she wants. Siasha suddenly turns around to look directly at Zig, asking if the mercenary has ever thought about returning to the old continent. Zig lets out a quiet sound to consider the thought while Siasha looks at him. Zig places his hand on Siasha's head and gently rubs her hair, causing her to react with initial surprise before she relaxes with a calm smile. Zig states that when he first heard there was no war in this land, he was worried about how he would make a living. Siasha looks up at him with wide eyes as Zig finishes his statement, noting that there are actually job opportunities all over the place and that he even gets to watch magic shows on the side. Zig looks at Siasha and states that the current situation is not bad. Siasha turns back around to face forward and tells the mercenary that he can brush her hair a little harder while Zig continues to run the wooden comb down through it. Zig mentions that the man who attacked her is now dead, prompting Siasha to make a quiet sound and state that she completely forgot about that situation. Later, Zig enters the tavern as the doorbell rings. The cook welcomes him and tells him to take any open seat. At the counter, Bates and his companion notice Zig. Bates greets Zig and remarks that it is unusual to see him alone. Zig confirms he is by himself. Siasha stayed back to study and develop new magic. Bates gestures to an empty stool and invites Zig to sit down so they can eat together. Bates looks at the massive spread of dishes and wonders if Zig can manage to finish such a large amount of food. Zig quickly clears every single plate and requests an additional order of bread, stew, and salad. As they sit at the counter, Bates shares that members of his clan are currently handling a specific bounty. Zig guesses that Bates is also tired of the crowded hunting grounds. Bates sighs and confirms that the situation involves the rookies in his clan. Bates reveals that he has assigned Marina and Setsu to take the lead on this particular mission. Zig notes that both girls are capable fighters. Bates admits he wanted to follow them to ensure their safety, but his group has to complete a different job instead. Bates explains that he tried to ask his companions for help. He suddenly stops and turns toward Zig with a new realization. Zig notices the intense look and wonders what Bates wants from him. Bates grips Zig by the shoulder and notes that Zig is completely free today. Zig looks away and admits that is true while Bates and his companion smile behind him. The companion speaks up to announce that he wants to offer Zig a job. He outlines the payment, offering 200 up front and another 200 after the successful completion of the assignment. He adds that if nothing happens, the job is considered done. He mentions that they can negotiate for further compensation if anything out of the ordinary happens. Zig listens while eating and acknowledges the terms. Zig reflects internally that earning 400,000 just to watch over the rookies is a good deal. He notes that Bates also promised extra pay if he encounters any trouble. Zig offers his hand toward Bates to shake. Zig states that he will accept the contract on the condition that Bates pays for his current tavern bill. Bates responds that Zig is a very shrewd businessman. A crowd of people walks past a large stone building in the city. Zig arrived with his weapon very quickly. Bates introduces a young man named Kane who will serve as the guide for the mission. Kane greets Zig quietly, and Zig gives a direct response. Bates states that although Kane is young, the young man is fully capable of looking after himself. Bates waves goodbye and notes that he is relying on Zig for the job. The companion adds his own farewell as the two men walk away. As they walk through the woods, Zig states that Kane did not participate in the previous battle. Kane explains that he wanted to join the fight but lacks a weapon to use. Kane points out that his weapon is gone because Zig broke it during their past encounter. Zig acknowledges the statement and offers a short apology. Kane asks about Zig's strategy for handling his duties during this assignment. Zig states that he plans to stay on the sidelines and will not interfere with any minor difficulties. He explains that he will only step in to help the rookies escape safely if the situation worsens and defeat is certain. He concludes that his only other task is to rescue them if they suffer injuries. Zig and Kane stand behind a tree as a sharp clanging sound echoes nearby, causing Kane to react with sudden surprise. In a forest clearing, a group of rookie adventurers surrounds a massive, multi-armed insect monster to begin their coordinated assault. Kane states that the rookies have started their fight. Zig observes the situation closely and notes that the demon beasts in this area are on an entirely different level. Setsu charges forward into the battle, calling out to Marina that she is making her move. Marina executes a quick dash toward the large beast and strikes it directly with her sword. Marina reflects that the creature is as solid as a rock and very strong, but she realizes its movements are slow and decides to exploit this advantage. Setsu shouts Marina's name as she summons sharp stone projectiles above her head, launching them downward to trap the monster's limbs against the ground. Marina capitalizes on the opening immediately, moving quickly past the beast to deliver another blow while the creature struggles. Kane clenches his fist and declares that the display is amazing, noting that the coordination between Marina and Setsu is much better than the rest of the group while the rookies celebrate their success. Kane then turns to Zig and asks about his silent expression. Zig states that the monster was weaker than he expected and admits he is a little disappointed. Kane replies that the creature might have only seemed weak to someone as strong as Zig. The beast was a slow type that relied entirely on defense and power, even though its appearance suggested otherwise. Zig remembers a past conversation where Siasha informed him that a new bounty had been posted for a pair of azure fork helms. Zig realizes the bounty is supposed to be a pair and wonders about the location of the second creature. Kane begins to speak just as loud thudding and crashing noises echo from the rustling trees nearby. A second massive insect monster suddenly bursts through the forest line with a loud explosion, charging directly into the clearing. A guy shouts that the second monster has arrived. Setsu quickly commands the group to leave the immobilized creature alone and focus their attacks entirely on the new target. The second beast lunges rapidly forward as Marina positions her sword to face it. The creature unleashes a swift strike, forcing her to block the heavy claw with her sword as she cries out in surprise. Marina catches her breath and states that this monster is very strong. Setsu declares that she will attack it using the same method as before and instructs Marina to announce when she is ready to join the assault. Zig realizes that the bounty requires hunting both monsters, but he senses that something is missing. Kane points out that the female monster is much stronger than the first one. Zig reflects internally that something about the situation still feels wrong. He considers how the first monster felt unusually weak, as if it were old or sick. Beside him, Kane states enthusiastically that they only need a little more effort to finish the job. The first monster remains pinned to the ground by the stone structures while a dark liquid drips from its injured body. Marina continues the battle by executing a large sweeping strike with her sword against the active monster. Marina calls out to Setsu to announce that she is prepared to attack. The monster swings its massive claw forward, but she ducks down quickly to evade the incoming attack. Setsu activates her magic to create a sharp stone spike that slices completely through the monster's arm, severing the limb and causing the creature to screech loudly. She shouts a command as she drives a massive stone spike directly into the back of the active monster. The group of rookie adventurers gathers around the defeated creature and cheers loudly to celebrate their successful victory. Marina notes that they no longer have to deal with stubborn older adventurers giving them smug looks. Setsu agrees and states that they can handle their tasks perfectly well on their own. Setsu and Marina bump fists in celebration, but their moment is suddenly interrupted by a heavy thudding sound that echoes through the forest. Setsu voices her confusion just as a male companion points frantically into the distance and tells everyone to look at what is happening. The companion points toward the first monster, which begins to move as the stone structure holding its leg shatters completely. A massive, thin-legged creature bursts completely out from inside the shell of the first monster, rising high into the air above the empty carapace. Kane looks at the thin-legged entity emerging from the fallen monster shell and wonders what it is. The rookie adventurers watch the creature from a distance while Kane identifies it as a Phasma marionette, causing our man to ask if Kane recognizes the threat. He explains that the creature is a parasite that infects and controls other demon beasts, though he adds that the ones he knows are much smaller. Our guy listens to the description and asks if the large versions of the parasite are rare. Kane clarifies that these creatures are weak overall and cannot infect powerful demon beasts, noting that they only reach the 7th class after maturing. The parasite sways unsteadily over the shell as he concludes that their weakness is true under normal circumstances. Zig states that the creature does not look normal to him, but Kane responds that it is probably still weaker than their actual bounty target. Our guy reacts with sudden awareness as the creature prepares to strike with its thin limbs. As the monster moves toward the rookies, Zig loudly commands the group to dodge the incoming attack rather than trying to block it. The creature unleashes a powerful attack that cleaves through the surrounding trees and knocks all the rookie adventurers to the ground. Seeing the rookies lying injured and defeated, Zig tells Kane that it is time to move and immediately rushes into the clearing. Our guy realizes he will not make it to the creature in time and determines that he must execute a strike immediately. He swings his massive weapon from a distance, sending a powerful flying slash across the forest directly toward the monster. The attack connects perfectly and slices the parasite cleanly into several pieces. Kane shouts that the battle is not over yet, which causes a surprised Zig to look back as the severed pieces of the monster begin to emit smoke. He asks Kane to clarify the meaning of his statement. Kane explains that the entity is not a normal demon beast but a life form made entirely of pure mana, making it immune to regular weapons. Kane adds that only magic or a magic item can destroy the creature, while our guy realizes with frustration that he is unable to use either method. Zig tells Kane to help the others escape while he distracts the monster, and Kane agrees while telling our guy to avoid being reckless. Our bossy guy states that taking risks is part of his job as the monster positions itself behind him. Zig charges directly forward and shouts a challenge to draw the monster's focus toward himself. The monster throws a swift attack at Zig while the other adventurers retreat across the clearing. Setsu moves in with her weapon raised to intervene against the creature's strike. She launches a magic projectile that shatters against the monster's limb, halting its movement and causing Zig to stop his approach. Our guy recognizes that Setsu provided magical assistance and offers his thanks. Setsu thanks Zig for his help but asks why he is present, and he states that he is currently working a job, which surprises her. Setsu notes that she wanted her group to handle the mission alone, but she admits to herself that she is grateful for the support. Our guy explains that he cannot land the finishing blow himself and asks if he can rely on Setsu to do it. Setsu replies that it is a difficult request because she has used up most of her mana, but she notes that she can manage one more cast. Zig states that he will keep the creature busy so she can prepare a powerful spell, prompting a surprised Setsu to tell him to wait. He dashes forward and executes a swift strike that slices into the monster's leg. Our guy uses a magic coin item and notes that the attack is quite effective as the parasite flinches from the blast. Zig leaps into the air to avoid a heavy counterattack that chops down a nearby tree, remarking that the creature did not like his action. Setsu drinks her potion to recover her strength while watching the fight, trying to understand how Zig manages to constantly dodge the attacks. The monster suddenly turns its giant eye directly toward Setsu, making her realize that she is now the target. Zig shouts for Setsu not to stop as she gasps in surprise, while he reaches into his pouch and throws 3 coins toward the monster, which goes through it. The monster unleashes a series of heavy attacks that slam into the ground around Setsu, but she stands firm and focuses on her spell. Setsu maintains her focus as the threat approaches, and our guy quickly moves in to grab her. He carries Setsu through the air as the monster's powerful strike narrowly misses them and cuts through the forest behind them. Setsu declares that it is her turn and summons a massive cluster of sharp stone spires in the air above the parasite. The heavy stone spires crash down onto the monster and smash its body, causing the parasite to dissolve into a dark mist. Setsu breathes heavily as the monster crumbles into ash, leaving only a small round core that rolls across the ground. She drops to her knees from exhaustion and states that she thinks they won the battle. Zig praises her for doing a good job of completing her magic spell, but he adds that normally a person would dodge in that dangerous situation. Setsu explains that between the monster and the mercenary, she simply considered Zig to be the scarier presence, prompting our guy to express surprise at her reasoning. Setsu confirms her statement and smiles as she points toward the path, instructing Zig to follow her in that direction. She looks down at her hand in surprise as a dark liquid begins to ooze across her palm, realizing that she is covered in blood. Setsu wonders about the source of the fluid just as Zig begins to wobble unsteadily behind her, revealing a massive, bleeding wound across his back. She checks on our guy to see if he is okay and loudly calls out to the surrounding forest for someone to provide immediate assistance. Later, Zig leaves his broken breastplate in the workshop for a repair. He enters a building as the door creaks open. Inside, a man loudly alerts the others to the mercenary's arrival, while another guy expresses surprise that Zig is already up and moving around. Inside, Kasakabe offers his gratitude to Zig for everything that happened during the recent bounty mission. Our guy tells the man not to worry because it was simply his job, and then mentions that he met the man's sister. Kasakabe scratches his head and admits that it appears to be the case. Zig asks if the sister had punched him or done something similar. Kasakabe answers that it was indeed something like that. As our guy drinks from his glass, he states his surprise that the mercenary is already capable of traveling around. Marina remarks that Zig's injuries were much more severe than her own. Bates loudly praises Zig and notes that he heard the mercenary left the doctor completely speechless, while a memory shows the moment Zig arrived at the facility as an emergency patient. In the medical facility, observers look at the massive wound on Zig's back and wonder who the man is. The doctor points out that the patient's body responds exceptionally well to healing magic. The doctor informs the companion that Zig has made excellent progress, though he notes that the recovery might be a little too good. Bates notes that according to the doctor, healing magic works wonders on our guy, as if his body itself is fundamentally different. Zig replies that the man was simply a very skilled doctor. Marina remarks that she is still not over the uncomfortable sensation caused by healing magic. Bates expresses his gladness that Zig is alright and prepares to address a more important matter. He presents a bag containing the remaining reward of 200,000. Kasakabe states that he has another matter he would like to negotiate. He offers to cover the treatment costs and proposes a total payment of 500,000 after accounting for repairs and other factors. Our guy asks for clarification regarding those other factors. Kasakabe explains that the bounty was officially fulfilled by the Watatsumi clan, meaning both the materials and the reputation belong to his group, before asking for Zig's thoughts on the arrangement. Bates observes that Kasakabe simply wants to take all the credit for the mission. Our guy acknowledges the statement and confirms that he understands the terms. Zig clarifies that under this narrative, his only role was carrying the wounded, and their injuries came from an entirely different source. Kasakabe sighs in relief and confirms that the description is perfect. Bates remarks that Zig had an excellent opportunity to demand much more money from the deal, but notes that he expected him to accept the terms regardless. He places a round object onto the table to introduce his next topic. He identifies the item as the core collected from the Phasma marionette. Bates explains that unlike other demon beasts, these creatures disappear and drop a compressed core of mana instead. He adds that refining the core can grant effects that are slightly different from standard demon beast materials. Marina observes that the object is a remarkably large core for a Phasma marionette and notes that it must be highly valuable. Our guy expresses his appreciation for the sentiment but states that he will simply accept the compensation they previously agreed upon. Marina asks Zig to wait and hear the rest of her statement. She clarifies that Setsu fought the Phasma marionette during an unplanned encounter, and she explains that Setsu has chosen to give the core to Zig. Marina relays the message from Setsu stating that she has successfully repaid her debt. Our big guy acknowledges the situation and offers a brief apology. After leaving the building, he reflects on gaining the extra income and considers how he might utilize the new mana core. At the workshop, the female employee informs Zig that the repairs on his breastplate are still unfinished. He clarifies that he has returned to discuss a different matter. Our guy holds up the round object and explains that he obtained it but does not know the proper way to use it. The employee identifies the item as a mana core and remarks that she has never seen one like it before. She then proposes having their blacksmith examine the object. She introduces Gant, the workshop blacksmith. The employee adds that Gant is the one who crafted Zig's twin blade, prompting the mercenary to note that the weapon has been very useful to him. Gant accepts the compliment and asks if there is anything else they need from him. The employee tells Gant to wait a moment and requests that he examine the item to explain how it can be used. As the core begins to glow, he looks closely at the object and states that he has never seen anything like it before. Gant excitedly wonders if such mana cores have always existed and asks where it was found, prompting the employee to tell him to calm down. Our guy explains that the item came from a Phasma marionette and notes that he obtained it while doing his job. He remarks on the origin of the core, stating his surprise that such small creatures can produce an object of that size. Zig asks the blacksmith what kind of items can be created by using the core. Gant explains that the easiest approach would be to use the core as a source of fuel for magic items. The blacksmith explains that the core can be used as a substitute for consuming one's own mana, but notes that it will disappear permanently once it is fully exhausted. Zig reacts with surprise to this revelation. Gant adds that using the core in such a temporary manner would be treating a rare item like garbage, which is unacceptable. Our guy slumps his shoulders in disappointment upon hearing this constraint. He states that a creator must leverage the unique traits of a material when making an item, and asks Zig what kind of magic the monster was using during their encounter. Zig explains that the creature utilized wide-range shockwaves and slicing attacks throughout the battle. Gant considers whether the slicing attacks were wind magic, but Zig clarifies that the strikes did not feel like wind. Gant concludes that the creature must have been directly manipulating pure mana instead. He muses to himself that this mana manipulation is likely where the parasite derived its ability to control a host body, and he walks deeper into the workshop while continuing to mumble. The employee apologizes for the blacksmith's eccentric behavior, but Zig remarks that most blacksmiths share similar traits and states that his only true concern is the final quality of their work. Gant returns to the front of the workshop and calls out to get their attention while presenting a specific pair of items. Zig looks closely at the scaled gauntlets held by the blacksmith and asks what the items are. Our guy puts on one of the items and notes that they appear to be battle gloves. Gant instructs him to keep pressing the switch located on the index finger and then strike the target. He warns Zig that the resulting impact is powerful, advising him to be careful with his arm as the mercenary prepares his stance. Zig throws a swift forward punch toward the target, causing Gant to mutter a brief statement of concern as he watches the movement. The blow connects directly with the metal torso of the training dummy, triggering a massive concussive blast that severely dents the armor plating. Zig utters an exclamation of surprise as he feels the immense power and recoil generated by the strike. The female employee rushes over to ask if our guy is unharmed, and he responds directly that he is fine. Gant points out that the total force output corresponds directly to the physical strength of the user's punch, admitting that he forgot to tell Zig not to strike too hard. Our man answers that he actually held back his power during the test. The blacksmith explains that the gloves have an impact sigil engraved onto them and states that he is very proud of this specific creation. Gant holds up the punctured armor plate, calling the weapons impact gloves and pointing out how effective they are while looking at Zig through the hole. Our guy notes that he can use the gloves to defeat heavily armored soldiers with his bare hands. Gant breaks into a sweat and clarifies that the weapons are meant for demon beasts, wondering why using them on people was the first thought to enter the mercenary's mind. Zig evaluates the power as good and considers what the maximum output might be, identifying that the primary concern is the durability of the item. He asks how many times the gloves can fire at their current strength level. Gant examines the mana core and answers that it can probably fire about 10 more times if used with the same amount of force. Gant warns him again not to use the weapon on people, adding that it is strictly intended for heavily armored demon beasts or mana life forms that are immune to regular swords. Zig reflects on the limit of 10 uses. The blacksmith explains that the weapon can be reused if the mana core is replaced, though the new core will require refinement. Our guy asks about the total cost for that process. Gant reveals that the gloves themselves cost 1,500,000, and notes that each replacement mana core will cost 400,000 including the refinement fees. Zig stands completely frozen under the weight of the massive prices. Our guy turns to leave while stating that his original intention was simply to sell the mana core to the shop. Gant quickly grabs his arm and shouts for him to wait. He frantically explains that those figures were merely the standard prices. He points out that since Zig provided his own mana core he does not need a replacement, and loudly offers to lower the final price. Zig loudly states that he cannot feel comfortable using a magic item that costs 400,000 per charge even with a small discount, and notes how many demon beasts he would have to hunt just to recover that expense. Gant persistently counters that Zig's mana core has perfect compatibility and will be far more efficient than the gloves he just tested. Our guy maintains that the base price remains too expensive for him to consider. Gant argues back that the immense power of the weapon completely justifies the cost. The female employee interrupts to ask Gant if he has a moment to speak. He replies that he is currently too busy with his negotiation. The employee asks Gant exactly when he crafted that specific magic item, causing the blacksmith to flinch and guess it was 2 years ago, though she directly clarifies that it was actually made 4 years ago. She strikes Gant to get his attention and states that a business cannot continue to hold on to a product that fails to sell. The employee continues her explanation, noting that selling the item at a much cheaper price is far more beneficial to the shop than failing to sell it at all. She points out that the total sales and profits for the current quarter have not been very successful anyway, causing Gant to slump over in disappointment. Zig asks why the gloves are not selling and if there is a defect with them. The employee clarifies that quality is not the issue because Gant is a highly talented blacksmith, but explains that he tends to prioritize satisfying his own ego rather than creating items that are high in demand. He acknowledges the criticism and explains he has been told that no matter how powerful the gloves are, no adventurer is going to go out of their way to physically punch a demon beast. The female employee decides to stop playing games and bluntly asks Zig to state his true maximum budget for the weapon. Zig holds up the heavy mana core and states that he absolutely cannot offer anything more than 1,200,000, adding that this number must also completely cover the final cost of refining the material. Gant glances at his companion, lets out a dramatic sigh of total financial defeat with his hands in the air, and promptly shakes Zig's hand to confirm they have a deal. Zig notices a strange look from the employee and asks if something is wrong. The employee holds the massive bag of coins and explains that nothing is wrong, though she admits her surprise that a newcomer like Zig is already hauling in this much cash. Our guy looks off into the distance and notes to himself that he is simply a very lucky guy to have profitable work constantly falling into his lap. Most of his current employment stems from his random connections with local adventurers, realizing that everything is ultimately a byproduct of his gig as a bodyguard for Siasha. A massive number of things in his life have completely shifted since the day he first met her. He never even dreamed of traveling to a completely different continent, let alone a place packed with magical spells and constant life-or-death brawls with bizarre creatures called demon beasts. His old friends back home would probably think he completely lost his mind if he ever tried to tell them about his new life. Zig stands by the workshop window looking out at the city view. He casually muses about what Lyell would say if he could see his current life of fighting giant bugs and throwing around millions of coins. The scene opens on a crowded outdoor marketplace filled with rows of merchant stalls and the constant sound of chatter from the moving crowd. While Zig and Siasha sit down to eat at a busy food stall, a sudden shout cuts through the market noise. A nearby man loudly complains about a foul smell and points out the presence of a stray animal. The man states that the smell of a stray wet dog is ruining his appetite and demands to know where the owner is located. The wolf demi-human responds firmly, stating that they pay money and have an equal right to shop in the market. The man yells back, stating that this specific marketplace is intended only for people and tells the demi-humans that animals should not be there. He labels the group as disgusting demi-humans. The food vendor sighs in distress over the ongoing conflict, prompting our guy to look back and ask what the confrontation was about. The vendor explains that those specific people harbor an intense hatred for demi-humans. A worker handles his crates with a clatter and mutters that he wasted his time watching the pointless argument. Shifting back to the food stall, the vendor smiles and tells Zig that he will see him and his attractive companion later. She smiles warmly, thanking the vendor and stating that the meal was delicious. Siasha smiles and expresses her happiness that they visited the market in the morning. Zig looks back at her and agrees, while a group of individuals nearby laughs quietly among themselves. Later, they went on a hunt. The story introduces rock lizards, describing them as large demon beasts that consume or to strengthen their outer skin. Their tongues are shaped like brushes and covered with sharp, wire-like barbs, which the creatures use to scrape away at rocks and or to build their hard shells. Siasha focuses her attention forward, declaring that the creature is the perfect test subject for her new spell. She channels her power, causing a sharp, stone-like projectile to form in the air beside her. She launches the projectile forward, sending it flying rapidly through the forest area toward the beast. The stone projectile hits the heavy armor plate on the back of the rock lizard, leaving only a small mark upon impact. Watching the attack connect, our guy observes the outcome and states that the effort will not work because the demon beast is too large to take any real damage from it. The giant rock lizard suddenly slumps heavily toward the ground, causing Zig to state his surprise at the unexpected movement. Suddenly, multiple dark points pierce through the rocky shell from the inside, making a series of heavy sounds as they burst outward across the creature's back. The massive beast wobbles unsteadily before completely collapsing onto the forest floor. Zig looks down at the fallen monster and states his realization that poison was involved, while Siasha giggles softly behind him. She smiles and asks for his opinion on her performance. Siasha laughs softly and states that the corpse is beautiful. Our guy agrees with her assessment and asks how she managed to pull off that specific attack. Showing him the weapon, she explains that a specific section of the projectile is actually made of clay. Zig looks closely at the object and expresses his surprise regarding the choice of material. Siasha explains that she is able to harden the tips of the object by channeling her magic directly into them. She demonstrates the projectile function against a practice block, highlighting what happens at the exact moment the object hits a target. The structural design shows that the umbrella-shaped piece on the stone spear lodges deep inside the body to destroy the internal structure. This weapon causes more damage by remaining inside rather than passing through, tearing muscles and tendons to ensure that healing magic or medical treatment is highly difficult. Holding up the stone projectile, she smiles happily and states that this type of magic spell is completely revolutionary. Zig agrees with her assessment but thinks to himself that the entire process sounds extremely gruesome. The final analysis indicates that although the projectile is only the size of a human thumb, getting hit with it causes a target to be completely incapacitated and results in death if proper treatment is delayed. Zig advises her that it would be wise to keep this gruesome spell to herself rather than teaching it to other people. Siasha agrees immediately, explaining that the magic is far too complicated for an average mage to execute successfully anyway. Our guy states his relief upon learning this detail, noting that it is reassuring to hear. Siasha points out another benefit, stating that since the spell only destroys the internal organs, the valuable outer materials of the demon beast can be recovered in flawless condition. She observes that her method is highly environmentally friendly, prompting a quiet statement of agreement from Zig as they look out over the forest trees. Zig suddenly hears heavy footsteps approaching and announces that more monsters are on the way, while she smiles and remarks that the creatures are very active today. As a large pack of lizard-like demon beasts emerges from the thick trees, Siasha states that they should make sure to eliminate every single one of them. Zig springs into action and sprints forward with his weapon drawn, while she simultaneously summons a new volley of sharp clay projectiles to rain down on the incoming target pack. Our guy moves directly into the path of the lunging creatures, swinging his massive blade in a wide circular arc that cuts down the charging monsters at once. Zig completes his aggressive assault, slicing cleanly through the remaining monsters. The carcasses drop heavily onto the forest ground one after another with a series of loud thuds. The clearing falls completely quiet after the battle with the defeated demon beasts scattered across the grass. Zig kneels down to rest while Siasha begins to examine one of the fallen creatures. She shifts her attention away from the monster and asks Zig if the armored glove he is wearing is a magic item. Our guy confirms that the weapon can be used even by someone like him as long as it remains powered by an outside source, though he notes that it requires a costly resupply once the energy runs out, making it a reliable trump card. She examines the weapon closely, noting the presence of the engraved sigil and stating her desire to inspect the item in greater detail later. Zig warns her to be careful and not break the item because it was extremely expensive, prompting her to pout and state firmly that she will not break it. He looks back toward the collection of gathered carcasses and states her uncertainty regarding whether these creatures are known to move in packs. Siasha states that almost all of these specific demon beasts are solitary creatures that normally never group up together. She states that she has no clear explanation for the strange behavior this time. Zig thinks the carcasses appear completely normal and do not look like they were being controlled by an outside force. Our guy considers the possibility that the creatures were not actively targeting them but were instead fleeing from something else. Siasha agrees that this scenario is highly probable and directs his attention toward a path marked with numerous tracks. She smiles and asks if he wants to investigate the trail, prompting a quiet response from the mercenary. Zig responds that he will follow the wishes of his client as they begin to move down the path together. He spots new creatures ahead and identifies them as pickhead dragons, while Siasha notes their presence and states his confusion over why they are in this location. Pickhead dragons are fourth-class demon beasts that strike rocks and ores with the pickaxe-shaped structures on their heads to consume them, meaning they rarely occupy areas lacking in mineral sources. Observing the beasts from cover, Zig states that the entire situation is becoming highly suspicious. Siasha expresses her curiosity regarding the reason these specific creatures would choose to abandon their natural nest. She notes that the unfolding situation appears to be going very poorly as the dragons attack a group of cloaked figures. Zig watches the combat unfold and states that the situation looks very bad to him as the unknown figures strike the monsters with a loud clang against the rocky scales of the monster. Siasha asks him if they should provide assistance to the lone warrior defending himself with a shield. Zig answers that they can intervene if she wants to do so. She pauses to consider the option while casting a brief side glance, while Zig waits silently for her decision. Siasha declares that they will help the fighter. Zig asks her if she is entirely certain about intervening and adds that the rescue could easily turn into trouble depending on the true identity of the person involved. Siasha states that she will handle that specific concern when the time comes, calmly adding that they can always simply bury the individuals if things go wrong. Our guy accepts her practical plan, stating that they should act immediately because it looks like the targets are currently reaching their physical limit. Siasha explains that her large magic spells might get the survivors caught in the crossfire, so she decides to draw one monster away. She instructs Zig to handle the remaining beast in the meantime. Zig confirms that he understands the plan and Siasha immediately summons a large floating boulder. She launches the stone whistling through the air to catch the attention of her target. The flying boulder strikes the side of the pickhead dragon's head with a heavy thump. Siasha commands the beast to come toward her as it turns to glare directly at her. Standing further down the forest path, she states that the monster is nothing more than a lizard with tough skin. The pickhead dragon charges rapidly down the path toward her position. Facing the oncoming threat, Siasha readies her spell and states that she will demonstrate the massive difference in their power. A massive pickhead dragon unleashes a powerful roar in the forest as Siasha stands in front of it. Zig watches the scene unfold from behind a tree. He notices the second dragon closing in on a lone shield warrior defending two cloaked figures. The mercenary adjusts his large weapon and prepares to move in. Our guy dashes forward into the clearing with his weapon drawn. He slides directly between the charging monster and the survivors, swinging his heavy blade to block the incoming strike with a loud impact. Zig glances back toward the group and states directly that he has arrived to provide assistance to them. The survivors express immediate shock at his sudden appearance, and the shield warrior quickly shouts out his gratitude while holding onto his wounded companion. The cloaked figures quickly spring into action, raising their hands to unleash their own supportive magic spells. A jagged cluster of sharp ice crystals forms rapidly on one side while a swirling vortex of wind whips through the air on the other. The sharp ice spell hits the side of the dragon's armored head with a cracking sound, shattering into pieces upon impact. Taking advantage of the opening, Zig and the shield warrior sprint forward together across the grass, as they charge directly toward the demon beast. The pickhead dragon suddenly whips its massive tail around, swinging the heavy hammer-like structure at the end of its body directly toward the two incoming fighters. The heavy tail slams directly into the warrior's shield, causing him to let out a painful groan from the force of the blow. Zig reacts with surprise as he is forced to slide flat across the forest floor, narrowly dodging the sweeping attack as the massive creature moves right over him. Zig quickly retreats from the sweeping tail and recovers his balance in the clearing. Turning back toward the monster, he firmly closes his fingers and clenches his armored gauntlet to prepare his next move. A sudden explosion ripples across the rocky crown of the pickhead dragon, shattering parts of its shell. Zig holds his gauntlet ready and watches closely as the giant monster reels from the impact of the magical attacks. Our guy lifts his massive blade and swings it in a wide arc to build momentum. The sharp blade slices deeply into the neck of the pickhead dragon, causing a heavy spray of dark fluid to burst outward. Despite the severe wound, the pickhead dragon locks a fierce glare directly onto the mercenary. Zig shifts his stance in sudden surprise as the large creature swings back around instead of collapsing. The dragon drives the heavy pickaxe structure on its head downward, clashing loudly against the metal shaft of Zig's weapon. The intense pressure forces the mercenary's boots into the dirt, cracking the ground beneath him as he groans under the massive physical strain. Our guy realizes that the dying monster desperately wants to take him down along with it. Looking directly into the face of the beast, the mercenary notes to himself that he can clearly see that fierce determination written in its eyes. Zig quickly shifts his hand placement to adjust his leverage on the weapon handle. As the dragon continues to press its weight down, the mercenary tightens his grip to lock his stance for a counterattack. He unleashes a powerful forward punch with his hand, driving his armored gauntlet straight into the face of the pickhead dragon. The strike connects directly with its snout, triggering a massive concussive blast upon impact. Zig looks on firmly, reflecting to himself that he has no reason to tolerate the dying monster's final show of resistance. Meanwhile, Siasha looks thoughtful and states to herself that her current approach does not seem very effective against enemies with a hard exterior shell. As the heavy pickhead dragon continues to stomp directly toward her position, Siasha decides that she will no longer hold back her power. Massive stone pillars erupt from the ground to trap the dragon with a loud crash, and Siasha states that the creature's robust body and strength are admirable while summoning a magic. The stone structures summoned by her rapidly wrap around the beast to bind it completely, and Siasha adds that the monster is simply too slow. The trapped beast lets out a loud roar while struggling against its restraints, prompting her to observe that it is still alive even after that attack. She raises her hand to prepare her next spell while the bound creature's jaw twitches slightly. A sharp stone projectile pierces the dragon, causing dark fluid to pour from its body as it wobbles unsteadily, and Siasha states that she takes back her previous comment. The magical attack thoroughly destroys the internal structure of the beast, and she bids it a final goodbye as the combat ends. The pickhead dragon bursts completely apart from the internal damage caused by the magical projectile. Meanwhile, Zig stands quietly in the clearing over the remains of the second pickhead dragon, which has been sliced into separate pieces. The rescued warrior calls out to state that Zig saved him and offers his thanks, causing the mercenary to turn around in sudden shock. The shield warrior stands before him, revealed to be a lizard demi-human wearing a dark cloak and armor plates. Zig evaluates the individual and realizes that this person is not a demon beast, noting to himself that the creature speaks like a human, lacks hostility, and carries no scent of magic. The lizard demi-human notices his stare and asks what the matter is, prompting Zig to flinch slightly and respond that it is nothing. One companion asks for clarification while the other looks at the mercenary from behind and notes his presence to the group. The demi-human wonders aloud if the mercenary is a human purist, causing Zig to react with immediate alertness as he subtly shifts his weapon. The shield warrior tells everyone to wait, explaining that the savior's identity does not matter because he saved their lives, though his companion attempts to raise an objection to the statement. He explains that they are not beasts, stating that it is only proper to express gratitude to the person who saved their lives. The warrior bows deeply to apologize for causing alarm, repeating his thanks for the rescue and stating that he will find a way to repay the favor. Our guy answers that the group can direct their appreciation toward his client instead, adding that he was not actually frightened by their appearance. Zig explains that he has simply never encountered anyone of their kind before and asks for clarification on what they are. The warrior gestures with an open hand and explains that they are demi-humans, noting that this is the term humans typically use to describe them. Zig recognizes that demi-human is merely a general label used by humans and asks if they have a distinct name for their own race. He clarifies his question, stating directly that he wants to know the specific name they use to identify themselves. The warrior strikes his chest with his fist and answers that they are scale kin, introducing himself as Urbas of the Green Scale Tribe. Our guy responds with his own introduction, stating his name and identifying his occupation as a mercenary. Urbas extends his clenched fist towards Zig for a bro fist, explaining that this specific gesture is how scale kin greet one another. He continues his explanation, noting that it is considered polite to use the arm opposite to the other person while Zig listens quietly. Zig brings his fist forward to match the gesture, asking if it should be done in that exact manner. The nearby scale-kin companions look on and stare closely at the interaction. They stand facing each other in the forest, completing their formal greeting with their fists pressed together. Urbas asks Zig if he apparently does not know about the human purists. Our guy explains that he came from a place far away and knows nothing about the local religion, adding that he has hardly ever encountered other races. Urbas acknowledges the explanation and asks if the presence of different races fails to cause the mercenary any fear. Zig admits that he was surprised by them, stating honestly that he might have confused them for demon beasts if he did not know any better. Urbas looks intently at the mercenary and asks how Zig views them at the current moment. Our guy answers that at the very least they are clearly not beasts. He adds that if they are not his enemy, then he has no reason to raise his blade against them. Urbas gasps in sudden realization that he completely forgot about the presence of the other enemy. He turns quickly to our guy and asks directly if the mercenary's partner is unharmed. Zig remains completely calm and reassures the warrior that he does not need to worry about her at all. Siasha runs over cheerfully while waving her hand, calling out loudly to Zig that she has completely finished handling her side of the battle. Zig introduces the newcomer to the group as his client, Siasha. He explains to Urbas that he only stepped in to save them because she gave the direct command to do so. Siasha steps forward with a pleasant smile and begins to offer a polite greeting to the group. She suddenly stops her greeting in shock as she looks closely at Urbas, pointing at him and loudly exclaiming to Zig that the warrior is a giant lizard. Zig quickly steps in to explain that Siasha is also from a place far away and that this is her very first time seeing another race. He asks Urbas to forgive her if her reaction appears rude. Lizard Guy reacts calmly to the explanation and offers his hand, stating that it is a pleasure to meet her, which prompts an immediate and positive response from Siasha. She firmly takes his hand to complete the handshake, noting directly that this is her very first time speaking with a demi-human. Siasha stands in the forest path and asks if Urbas also does not know why the pickhead dragons are present in this area. Urbas suggests that something might have occurred at their nest and states that they should report the situation to the guild as soon as possible. Siasha agrees that it is difficult to believe a dragon appeared in 7th class hunting grounds, adding that recent strange events make her wonder what is happening lately. Nearby, Zig examines his large weapon and notices that the metal shaft appears to have bent slightly from the intense clash. Urbas looks toward the mercenary and affirms that Zig and his client clearly earned both of the monster kills. He requests that they split a small portion of the harvested materials to cover the medical costs of his injured comrades, prompting a nervous reaction from one of his nearby companions. Siasha states that she actually wants the Scalekin party to take full credit for hunting the creatures. She adds that they should report to the guild that her group only provided minor support during the battle, catching Urbaz completely by surprise. Urbaz admits that he does not understand her reasoning and asks how this arrangement benefits her party in any way. Siasha explains that the guild staff are keeping a close eye on them because her party has repeatedly hunted large targets without a clear plan. She notes that while she would like to take the credit and earn a promotion, they cannot safely do so this time, leaving Urbaz to ponder her words. Urbaz asks Siasha what her current class rank is. She reveals that she will be reaching the 7th class rank very soon, causing the warrior to react in sudden shock. He looks at the duo in total disbelief and states that she cannot possibly be serious about having such a low rank after demonstrating so much power. Urbaz begins to formulate the cover story for the guild, explaining that due to unexpected circumstances during their battle with the demon beasts, a specific sequence of events took place. He continues the fabricated report, stating that his group requested assistance from the 2 mercenaries who happened to be nearby, and as thanks, they offered a portion of the harvested materials and shared the credit for the hunt. Urbaz asks how that version of the story sounds to her, prompting a cheerful response from Siasha, who claps her hands and declares that the plan sounds great. He reflects on the plan and admits that he does not like the idea of lying, but he decides that he will tolerate it this time for the sake of the people who saved his life. Siasha adds that this arrangement will make them even, but Urbaz objects and states that this favor is not nearly good enough to balance out the rescue. Siasha firmly asserts that she is the one who makes the decision and repeats that they are even. Urbaz yields to her statement and agrees to follow her wishes as they arrive outside the guild building. Urbaz hauls the massive carcass of the pickhead dragon on a cart into the guild yard while Siasha follows close behind. Looking back on the recent battle, Zig reflects to himself that it is incredible to think they have come this far. Our guy thinks about the past, noting that if his client or even one person from the army had survived, or if he had killed her instead, things would be completely different. He realizes that he never would have come to this land if events had gone another way. Later, Siasha holds up her new rank card and happily states that she has officially been promoted to the 7th class. She looks over at Zig and adds that this new status means she is now capable of doing many more things. Our guy congratulates her and asks if it is finally time for them to take it easy for a bit. Siasha rejects the idea, stating that she is just getting started and is finally getting her foot in the door. Zig suggests that they treat themselves to something special today to celebrate her success, and Siasha smiles. Later, a strange man approaches them and comments that they seem to have had a good day for business, while his companion laughs and asks if they can join in on the celebration. Siasha turns her back on them and tells Zig that this situation is not worth her time, prompting the man to reach out and tell her not to act that way. Zig steps in immediately and grabs the man's arm before he can touch Siasha, leaving his client to look back at the sudden action. The man glares and demands to know what Zig's problem is. Our guy looks back at him and states directly that he is her bodyguard. Zig states that he will have to stop the man right there. The stranger confronts Zig, stating that he has heard about him and describing him as the big guy who hides behind a woman while letting her do all the fighting. He openly mocks Zig's role as a bodyguard by calling it a joke, which prompts a snicker from his companion. The group of men burst into collective laughter at the mercenary's expense while Zig remains silent and Siasha begins to grow visibly upset. Surrounded by a dark aura, Siasha glares intensely at the group and states that all of them are scum. Seeing her anger escalate, Zig turns quickly and calls out for his client to wait. Urbaz suddenly walks into the center of the room and addresses the mocking man, stating that he cannot ignore the words that were just spoken. He raises his hand firmly and demands that the men do not disrespect Zig, stating clearly that the mercenary is a brave soldier. The man scoffs and remarks that Zig does not seem to have many friends. He loudly notes that Zig requires a demi-human to come to his rescue and asks if the mercenary lacks any basic pride as a human. Zig responds that being human has never given him any sense of pride. He states that pride should instead be felt from having successfully accomplished something. The man reacts with sudden anger, thrusting his hand forward and asking if our guy is trying to say that he has never accomplished anything. Aoi suddenly steps between the group and announces that they should not bring personal fights into the establishment. Aoi glares directly at the troublemaker and states that she hopes he is fully prepared for the punishment that follows. She asks if they are absolutely sure that this is what they want. The bully points his finger and states that she is a human who is choosing to team up with demi-humans, adding that she should be ashamed. The man clicks his tongue in frustration and walks away from the scene, prompting Aoi to let out a long, tired sigh. She instructs Zig and Urbaz to avoid confrontations like that inside the guild, adding that she watched the situation from start to finish and will not scold them too harshly. Urbaz and Zig bow to offer their apology. Zig apologizes to Urbaz for getting him mixed up in their problem. Urbaz counters that he was the one who decided to intervene, adding that because Zig saved his life, it naturally upsets him to see the mercenary disrespected. Zig offers his thanks to Urbaz. Aoi states her understanding that Zig was only present to provide support during the battle, but notes that Urbaz seems awfully trusting of him. Urbaz wags his tail and explains that Zig's support was simply that valuable, while the official continues to stare at him silently. Aoi remarks that although it may sound rude, she always considered Zig to be a more distant person. Zig admits that he is also a little surprised at himself. Our guy thinks to himself that his environment has changed a lot recently, wondering if he has changed as well. Aoi tells Zig that he should not hesitate to come to her if he ever needs anything, and then she leaves. Urbaz admits his shock, noting that this is the first time he has seen the official talk about anything other than business before asking Zig how they know each other. Our guy replies that the situation is difficult to explain in a few words. Suddenly, Siasha gives Zig a signal. Our guy and Urbaz look down at Siasha as she stands quietly between them. Zig addresses Urbaz and notes that they should continue their conversation another time because his client has grown impatient. Urbaz agrees and says goodbye as they prepare to part ways. After they leave, he reaches out and squeezes Siasha's cheek, causing her to let out a long puff of air. Siasha expresses her disappointment, stating that she wanted to celebrate but the recent encounter completely ruined the mood. She states that Zig should have simply allowed her to slaughter the man because it would have made her feel much better, prompting Zig to tell her to keep those disturbing thoughts to herself. Zig explains that people like that man are everywhere and tells her to get used to it instead of letting them waste her time. Siasha counters that it was entirely their fault for making fun of him. Later, Siasha happily sits down to eat a massive steak. As she contentedly chews her food, Zig watches her from the side and wonders to himself if he is being too easy on her. He experiences a sudden moment of clarity and raises his hand to his face to ponder his actions. As he watches his client continue her meal, Zig silently recognizes that he has genuinely changed as well. Later, Zig runs through the streets in his full armor during his morning routine. Isana hides along the wall to watch him, causing the mercenary to glance back as he notices her presence. She steps out to confront Zig directly, gesturing with her thumb while stating that she needs to borrow him for a short time. Looking up at the tall mercenary, Isana notes his expression and asks why he looks so irritated every single time she speaks to him. Zig responds by asking how she knows the exact time and location of his morning workouts. She explains that the neighborhood is full of rumors about a massive, tough-looking warrior who runs through the town in full gear every single day. Brushing the topic aside, he shifts the conversation and asks her what she managed to mess up this time. Hearing this, Isana presses forward aggressively with her weapon, causing Zig to lift his hand in a calm gesture to keep his distance. She commands the mercenary to follow her, explaining that the chief wants to have a word with him. Zig realizes she means the old man and agrees to the meeting, stating that he will see her there as he walks ahead. Isana stays behind in the alleyway, watching him leave in silence. A sharp smile crosses her face as she reacts to his departure, musing to herself that she should probably start going for runs once in a while too. Isana proposes a race to their destination to see who can get there the fastest. Zig turns his head to listen to her challenge. Our guy notes that she seems to enjoy competitions. She points at him and asks how much of a head start he wants, noting that he is currently wearing full gear. Zig states that she must be joking. He holds a stone and explains that he did not do all his training just to be beaten by someone who only goes on runs once in a while. He tosses the stone into the air to set the starting signal. Isana tells him that he should take her more seriously than that as they both prepare to sprint. The stone drops through the air and hits the ground to signal the start of the race. She takes off at an incredible speed, leaving Zig behind as she dashes far down the street. As she charges ahead with a confident smile, Isana states that the person who loses the race must buy the drinks. Later, she collapses to the ground gasping for breath in total shock at losing the race. Zig stands waiting at the destination with his water flask, stating calmly that he is the winner. Zig looks down at her and explains that people with natural talent can overcome most things easily. He adds that stamina is something that cannot be built through natural talent alone. Our guy takes a drink from his water flask and states that any soldier or mercenary must first be able to run and keep running. He explains that learning to swing a sword only comes after mastering that endurance. Zig hands his flask to Isana and tells her to drink it slowly. She looks surprised but takes it, expressing her thanks as she drinks the water. As they walk together, Zig admits that her resourcefulness and sword skills are likely better than his own. However, he notes that battles are ultimately won through cumulative effort. Our guy points out that if she only works on what she is good at while ignoring the rest, he will have no problem beating her using everything he has. She stares intensely at him in response to his words. Isana grows determined and declares that she is going to start running every single day from now on. In the background, the elder chief observes her behavior and wonders what she is doing. Inside the room, Zig sits across from the chief at a table and takes a sip from a small cup, remarking that the tea tastes good. Isana explains that they are very particular about their tea, noting that they have a wide variety with different health benefits which she offers to explain later. The chief asks if he would like another cup, and Zig confirms that he definitely does. She smiles and mentions that she is surprised he enjoys the taste of tea because she did not expect him to be that type of person. Zig answers that he does not smoke tobacco. He explains that when soldiers march, it is highly recommended to bring personal luxuries as a way to maintain morale. Our guy observes that they know exactly how to prepare tea. Zig notes that the chief wanted to have a word with him. The chief explains that he recently heard that the mercenary saved some demi-humans, prompting Zig to state that news travels fast. Isana reflects on Zig's own past words, noting that it does not matter to him if a person belongs to a different race or is an immigrant because anyone who pays him is a client. She looks down at Zig with a smile and remarks that he appears to be a man of his word after all. Zig clarifies that the rescue was entirely his client's choice rather than his own decision. The chief counters that it amounts to the same thing, at least from the perspective of the people who were saved. Our guy shifts the topic to ask the chief if demi-humans are truly hated to such an extent in this region. The chief explains that not everyone harbors ill will toward them. He notes that while some people choose not to openly display their malice, others simply hate demi-humans for any given reason. He adds honestly that demi-humans frequently commit crimes, stating that it remains unknown whether this behavior is a product of their environment or if it is just their natural disposition. Zig takes another sip of his drink and observes that the entire situation sounds like a classic chicken and egg problem. The chief continues his explanation, stating that some of these people follow a religion dedicated to eliminating all demi-humans completely. Zig remembers his earlier conversation with Urbas, noting to himself that the Scale Kin had mentioned this specific group called the Human Purists. The chief explains that the core belief of this ideology is that the human race is supreme, meaning that anyone who is not human is seen as inferior and is called a demi-human. He notes that the strength of this belief changes depending on the individual, explaining that some quietly push their ideas in the background while others wildly preach that they must completely clear out all demi-humans. Zig observes that the chief is warning them about a coming attack on their group. The chief confirms his statement, declaring that the purists will definitely try to take action against them. He points out that he would have no worries if Zig were dealing with this situation by himself. Zig stands from his chair and bows slightly, stating that he appreciates the warning and will remain careful. As Zig walks down the long hallway, the chief reflects that the mercenary is a powerful soldier who shows absolutely no hesitation. He thinks to himself that it would be very difficult to find anyone nearly as confident, even among his own clan. He recognizes that he wants the mercenary on their side. If he could get the soldier to join them, it would bring a great deal of reassurance. The chief calls out to Isana, who responds to him. He explains that he wants the warrior to join them and asks if she can find a way to win him over. Isana turns away with a frustrated look, stating that her katana skills are still far from matching his power. She explains that the mercenary just finished pointing out how much she has been slacking in her training. She grows highly determined, declaring that she will defeat the mercenary one day and swearing it on her pride as a soldier. The chief sighs to himself that she is a handful as he leaves the room. Isana stands proudly with a confident smile, fully agreeing with the description of herself. Later, Siasha searches the library shelves for a specific book series but notices that some volumes are missing. She removes volume 2 and looks through the empty space on the shelf in sudden surprise. Realizing the books she wants are gone, she stumbles backward and falls to the floor of the massive archive. She cries out in disappointment because every single book has already been borrowed by someone else. Zig looks on from behind and calmly observes that the situation is unfortunate. Siasha quickly recovers her spirits and decides that she will simply focus all her attention on her duties for the time being. She expresses her great excitement to finally begin undertaking tasks suited for her new 7th class adventurer rank. Upon arriving at the guild notice board, Siasha expresses confusion at how few requests are available. Holding a single piece of paper among a group of other downcast adventurers, she tearfully calls out to Zig. Zig places a reassuring hand on Siasha's head to comfort her as she clutches the disappointing assignment. Later in the forest, Siasha claps her hands together to finish a task next to piles of defeated insect creatures. On the following morning, Siasha returns to the guild early only to find the same lack of good options. Over the subsequent days, she repeatedly performs the exact same routine of dispatching small pests in the wilderness. While carrying out another basic assignment, Siasha destroys more of the small creatures and demands to know the reason behind the constant repetitive work. Zig crosses his arms and notes that the continuous shortage of standard assignments feels like more than a mere coincidence. Siasha holds her head in frustration, declaring that she did not become an adventurer to perform such tedious tasks, while 2 nearby adventurers listen with obvious annoyance. The aggressive adventurer steps forward and loudly demands that Siasha show some respect. He continues his threat, telling Siasha that she needs to take adventurers more seriously. Zig senses the danger and calls out for Siasha to wait, while a dark aura envelopes her face as she reacts to the provocation. She summons a massive stone hand that suddenly erupts from the ground with a loud impact, shattering the earth directly in front of the stunned adventurer. Siasha stands by quietly with a serene expression. The adventurer stares in shock while Siasha politely excuses herself. She calmly notes that a mosquito was nearby and that it had almost landed on him. The adventurer leaps backward in panic as the stone structure breaks apart. He angrily demands that she stop messing with him, stating that she will not get away with her behavior. Siasha prepares another massive stone hand and notes that another mosquito has landed on his cheek, instructing him not to move. The terrified adventurer cries out in fear, declaring that he will report her actions to the guild. Siasha steps forward, pointing out the annoying buzzing sound of the insect's wings. She walks closer to the cowering man, stating her desire to silence the noise immediately. She smiles darkly and repeats the man's earlier warning, stating that he should take adventurers more seriously or face regret, confirming that this must be what he meant. The bully frantically waves his hands and corrects his tone, shouting that he is absolutely taking her seriously. Hearing his response, Siasha smiles peacefully. As she approaches him, the adventurer apologizes for jumping to conclusions and confirms that he takes Siasha seriously. He notes that it takes a special kind of person to continue doing such tedious work. The terrified adventurer stammers in denial while trapped beneath the massive stone hand. Siasha smiles and continues her thought. She leans in close under the stone construct, demanding that the adventurer stop the annoying buzzing noise. As the 2 adventurers flee down the forest path, Zig states that Siasha went too far. Siasha tries to protest, but Zig interrupts and tells her there are no excuses. Zig silently reflects that her shift toward making verbal threats instead of immediately fighting might be an improvement. He commends Siasha for holding back her power, and she happily accepts the praise. The narration explains that an unknown group hoards as many missions as possible without reporting completion, preventing the guild from issuing replacements. Right before closing time, they finally pay the forfeit fee or report the tasks as finished. Inside the guild hall, a fist slams down hard on the counter, causing Lindia to shake. Zig asks if the human purists are the ones behind the disruption. Lindia states that the current situation puts the guild in a terrible position. Zig crosses his arms and asks if the guild can simply issue a warning to the people involved. She explains that the group is not technically breaking any rules. She notes that they either complete the missions right before the deadline or pay the forfeit fee if they fail. Lindia notes that as long as the group does not care about ruining their reputation with the guild, actions cannot be taken against them. Zig states that not even the guild could predict that people would abuse the system just to get in the way of one person. Lindia reacts, stating that the situation is completely absurd. She points out that multiple people would normally accept these missions, but each one is currently being taken by a single person. Aoi arrives and pulls Lindia back, telling her to settle down. She points out that venting frustrations will not do any good and apologizes to Zig and Siasha. Zig asks how the guild intends to handle the matter. Aoi explains her belief that the group will be reprimanded soon. She states that punishment will follow for knowingly abusing the system. Our guy thinks to himself that the enemy is working much faster than he previously thought. Aoi explains that because there are many 7th-class adventurers, the guild has also received numerous complaints from other individuals regarding the lack of available assignments. She apologizes for the inconvenience and asks them to wait a little longer, while Zig acknowledges the statement and stands quietly alongside Siasha. Siasha addresses the officials, stating her understanding that the troublesome men from the other day are intentionally hoarding the request specifically to get in her way. She notes that the men are acting this way because they dislike her past action of saving the demi-humans, and she begins to laugh quietly. Sensing a shift, Zig and the guild official both cautiously call out her name. Siasha bursts out into loud, unrestrained laughter inside the establishment. She states that the situation is laughable because those individuals are weak, yet they choose to stand in her way for a ridiculous reason. Siasha throws her head back and continues laughing, stating that the matter is revolting because she has never dealt with such petty hatred before, adding that the men are too foolish to see how far they have overstepped. She declares that above all else, the situation is infuriating. She looks directly at Zig and calls his name, prompting the mercenary to ask what she requires. Siasha smiles and announces that she needs to go handle some errands, quickly correcting her phrasing after almost saying she needs to go kill them, and asks Zig if he will help her. Zig agrees to assist but tells Siasha not to overdo it, leaving the two guild officials to watch them in silence. Later, Zig notices that Siasha does not know where she is going and asks where she is headed. Siasha admits that she is simply used to him always leading the way. As they walk together through the streets, Siasha calls out to Zig. Our guy looks back and asks what she wants. Siasha looks away silently, maintaining a serious profile as they continue walking side by side. She looks down and ponders whether it is truly wrong to be different from other people. Siasha observes that she is able to live her own life without any problems, making it strange that demi-humans are constantly targeted just because they look a little different. Our guy tells Siasha not to bother with those thoughts. Siasha expresses her confusion, prompting Zig to clarify that her question has no meaning. Zig explains that no one can choose the year or the country they are born in, nor can they choose their own race. He notes that the exact same truth applies to both of them. He states that nothing will change from knowing the answer to her question, adding that understanding the true nature of people will not alter their current reality. Zig concludes that absolutely nothing will be different in the end, which ultimately makes the answer she is looking for entirely meaningless. Our guy states that the world will never change to accommodate her, no matter how much she dislikes it. He notes that she has no choice but to change herself, or decide to ignore everything and live on her own just like she used to do. Zig points out that she was ultimately the one who made the choice to change. He explains that there is no reason to hesitate. He acknowledges that while he might have been the one to bring her there, she was the person who made the decision, and tells her to live her life exactly as she sees fit. Zig adds that if she ends up making enemies because of her choices, it is simply a part of life, telling her not to worry because he will protect her. Our guy addresses his client and reveals that he has obtained the names of the men who keep getting in her way. He asks her what she wants to do next. Siasha begins to giggle quietly before bursting into loud, unrestrained laughter while Zig watches her. She tells her mercenary that they should go handle the matter. Siasha takes the paper from him and declares that it is time to teach those people a lesson about what happens when someone gets in her way. Zig develops a small smile and agrees to do exactly as she wishes. Inside a tavern, Zig places coins on the table and orders 2 beers. He thinks that they will first gather information on the targets and instructs her to stay seated at her table for now. As he sits alone, suddenly, a loud cracking and thumping sound from behind catches his attention. A man crashes through a wooden table, smashing it to pieces and scattering food across the floor while the bartender watches from behind the counter. Nearby patrons loudly ask if the man is alright and demand to know what just happened as they look toward the shattered doorway. Siasha stands at the entrance with a dark smile, declaring that she has finally found them. An angry man yells insults at Siasha for attacking his friend, while Zig takes a drink and reflects that speeding up their timeline is not a bad thing. The men sprint forward with weapons while calling out to eliminate her, causing Zig to tell them to wait. Zig looks at the large group of men and wonders about their total numbers, while Siasha looks completely overjoyed and remarks on how incredibly lucky she is. A man tells the group to avoid damaging her face because she looks good, but Zig immediately interrupts him by smashing a wooden barrel into his face. The opponents shout in frustration about the woman having backup but declare that their larger numbers will allow them to kill both targets. Siasha charges forward with a quick shout, unleashing a giant punch made of stone at the crowd. Her stone fist connects with a heavy impact, sending an opponent flying backward through the air. Siasha moves forward with her stone arm raised while another man charges ahead, shouting for her not to get cocky. Our guy catches the charging man's arm to stop his advance, stating that the woman is off limits. The man shouts an insult at Zig, who quickly throws the attacker off balance before delivering a sharp kick to his chest. Siasha tells the group to take her attack as she swings her stone fist, sending multiple opponents and tavern furniture flying across the room. An opponent rushes at Zig, asking if the mercenary thinks he can be ignored. Our guy responds that watching his partner is part of his job as he turns to face the attacker. Zig evades the incoming strike and grabs the back of the opponent's head, causing the man to express his surprise. He slams the opponent's face directly into the wooden counter, breaking the surface. A man drops to the floor under a falling table while Zig reminds the group that they are paying for all the property damage. In response, two more men draw their blades and step forward. Zig tosses a coin towards the enemy which causes his knife to slide from his hand. Our guy delivers a powerful kick that knocks one opponent backward, then faces the remaining armed man and tells him to have a drink as he prepares to strike with a bottle. Zig drops the broken bottle and watches his opponent hit the ground, calmly stating that the confrontation is over. The captured opponents struggle against their stone restraints, shouting out in pain and pleading for help. Siasha smiles cheerfully despite the scuffle, declaring to Zig that gathering information is highly enjoyable. Zig stands with his arms crossed in the ruined tavern and simply agrees, while the defeated men hang trapped from the ceiling. Outside the Bardya clan house at night, Siasha announces that the captured opponents successfully told them everything. Zig confirms that they received the information, leading Siasha to compare people to meat by stating that they get softer the more they are hit. Zig silently wonders who taught her that specific phrase. The targets belong to the Bardya clan, a lower mid-tier group consisting of just over 30 members from the 6th to 8th class. Their consistent bad behavior, poor reputation, and recent targeted actions against demi-humans have ultimately pushed the situation to the final straw. Zig reflects to himself that the members of the clan are pretty much exactly what he had imagined them to be. Siasha spreads her arms to summon two massive stone hands while Zig stands calmly by her side. She then extends her hands forward, causing the large stone constructs to smash directly through the entrance of the building. She and Zig walk side by side into the structure as the massive stone hands break open the pathway and pieces of debris shatter around them. Inside the clan, a subordinate asks the boss if they are taking things a bit too far this time. The boss smiles and replies that they are not breaking any rules, explaining that they are simply teaching some manners to the arrogant rookies. One member asks if they are ready, and another confirms that it is time to drag their targets inside to put them in their place while the leader holds a syringe filled with a dark liquid. An ally states that the drug should make the task easy, prompting the rest of the gang to cheer loudly about the upcoming massacre. Suddenly, Siasha enters and happily echoes the statement about a massacre and calls it a great idea as her massive stone hands form with a loud cracking sound. The wooden beams and ceiling of the headquarters suddenly begin to shatter and crumble above the startled gang members. The front of the building completely collapses in a massive crash, sending the occupants falling through the air as they yell in terror while Siasha watches the destruction. Siasha expresses delight at the sight and remarks that the ruined building looks exactly like an ant nest she read about before. The furious boss emerges from the debris and demands to know who caused the damage, accusing Siasha of being the one responsible. Siasha clearly states that she is the one who caused the destruction. The boss remains silent while a nearby gang member calls out to him. The gang member points across the ruins and tells the boss that she is the exact adventurer who rescued the demi-humans. The boss shouts that she has a lot of nerve showing up there and threatens that they will destroy her. Zig stands nearby and calmly remarks that the boss does not act like a gentleman. The boss yells at Zig as well, calling them both brainless traitors who favor demi-humans and stating that they should just die. Our guy responds that being called a traitor does not mean anything to him since he never belonged to their group in the first place. The furious boss retorts that Zig has a lot of nerve and claims that receiving gratitude from wild animals has stroked his ego. Zig dismisses the comment and states that he cannot even tell the boss apart from a wild animal. The bully boss screams that others are always trying to take away their jobs and their way of living while holding up a syringe filled with dark liquid. He declares that the city belongs to humans and vows in the name of human pride to drive out everyone else and take back their city as the drug is injected. Zig observes the situation and states that he originally thought their actions had an ulterior motive but can see now that the group is simply out of their minds. Another member pushes the syringe on his leg too. The injected drug takes effect immediately, causing the man's leg muscles to expand violently. The remaining gang members draw their weapons and rush forward together with a loud command to kill the intruders. Siasha calls the attack foolish as she swings her stone fist to send multiple opponents flying, while the boss charges ahead shouting a threat to end her life. A blunt stone pillar strikes the boss directly in the face and knocks him to the floor, leaving him flat on his back as she mutters that it was a close call. Siasha smiles down at the fallen leader and notes that she almost sharpened the tip of her stone weapon out of habit. The defeated boss lies on the broken ground and whispers a final promise to kill her as his blood drips onto the floor. Our guy observes that the boss is surprisingly energetic and notes that he is unsure if people have always been this resilient, concluding that the situation provides a good opportunity to blow off some steam. The remaining gang members charge forward with their shields raised but are suddenly stopped by a barrier, causing one of them to click his tongue in frustration. Numerous sharp stone projectiles suddenly materialize and float in the air across the room. As the enemies are blasted away, Siasha stands calmly and states that they are mistaken to think this city belongs to them. The boss lunges forward with his weapon while Siasha uses her magic to tilt a large stone slab directly onto another attacker. A massive structure of jagged stones forms between them as Siasha commands the boss to explain what his human pride actually means. The jagged stone structure bursts outward with great force, striking and overwhelming the armed opponents. Siasha summons a massive stone hand that erupts from the ground and slams the remaining men against the wall, declaring that they can throw their garbage ideas to the dogs. The boss and his subordinates are pinned flat against the shattered building wall, completely incapacitated. Siasha states that a person must live with their head in the clouds if they can take pride in themselves just for being human. She adds that before they go off preaching their ridiculous ideals, they should know how weak they really are. The boss looks up from the floor and mutters that she is a monster. Siasha looks back at the defeated men with a dark smile. Siasha explains that she does not care who they pick on or what they choose to abuse, noting that they are free to do whatever they want but there is a clear condition. She places her hands on the ground, causing her magic to surge through the stone floor. Siasha warns that anyone who tries to hold her back is her enemy whether they are human or demi-human, declaring that she will destroy anyone who gets in her way. The injured boss expresses confusion as the ground begins to rumble beneath the men. Siasha's massive stone hands shatter the remaining building structures as the gang members look up at the destruction. The bloodied boss looks up in complete silence while the headquarters continues to rumble, causing Zig to quietly observe the scene. The entire building completely collapses into ruins, leaving broken walls standing on either side while dust rises around Siasha and the defeated men. Siasha stretches her arms high and announces that she feels much better after releasing her energy, while Zig looks on without speaking. Our guy notes to himself that she truly will destroy anyone who stands in her way, which causes Siasha to ask from behind if he spoke out loud. Zig replies that it is nothing while a piece of debris falls into the wreckage, and the two walk away leaving the ruined headquarters and the defeated gang behind. Later, the narration explains that because the group purposefully took multiple missions and underperformed, they caused trouble for other adventurers and brought in several complaints from the citizens. Drug usage itself is not a crime, and unless the substances are extremely addictive or consist of combat drugs that strongly affect the body, they are not banned. While there were several reasons for the guild to order the disbandment of the Bardya clan, the main cause was the collapse of their house due to deterioration. The guild official informs Zig and Siasha that all the missions accepted by the clan have been cancelled, and any reissued tasks will become available the next day. She bows and apologizes to Siasha for the trouble, which prompts Siasha to celebrate that she can finally return to her work as an adventurer. Zig silently considers the official report regarding the building collapsing due to structural deterioration. Our guy asks about the total number of casualties from the event, and the official explains that no civilians or nearby shops were harmed, meaning nobody was hurt except for the clan members themselves. Zig reflects on the drug used during the fight, noting that while he does not know what it is, its effects appear to be highly potent. He concludes his thoughts by noting that although Siasha called the event a massacre and the large amount of blood matched that description, it is difficult to believe that none of the men died. The guild official explains that she tried to ask the clan members for more details, but they left town overnight. Zig acknowledges the statement and asks if the men said anything at all before their departure. Siasha happily eats her food at the table while Zig and the guild official continue their conversation. The official notes that the clan members were quite understanding and accepted the decision, leaving her to wonder what happened to them. Zig replies that he does not know, concluding that the men probably saw something scarier than death. At a nearby table, patrons discuss the downfall of the clan, stating that the members drank too much alcohol and took strange drugs, which is a common way for such groups to fall apart. A guy adds that according to the rumors he heard, a single large man destroyed the entire clan. Another guy mentions the large individual who travels around destroying groups, noting that the man also went berserk in a place called Wadatsumi. The first guy points out that he has seen the man before and confirms that the individual looks completely capable of doing it. Zig overhears the gossip and looks back in confusion, wondering why the patrons think he was the one who was responsible for the destruction. Siasha explains that the rumors exist because Zig causes too many scenes, adding that nobody notices her in the slightest even if she causes a little trouble. Our guy decides that he will have to ask the patrons to set the record straight regarding the false rumors. Siasha laughs and remarks that she feels it is a little too late to change the rumors. She eats a piece of lemon from her plate and immediately reacts to the taste, declaring that it is extremely sour. Zig states that the situation is fine, explaining as he squeezes a lemon onto his food that if he can keep some of the attention off her, it is worth standing out in her place. Siasha maintains a steady stare at Zig while taking a drink from her glass. She sets her utensils down on her finished plate and mentions that she has been curious about something. Siasha notes that there are hardly any records of witches in the area, explaining her thought that if they lived in a place without any magic, then a lot more of them would surely live there. Zig agrees with her observation, stating that he thought the same thing and is honestly surprised. Siasha suggests that the witches might be hiding their past and pretending to be humans. Zig agrees that it is possible, noting that the local people are not very perceptive of danger and that blending in probably is not very difficult. She mentions that Zig has said something similar before, and she notes her uncertainty about whether it is truly that easy for him to tell her apart from humans. Our guy states that she would likely agree that a person can tell the difference between a tiger and a cat simply by looking them in the eye. Siasha wonders if he truly believes the witches are actively hiding if that is the case, while Zig remains silent and considers the thought. Zig silently reflects that even if witches were present in this location, it is doubtful they could successfully blend into human society without drawing any attention. He decides there is no point in worrying about the matter, and adds that being able to live without others knowing the truth is good enough for the time being. Siasha confirms that she would likely end up in a fight with another member of her own kind even if she managed to find one, prompting Zig to realize that is an outcome he must absolutely prevent. Zig asks if there are any men in her race, to which Siasha responds that she does not know, causing Zig to express surprise that she is unaware of such a detail regarding her own kind. Siasha happily eats small snacks from a box while Zig watches her in silence. He holds a liquid bottle in his hand. She thanks Zig as he pours the liquid from the small bottle over her box of snacks. Siasha picks up a piece of the coated food and places it in her mouth while the fluid drips from her fingers. She continues to eat her snacks in silence. Siasha licks the leftover fluid from her hand while Zig looks down at his drink, takes a sip, and prompts her to continue her thought. She explains that she was always by herself in the end. Siasha mentions that before she became aware of her surroundings, she thinks she lived with someone who taught her a few things, though she no longer remembers the details. Our guy asks if the person who stayed with her was her parents, and Siasha replies that she does not remember that either. Siasha notes that the individual could have been her parent or someone completely unrelated, but it amounts to the same thing, while Zig counters that it is not the same. She clarifies that it is the same because whoever the person was, they ultimately abandoned her and left her all alone, making it irrelevant whether they were her parents or not. Siasha smiles at Zig and states that she has him now, noting that he is all she needs. Our guy wonders if that is really true, and Siasha happily confirms that it is. Suddenly, Urbaz approaches the table and greets both of them, causing Zig to turn around. He bows deeply and expresses his regret, stating that it is his group's fault they had to deal with all the trouble. Urbaz apologizes for getting them involved in the conflict. Siasha looks at him and clarifies that she was the one who decided to save them, adding that she made the choice and will accept whatever comes with it. She reflects on the situation and admits that she had a good time getting back at their opponents, suggesting that they simply call it even. The demi-human thanks her for taking action on their behalf. Siasha explains that she took action for her own sake, stating that she only got rid of the men because they were standing in her way. Urbaz smiles and notes that Siasha truly is an adventurer, which prompts Siasha to offer her gratitude. She tells the demi-human not to get too comfortable, stating that she will surpass him quickly even if he is a veteran adventurer. Urbaz replies that he is looking forward to it, calling her a rookie, and notes that he will wait for the day they can fight together again. Zig speaks up to apologize, clarifying that he does not take sides between humans and demi-humans. Urbaz notes his understanding and checks if that neutral stance applies to humans as well. Our guy states that he is still a mercenary, explaining that ideology and race do not matter to him and that he will defeat anyone necessary if it is his job. Urbaz acknowledges the explanation, and Zig expresses his regrets. He responds that Zig's mindset is actually for the best, expressing his desire to consider Zig a friend. Urbaz continues his explanation, defining a true friend as someone who can look at others equally, regardless of whether they are demi-human or human. He reinforces that this unbiased trait is exactly what makes someone a person he wants to call a friend. Zig adds a warning that he will not hesitate to take the demi-human's life if they ever become enemies. In response, Urbaz points out that friends do not always have to get along and can fight each other sometimes. Zig listens quietly, scratches the back of his head, and gives his agreement. He states that he has no further objections and invites the demi-human to call him whatever he likes, prompting Urbaz to thank him as they complete a fist bump.